As the chatter filled the conference room, some of the individuals sat quietly, lost in their thoughts. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Felix in his signature white suit, a long golden cane in hand, and a warm smile gracing his face. He was flanked by Quill, Logan Mayraith, Quill's father, and Claire, who followed closely behind. As they entered, all eyes turned toward especially Felix. However, when Logan Mayraith stepped into view beside him, subtle shifts occurred among the crowd. Some expressions morphed while others deepened with contemplation as plans began to form. "Welcome, everyone." Felix beamed as he made his way to the head of the conference table, and he settled into the chair at the end with Logan and Quill by his side, while Claire stood attentively beside him. "I apologize for not greeting you myself. I was busy entertaining family head Logan," he said smoothly. "I hope you'll forgive my assistant for stepping in." "Not at all, President Felix," replied a middle-aged man from earlier with an easy smile. Felix nodded graciously at him. "Good. May I ask who you are?" Felix continued. The man smiled back confidently. "My name is Draven Emberfell. I'm the sixth elder of the Emberfell noble family." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Sir Draven," Felix responded calmly. Draven raised an eyebrow, slightly in surprise, but quickly masked it with a smile as curiosity about Felix grew within him. Turning to Logan Mayraith across from him, he remarked casually, "Logan, I didn't expect you to move so quickly." Logan smirked proudly. "After all, I have a good son." His gaze shifted fondly to Quill beside him. Since he found out that Quill had partnered with Felix on the bicycle business had thrilled him beyond measure. The Mayraith noble family was now breathing easier thanks to their association with Origin Technology. Since they are now partners in manufacturing of bicycles that had taken off in popularity throughout the royal capital, whispers circulated around the room regarding Quill's apparent luck. Some silently cursed their own misfortune. The atmosphere thickened with unspoken envy. "But I didn't expect your Emberfell noble family to want in on this deal," Logan scoffed coldly. "Always looking for a piece of something good. Why shouldn't we? If you're involved, we deserve our share of benefits too," Draven replied nonchalantly. Logan merely snorted in response. Just then, the slender man clad in luxurious red clothes from earlier rose to his feet. "President Felix, my name is Croy Bloodworth, from the esteemed Bloodworth noble family. My family would like to—" "Shut the hell up, Croy. Nobody asked for your introduction. In fact, which fool from the Bloodworth family sent you here?" Logan Mayraith shot back, glaring daggers at Croy. Croy's expression turned icy as he met Logan's gaze. "Logan, it doesn't matter who sent me. Mind your own business. Besides, my family isn't intimidated by yours, just so you know." "All right, gentlemen," Draven interjected smoothly from the side. "We're not here to brawl. That's hardly gentlemanly behavior." He turned to Felix with a knowing look. "Isn't that right, President Felix?" Felix nodded with an easy smile. "Absolutely. Draven is correct. We're gathered here for an important discussion. Now let's set aside our prejudices and engage in a constructive conversation." With a cold stare still fixed on Logan and a simmering intensity behind his eyes, Croy reluctantly took his seat again. Logan merely snorted and returned Croy's glare with a mocking grin. Felix turned towards Claire and nodded subtly. Understanding immediately, Claire began distributing documents in front of everyone at the conference table. Everyone except Quill and Logan Mayraith. "I know why all of you are here," Felix continued without hesitation. "So let's cut to the chase. The documents before you outline our proposal. Please review them carefully for any omissions." As each attendee leafed through their papers, expressions shifted noticeably among those from noble families, their faces darkening as they absorbed the contents of the proposal. After a tense moment of silence, several heads lifted simultaneously to fix cold stares on Felix. "President Felix," Croy said with evident displeasure etched across his face. "There seems to be something seriously wrong with this proposal." "Oh, what seems to be the issue? I thought I had covered everything," Felix replied with feigned innocence. "Experience tales with Empire. According to this document," Croy continued sharply, "it states that Origin Technology will manufacture bicycles while we simply retail them. That means you're expecting us to sell them without any stake in production." Felix nodded calmly. "Yes, that's correct." "Oh, I'm not quite sure what you're getting at." "What we're getting at is that we didn't come here just to be retailers. We want shares in this venture. We want a stake in bicycle production." Croy insisted as he narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Here it comes." Felix sighed inwardly. He had anticipated this reaction. Claire and Quill exchanged glances filled with amusement. They regarded Croy as little more than a clown in this unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Logan leaned back casually in his chair, a lazy smirk dancing on his lips as he watched Felix handle this escalating situation. Felix maintained his signature gentle smile as he shook his head, responding to Croy with calm conviction. Sir Croy, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the business proposal itself. The issue lies in your expectation. Origin Technology never intended to offer any shares in the bicycle production. Our board is currently at capacity, and we have ample funds and resources to support our operations. Croy's expression shifted slightly, a hint of tension creeping into his demeanor. Even Draven, who had been sitting quietly until now, furrowed his brow in concern as he glanced at Felix. The atmosphere in the conference room thickened. The representatives from the noble families wore varied expressions of coldness and killing intent in their eyes. They had all come with a singular goal: to secure a stake in the production of bicycles, not merely to become retailers selling them off the shelves. President Felix, what do you mean by that? Croy's eyes narrowed dangerously, his voice turning icy. You know exactly what I mean, Felix replied nonchalantly. Retailing is the only option we can offer you. Are you really sure about that, President Felix? You can't possibly expect to devour this entire cake on your own. Croy shot back with a frosty glare. In fact, Felix grinned playfully. I believe I can. Ever since I was little, I've always had a big appetite and preferred not sharing my food. Aren't you worried you'll burst if you keep eating alone? Especially when you're trying to tackle something so massive. Croy challenged. Nope, my digestion is quite efficient. I process food quickly enough that bursting isn't an issue for me, Felix replied confidently. The tension in the room escalated palpably as Croy fixed Felix with a chilling stare. President Felix, you do realize this isn't something you can control all on your own, right? It could easily backfire, Croy remarked, a hint of killing intent in his voice. Felix responded confidently. Oh, I can absolutely manage this. As for backfiring, that's simply out of the question. Croy's face was filled with coldness as he glared at Felix. He turned to Logan and asked, Logan, aren't you going to weigh in on this? Logan chuckled softly before replying, Croy, as you know, I'm not the one in charge here. President Felix is that my words doesn't carry much weight in this matter. But you understand what will happen if he refuses to compromise, right? This situation is beyond his control. There are too many interests at stake, Croy insisted. Let me get this straight. You want to seize control of something Felix himself initiated? Come on, Croy, have some dignity. Logan shot back. I'm not trying to take it from him. We just want a controlling stake. And let's be honest, I'm not the only one truly interested in this venture. We're simply making the first move here. Oh, you really believe your Mayraith noble family can stand against all the other noble families? Croy's eyes glinted with coldness as he spoke. Logan shook his head firmly. Why do you think the top families didn't send representatives here? Don't be naive. Even if your Bloodworth noble family takes charge, do you honestly think you'll enjoy it without consequences? Tell Knox to think things through before acting. Otherwise, he might put the entire Bloodworth noble family at risk someday. Turning toward Draven, Logan asked pointedly, Are you also here looking for a controlling stake? Draven smiled and replied cautiously, Yes and no, that I'm just here to observe and understand President Felix's position. Well, Logan interjected smoothly. He's made it clear there are no shares available for your group. That's why he compromised and gave you some leeway to earn significant profits. Draven fell silent after that statement. President Felix, Croy said coldly while scrutinizing him closely. Are you sure about your decision? I'm confident in my choice, Felix replied steadily. So tell me, are you going to accept the proposal or not? You should know that we've investigated every detail about you, Croy warned with a sinister smile creeping across his face. Be careful. Your little family might find itself facing disaster soon. So, if I was you, I would think things over. The smile faded from Felix's face as he locked eyes with Croy, an indifferent yet icy glare settling over him. Are you threatening me? Who knows? Croy shrugged nonchalantly. Felix cracked a chilling smile of his own and asked casually, Do you know what my favorite hobby is? Felix cracked a smile, his eyes glinting with a peculiar intensity. Do you know what my favorite hobby is? He asked, leaning in slightly. Croy blinked, caught off guard by the unexpected question. He looked at Felix, confusion etched on his face as he tried to decipher the meaning behind those words. My favorite hobby, Felix continued, his tone chillingly calm, is destroying families. Do you have any idea what happened to the last person who dared to threaten mine? She watched in horror as her entire family was reduced to ashes. Children, the elderly, even pregnant women, all of them perished before her eyes. He paused for effect, letting the weight of his words settle in the air. And that person, I dug her heart out with my bare hands. A shiver ran through everyone in the conference room. It felt like ice had settled in their veins. The casual demeanor Felix had begun with was now overshadowed by an unsettling darkness. Croy felt a cold chill race down his spine, shivering slightly as an intense fear gripped his heart. The icy gaze of Felix sent a wave of dread through him, but he quickly masked it with disdain. After all, feeling fear towards Felix was simply embarrassing. Ha ha ha! This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Croy scoffed, laughter bubbling up as he sneered at Felix. You, President Felix, are threatening the Bloodworth noble family. Do you even know who we are? My family is just as powerful as the Maywraiths. Your threats mean nothing to us. Felix calmly shook his head. You may think I lack the power to threaten you or your family, but believe me when I say that if even a single hair on my family's head is harmed, your entire clan will pay dearly. You might not take me seriously now, but when the time comes, don't say I didn't warn you. What a joke, Croy retorted with a sneer. You're just a puny tier 5 Grandmaster Knight daring to threaten my noble family. You must be hallucinating. Let me make this clear. If you don't hand over those bicycle design drawings, your entire family will be destroyed. Idiot! Logan interjected from the sidelines, shaking his head in disbelief at Croy's arrogance. Draven joined him in disdainful silence. They both regarded Croy like he was a fool. The rest of those present exchanged glances filled with unspoken thoughts. None wanted to rush into this escalating situation. Croy, Felix warned sharply, narrowing his eyes. Leave my family out of this. If anything happens to them, I swear your clan will pay in blood. Don't do anything stupid that could endanger your entire family. Der Uker, boom. A sudden wave of pressure erupted from Croy as he glared at Felix, with murderous intent burning in his eyes. Hand over the design drawings, Croy demanded coldly. Boom. In an instant, another powerful presence descended upon the room, this one far surpassing Croy's own intensity. The sheer force was so overwhelming that everyone except Draven, Logan, and a striking white-haired girl seated beside Draven were forced out of their seats. Their faces turned pale with terror as fear gripped their hearts and blood seeped from their mouths. Croy was the one who bore the full brunt of this pressure and suffered immensely. His knees slammed onto the ground with cracks echoing through the room. His bones creaked under the weight of all as blood oozed from him. His face drained of color while panic filled his heart. He could practically smell death itself. Logan and Draven exchanged shocked glances. Fear flickered in their eyes as they realized what they were dealing with. Half-Saint. Both men gasped inwardly as their hearts raced wildly. Just then, a chilling scent of blood filled the room, wrapping around everyone like a dark shroud. Moments later, swirling mists of crimson began to coalesce behind Felix, gradually taking shape into a figure clad in an elegant black butler suit. This is naturally Jarvis with his striking presence, with his neatly trimmed black hair and long pointed ears. His gloved hands resting calmly at his sides, an aura of undeniable pressure radiated from him. His face remained impassive as he stood silently behind Felix, exuding an air of indifference, as if nothing in this world could possibly pique his interest. Logan, Draven, and the others in the conference room turned to Jarvis with wide eyes filled with trepidation. The atmosphere grew tense as Draven and Logan quickly rose to their feet and bowed respectfully. Your Excellency, who might you be? They asked, their voices barely above a whisper. Jarvis offered them only a fleeting glance before returning to his stoic expression. Explore stories at Empire. The silence hung heavily in the air, leaving Draven and Logan exchanging awkward looks, both aware that they were among the few who truly understood Jarvis's strength. Even their ancestors would have shown deference to him if given the chance. Both of you sit down. This is Jarvis, my butler, Felix introduced casually. What? Draven and Logan gasped in unison, their eyes widening in disbelief as they turned back to Felix. A half-saint serving as a mere butler? It was almost too extravagant to comprehend. In their family lineage, someone like Jarvis would be treated like royalty, not just another servant. Meanwhile, the rest of the attendees were too consumed by their own turmoil to process what was happening, especially Croy, who lay sprawled on the ground covered in blood, looking utterly defeated. Jarvis, Felix called out softly while waving his hand dismissively. Instantly, the oppressive pressure that had enveloped the room receded like a retreating tide. The fear that had gripped everyone seemed to dissipate along with it. Those who had been trembling on the floor slowly stood up again. Their faces were pale and still marked by dread as they glanced nervously at Felix and the imposing figure behind him. Felix slowly rose from his chair, his gaze fixed on Croy, who had managed to rise from the floor but now knelt before him, blood soaking his body. The scene was tense, charged with an energy that crackled in the air. Crouching down in front of Croy, Felix offered a gentle smile that contrasted sharply with the gravity of the moment. "Listen closely, Mr. Croy," he said, his voice calm yet firm. "It's not that I'm afraid of your noble family or its power. It's just that I have no time for childish games. This is your final warning. Don't ever threaten me or my family again, that if you do, what awaits you will be so excruciating that you'll wish for death itself. And even then, it might elude you." His words hung heavy in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst. Croy's eyes widened with terror as he nodded vigorously. Like a bird pecking at seeds, fear etched across his face that he hadn't anticipated that this man, dressed entirely in white and looking almost angelic, would possess such a devil heart. "Good," Felix replied as he stood up and returned to his chair. A broad grin spread across his face as he surveyed the rest of those in the conference room, their expressions a mix of shock and fear. "Good. Now let's continue." Felix grinned, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Does anyone here still want stakes in the bicycle production?" The room erupted in nervous laughter as everyone hastily shook their heads. After all, who would dare joke about business when a half-saint stood ominously behind him? The audacity! President Felix, spoke up a medium-built man with a kind face and shrewd eyes, dressed in vibrant green attire. "I'm here strictly for business. I have no interest in acquiring any controlling stake in the bicycle production." Felix raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "And you are?" "Midas Blackwood," he replied swiftly, "president of the Blackwood Chamber of Commerce." Felix nodded thoughtfully. "Our table is open for any business discussions." "Understood, President Felix," Midas said with a smile that barely concealed his intentions. Felix then turned to the rest of the people in the conference room. "If anyone else wishes to discuss business matters, please speak with my assistant." He indicated Claire. Claire beamed brightly and said, "Gentlemen, please follow me." With that invitation, everyone rose from their seats and followed her out. Everyone except Draven Logan, Quill, the white-haired girl, and Jarvis. Felix's gaze landed on Croy, who was still kneeling on the floor. That a smirk crept across his face as he asked mockingly, "Sir Croy, do you wish to engage in business?" Croy shakily stood up, but couldn't hide the deep fear reflected in his eyes. Yet beneath that fear simmered an intense fury and a burning desire for revenge. He had never faced such humiliation before. Without uttering a word, he slowly exited the conference room. "You know this guy won't give up easily," Quill remarked casually from beside Felix. "I know," Felix replied with a nod. "If he persists, I'll have no choice but to make him regret ever being born." He glanced at Draven and Logan as if weighing their reactions. Logan and others felt an unsettling chill looking at Jarvis, standing silently behind Felix. They had never imagined encountering a half-saint within the kingdom's walls. Since the founding emperor of Avalonia passed away, no saint had been born, not even a half-saint. This formidable presence could single-handedly obliterate anyone or anything in the world. In fact, he can destroy the entire Avalonia kingdom, unless another saint realm expert appeared, and there were none around. "Jarvis, you can go." Felix waved his hand to dismiss him. Jarvis nodded subtly before turning the white-haired girl beside Draven. "Good." With that nod of approval, he vanishing disappeared from here. He is standing. Felix raised an eyebrow as curiosity peaked within him while observing her closely. "System scanner." Moments later, surprise flickered across Felix's features before morphing into intrigue as he assessed her more carefully. "I didn't expect someone like this to exist," he muttered in his heart. Draven's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced at the girl and glanced at the place where Jarvis had been standing just moments before. Discover more content at Empire. Once Jarvis left, both Logan and Draven exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Being in the same room as Jarvis had been an intense experience, one that weighed on them both. "Felix, my boy, I never expected you to have something like this up your sleeve," Logan exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face as he turned to Felix. Felix shrugged helplessly. "I really didn't want it to come to this," he admitted. The pressure was mounting. Revealing Jarvis now felt like a necessary evil. With the bicycles flying off the shelves, Felix knew he had caught the attention of several noble families in the royal capital, that he needed to unveil Jarvis early on, hoping that his strength would deter those greedy nobles from targeting him further. Despite his desire for a low profile, Felix understood that showing some muscle was essential if he wanted any semblance of peace in the city. The Maraith noble family might be formidable, but they couldn't stand alone against all the nobles vying for power. Besides, Felix didn't want to bring them unnecessary trouble. "But President Felix," Draven interjected cautiously as he rose from his seat, "you need to be careful. While you manage to scare off some of them, there are still plenty who won't back down easily and will try to attack you, especially those close to you." Felix nodded knowingly. He recognized the danger lurking around him. The allure of the bicycle technology was too tempting for many nobles to ignore. But fear wouldn't rule him. He wasn't that easy to be bullied. Sir Draven, Felix asked with narrowed eyes, where does your Emberfell noble family stand on this? Draven smiled slightly as he replied, cryptically, wherever it benefits us. With that enigmatic statement hanging in the air, he exited the conference room alongside the white-haired girl. As Draven stepped out into the hallway, he paused and muttered under his breath, what an interesting guy. The white-haired girl frowned thoughtfully beside him. He's quite mysterious. I can't see through him at all. Draven raised an eyebrow at her response. You mean your eyes can't discern anything about him? You didn't pick up any information? She remained silent for a moment before nodding solemnly. You know, my eyes never fail me. That's really intriguing, Draven mused while rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Let's head back to the clan. With that decision made, they left behind the top floor of the office building. Inside the conference room, only Felix, Quill, and Logan remained. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken thoughts as Logan turned to Felix, his brow furrowed with concern. Felix, my boy, have you really made up your mind? He asked, his voice steady yet probing. Felix shrugged nonchalantly. I get it. You don't want to share this with anyone. But sometimes it's better to share things out rather than keep it all for yourself. Trust me, keeping things for yourself can lead to more trouble than it's worth, Logan continued. Felix grinned mischievously. Look, I just don't want to share my food. That's how I've always rolled. Eating alone is my thing. And honestly, I'm not afraid of those nobles. He leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms defiantly. All these nobles see in the bicycles is a way to grab more power for themselves. Instead of using it to benefit the commoners, they just hoard everything good like greedy little dragons. Logan sighed heavily and shook his head. Big bro, they're already waiting. Let's go. Nixie exclaimed, standing in front of Felix with a huff of annoyance. Felix nodded, shaking his head with a bittersweet smile. Come on, are you still mad? It's been over a month. Besides, you extorted 1 billion gold coins from me. That was just 2 hours of hard-earned money. Nixie glared at him. You have the nerve to say that? You literally turned me into a practice dummy. Do you know how many bolts of lightning I had to endure? Look at my hair. My once soft and fluffy pink locks have lost all their luster because of you. I've had to hide back at the estate just to avoid embarrassment. She snorted angrily. Felix scratched his nose, guilt flashing across his face as he glanced at her pale pink hair. Well, at least you got 1 billion gold coins out of it. So that makes us even. Even, that's barely enough. I want 5% equity in your bicycle business for fixing my hair and mending my heart. Otherwise, we're not done here, Nixie declared defiantly. Felix stood up from his chair and playfully tapped her on the head with an amused grin. Don't talk nonsense. Come on, let's go meet them. With that, he strolled out of the office, hands clasped behind his back. Nixie pouted and hurried after him. Big bro, we're not finished discussing this. Inside a grand building resembling a winery, machines for wine production were meticulously arranged throughout the space. The intoxicating aroma of wine wafted through the air. It was almost enough to make one tipsy just from breathing it in. President Felix, this is the wine we crafted based on your recipes. Please give it a taste, said an elderly man named Mr. Stewart, around 60 years old with long gray hair and spirited eyes framed by an ordinary face. Felix smiled as he surveyed the 10 bottles of wine lined up on the table next to elegant glasses. Mr. Stewart, great to see you again. Could you help me out here? I'm no expert when it comes to wine, he replied sheepishly. Of course. Mr. Stewart beamed as he pointed to the first bottle. A striking piece with a wide base tapering elegantly towards the top and adorned with white vein-like patterns that gave it an elegant appearance. President Felix, allow me to introduce you to the exquisite moonlit mirage, Mr. Stewart began, his voice smooth and inviting. This wine is crafted from the rarest of ingredients, most notably the legendary moonbloom grapes, an enchanting treasure of heaven and earth that only flourishes under the gentle caress of moonlight and starlight. Alongside these grapes, we have the ethereal moonstone dust, which imparts a dreamy quality to the wine, and the delicate essence of Lunaria rose petals. The ingredients used in creating the moonlit mirage are so precious that they result in an incredibly dense concentration of mana. Within the wine.in fact, I estimate that only tier 5 mana cultivators and above can safely indulge in this elixir. Those below this tier risk serious injury, or worse, if they attempt to drink it. Felix's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the moonlit mirage. This wine was nothing short of a treasure for any mana cultivator, especially those who appreciated fine wine. Beside him, Nixie's eyes gleamed with dollar signs. She saw this wine as a golden opportunity. We're going to get rich again. Nixie whispered dreamily, a small drool escaping her lips. Felix chuckled softly as he gently knocked her on the head playfully. Wake up! You're drooling. What an embarrassment. Nixie snapped out of her reverie and wiped her mouth while pouting at him. Felix shook his head before turning back to Mr. Stewart. Could you pour me a glass? Me too, me too. Nixie chimed in eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation after Mr. Stewart's enticing description. Felix glanced at her disapprovingly. Children shouldn't drink. You're not having any. Come on, big bro. Who says I'm a child? I'm already a tier 5 wind elemental mage. I can't handle it. Nixie puffed out her small chest defiantly. Felix gave her chest a quick glance before muttering under his breath, You're still too small. Humph, bad brother. Nixie turned away with a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Mr. Stewart chuckled from the side. It wouldn't hurt for her to try just a sip. Okay. Felix relented with a smile. Grandpa Stewart is the best. Nixie cheered as she hurriedly grabbed a wine glass from Mr. Stewart's hand. With an elegant flourish, Mr. Stewart uncorked the bottle of Moonlit Mirage and poured its shimmering silver-pink liquid into Nixie's glass. Yes, soon as it was poured, an intoxicating aroma filled the air, a delightful blend of rose petals and ripe moonbloom grapes that seemed almost magical. Felix's eyes glazed over. As if he'd stepped into a dreamscape, he inhaled deeply, a blissful smile spreading across his face moments. Later, he snapped back to reality, his gaze landing on the glass of wine in Mr. Stewart's hand. With eager anticipation, he took a small sip. The flavors danced on his palate, mellow and delicate notes of grapes, fragrant rose petals, and a whisper of honey cascaded down his throat. In that instant, Felix felt as though he were lying on a soft bed of roses beneath an enchanting moonlit sky. Warmth enveloped him like the gentle caress of a maiden's hands. As the wine worked its magic, Felix sensed his mana veins expanding. The energy within him stirred as intense mana flowed in from outside, swirling through his body before he expertly calmed it down. He opened his eyes and exhaled with satisfaction. A dreamy sigh escaped him. This wine is simply divine. System, I never expected your recipes to be this extraordinary. He transmitted his voice to the system. Of course, all my products are of the highest quality, the system replied proudly. Mr. Stewart, this moonlit mirage is simply... Felix trailed off, searching for words, but finding none that could capture its essence. Mr. Stewart merely smiled knowingly while stroking his beard with an air of elegance. Suddenly, a dreamy voice interrupted their moment. Bye. Big bro. Felix turned to see Nixie wobbling toward him with flushed cheeks. Her face was so red, it looked like it might drip blood. She wore a dazed expression as if she were lost in her own fantasy. Drool hung at the corner of her mouth, as if she were dreaming about something delicious. Felix was momentarily speechless at her state. He didn't need to ask what was occupying her thoughts. The dreamy look on her face and the drool suggested she was likely envisioning piles of gold coins or some other treasure that he noticed her mana fluctuating wildly. She seemed close to making a breakthrough. I should mention that the alcohol content in Moonlit Mirage is quite high, Mr. Stewart added with a grin. Shaking his head gently, Felix placed a hand on Nixie's back and channeled some mana into her body. Instantly calming her turbulent energy brought her back to reality as the drunken haze faded away. Startled awake, Nixie pouted at Felix. Big bro, you ruined my dream. I was swimming happily on a mountain of gold coins. Gold again? Is that all you think about? One day money might land you in serious trouble, Felix replied with an amused shake of his head. Nixie simply pouted further, but couldn't tear her eyes away from the remaining moonlit mirage in the bottle. Her yearning gaze spoke volumes about what she truly desired. Felix turned to Mr. Stewart with a curious glint in his eye and asked, How many bottles of Moonlit Mirage can you produce? Mr. Stewart paused for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. Finally, he replied, President Felix, the ingredients for crafting Moonlit Mirage are incredibly rare and quite costly. Take the Moonbloom grapes, for instance. They only flourish after absorbing the energy of the moon and stars. The entire process is intricate and requires meticulous attention. Even a minor error could spoil everything. He took a breath before continuing. Considering all these factors, my estimate is that we can produce only 10,000 bottles of Moonlit Mirage per year. Felix pondered this information deeply. After a few moments of reflection, he looked back at Mr. Stewart and said with conviction, 10,000 bottles sounds perfect. After all, we're creating a high-quality wine that's meant to be exclusive, so rare that it becomes a treasure to find. Let's keep it special. Hey, big bro, why do we only produce such a small amount of wine? I really think we can make a ton and rake in some serious cash. Nixie asked, her curiosity piqued. Felix shook his head with a knowing smile. Nixie, think about it. The rarer something is, the more people want it. Imagine if we only released 1,000 bottles of Moonlit Mirage each month that you already know how incredible it tastes and the effects it has. So just picture how much others would crave it. With limited availability, everyone will be scrambling to get their hands on a bottle, but not everyone will succeed. He paused for emphasis before continuing. We need to keep it exclusive and rare. Our goal is to attract only the wealthiest customers, those who might even find that having money doesn't guarantee them a bottle. By creating an aura of scarcity around Moonlit Mirage, we can position it as something so coveted that even money can't easily buy it. We have to build a high-end brand that screams exclusivity. As Felix spoke, Nixie's eyes lit up with understanding. Felix turned to Mr. Stewart with a gleam in his eye. All right, let's break down the Moonlit Mirage into 3 distinct versions: the standard bottle, the magnum bottle, and the rare vintage. He paused for effect before continuing. Each of these has its own price point. The standard bottle is priced at 5 million gold coins. The magnum bottle goes for 10 million gold coins. And the rare vintage is a luxurious 20 million gold coins per bottle, complete with an exclusive moon-enchanted themed wine box. Mr. Stewart nodded thoughtfully, but frowned slightly. But do we still need to produce 10,000 bottles? Absolutely, Felix confirmed with a nod. We'll allocate a specific number of bottles for each version based on their rarity and price. But let's limit the rare vintage to just 1,000 bottles. Got it, Mr. Stewart replied, understanding dawning on him. Felix then glanced at the other bottles of wine adorning the table. Now, tell me about our other offerings. Yes, President Felix. Mr. Stewart's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he stroked his beard and eagerly began explaining each one. That besides the Moonlit Mirage, there were 9 additional bottles waiting to be unveiled. This here is the Elven Starlight, Mr. Stewart said proudly while pointing to a long, elegant white crystal bottle topped with an emerald star-shaped stopper. The label featured intricate silver-embossed elven script that shimmered in the light. Inside was an enchanting emerald green wine that seemed to glow from within. The Elven Starlight is our second most expensive wine after the Moonlit Mirage, Mr. Stewart continued animatedly. It's crafted from rare treasures like 4-star heaven and earth ingredients. Emerald green grapes, starlight sugar, and aqua vitalis, all sourced from the elven race. The aqua vitalis is 1,000 weaker version of the legendary water of life, but it's still quite a treasure. He took a breath before diving deeper into its creation process. The emerald green grapes are pressed using our crystal-tipped wine press. We infuse the musk juice with starlight sugar and aqua vitalis before fermenting it in barrels made from ancient trees over 1,000 years old. We even add moon yeast and age it for 10 years using your vino vault. A few magical herbs are blended in too. After a brief pause filled with anticipation, he added excitedly, the Elven Starlight possesses remarkable healing properties. It can heal wounds up to Tier 5 instantly and has some effects on Tier 6 and Tier 7 as well. Felix chuckled softly as he looked at Mr. Stewart with satisfaction. At this rate, I feel like we're brewing magic potions instead of just making wine. Mr. Stewart was momentarily taken aback, but soon joined in Felix's laughter. Felix shook his head and continued. The Elven Starlight will be divided into 3 exquisite varieties, much like the Moonlit Mirage. The Elven Starlight White, the Elven Starlight Red, and the Elven Starlight Rose. Each one is more potent than the last. He paused for a moment before adding, we'll age the rare vintage of both the Moonlit Mirage and the Elven Starlight Rose for a full 100 years using the Vino Vault. Mr. Stewart frowned slightly. But President Felix, using the Vino Vault requires an immense amount of mana crystals, especially if we want to age wine for a century. Mr. Stewart, Felix chuckled as he waved his hand dismissively. The least of my worries is running low on mana crystals. Nixie will transfer plenty to you soon. Good. Mr. Stewart nodded with a smile. So how many bottles should we produce? How many can you produce? Felix countered. Mr. Stewart thought for a moment before replying. The production method for the Elven Starlight isn't too complicated compared to that of the Moonlit Mirage. The ingredients are not particularly rare, just quite expensive, so I estimate we can produce about 20,000 bottles per year. That sounds promising. Felix nodded in approval. Let's limit production of the Elven Starlight Rose to just 4,000 bottles, and ensure that each variety of both wines uses higher quality and rarer ingredients than its predecessor, but make sure those ingredients complement each other to preserve taste and effect. Understood, President Felix, Mr. Stewart replied with a firm nod. So big, bro. Nixie chimed in curiously. How much would the Elven Starlight cost? Felix narrowed his eyes thoughtfully as he answered. The Elven Starlight will be priced at 2 million gold coins per bottle. The Elven Starlight Red at 4 million gold coins, and the Elven Starlight Rose at 6 million gold coins. Nixie's face lit up with excitement as she grinned widely. That's fantastic. Oh, by the way, Nixie interjected eagerly. What's this Vino Vault you two were talking about? Felix shook his head slightly before explaining. It's a treasure that can manipulate time, either slowing it down or speeding it up, but its level is relatively low. Plus, it consumes an astronomical amount of energy to use. What? Nixie exclaimed in shock. A treasure that can influence time. It must be priceless. How did you even get your hands on something like that? Even if you have money, treasures like this aren't just lying around. Felix's lips twitched at the sound of Nixie's voice that he couldn't help but remember how he had splurged on this treasure from the system shop, a jaw-dropping 500 billion BEP. He had to put it on credit. Otherwise, there was no way he could afford something so extravagant. Don't think about where it comes from. It's dangerous, Felix warned, shaking his head in disbelief. Nixie, however, was undeterred. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, But big bro, don't you think if we use this to cultivate, we'll get stronger super fast? Felix shot her a sidelong glance and responded coolly. If you're itching for a quick exit from life, be my guest. I'm not ready to kick the bucket just yet. What do you mean? Nixie asked, clearly puzzled. With a resigned sigh, Felix explained, Let me put it this way. Never mess with the laws of time unless you're strong enough to handle the consequences, unless you want to meet your end sooner than expected. Though Nixie remained confused by his warning, she chose not to press further. She understood that if her big brother deemed something dangerous, it probably was. Turning his attention back to Mr. Stewart, Felix said firmly, Now tell me more about the rest of the wine. Of course, Mr. Stewart replied with a nod as he began detailing the exquisite selections laid out before them. In addition to the moonlit mirage and elven starlight wines on the table, was something truly special. Maiden Blood. This unique wine is crafted from an intriguing blend of ingredients. The blood of a 6-month-old magical beast known as the rainbow deer, crimson blood grapes, a 4-star treasure, nourished with various magical beast blood, and petals from the enchanting blood moon rose. The fermentation process takes place in silver barrels etched with mana, gathering arrays and ages for a decade in the Vino Vault. The bottle itself is stunning, deep red like ruby gems and shaped like a heart wrapped in luxurious velvet adorned with a crimson ribbon. Felix categorized Maiden Blood into 2 distinct varieties. Maiden Blood Red, a full-body delight that's rich and intense, and Maiden Blood Rose, a lighter option that's delicate and refreshingly fruity. According to Mr. Stewart's expertise, they produce only 100,000 bottles of Maiden Blood each year. Felix set an impressive price tag of 1 million gold coins for each bottle of Maiden Blood Red and a staggering 3 million gold coins for Maiden Blood Rose. And there is the exquisite Rosewood vintage. Its main ingredients is the rosewood grapes picked from a century-old vine. The fermentation process takes place in barrels made from ancient rosewood, over 1,000 years old. Yeast is infused with the delicate essence of rose petals, and then the wine is aged for 5 luxurious years using the Vino Vault. The bottle is a work of art itself, encased in stunning crystal purple glass and adorned with intricate gold leaf detailing. The rosewood vintage wine comes in 2 delightful varieties, the bold vintage rose red and the elegant wood rose vintage. According to Mr. Stewart, they can produce an impressive 300,000 bottles each year. Felix set each bottle of vintage rose red at the price of 500,000 gold coins, while the wood rose vintage commands a staggering price of 1.2 million gold coins. As Mr. Stewart patiently introduced Felix to these remarkable wines, Felix couldn't help but nod in satisfaction at every detail shared. He knew that once these wines hit the market, they would create quite a stir among the upper-class society. Everyone would be clamoring to get their hands on them. Felix nodded, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he savored the diverse selection of wines before him. Turning to Mr. Stewart, he said, By the way, could you gather the other winemakers? I have something important to share with all of you. Mr. Stewart nodded with a warm smile and headed toward the innermost part of the winery, leaving Felix to focus on Nixie. I need you to start preparing for planting and cultivating the materials and ingredients for our wine, especially grapes. They are our most crucial component. Nixie's demeanor shifted instantly as she pulled out a small notebook and began jotting down notes. Big bro, how many acres should we use for cultivating a vineyard for various grapes? Felix shook his head thoughtfully. Do what you think is best, but ensure it's large enough. Plant every type of grape you can find. Don't leave any behind. As long as they can be used for winemaking, plant them. He paused for emphasis before adding, make sure each type of grape is cultivated in separate vineyards. Mixing them up is not an option. Hire professionals for this task. Money isn't an issue, just make sure everything is perfect. Nixie's serious expression reflected her commitment as she diligently wrote down Felix's instructions. After a moment, she looked up and asked, is that all? Felix contemplated briefly before nodding. Yes, that's it for now. I'll let you know if anything else comes to mind. Okay, Nixie replied thoughtfully. Should I cultivate these ingredients in Arkfield District? No. Felix frowned slightly and shook his head. There's a vast piece of fertile land behind this winery that's perfect. It's closer and well-suited for our needs. Got it, Nixie acknowledged with understanding. Also, Felix added, find someone to build a wall around this winery to separate it from the surrounding buildings. Yes, big bro, Nixie responded calmly. Now on to the second part. I want you to start building wine stores throughout the royal capital. How many? Nixie inquired while looking at him expectantly. 108, Felix replied decisively. Nixie blinked in surprise before asking, why only 108? We could build more than that. Felix shook his head gently. Nixie, we're aiming for exclusivity here. Our wine store should feel rare and special, not something easily found just by walking down the street like fast food joints. So we'll build one store in each district of Asteria? Nixie clarified. Yes, Felix confirmed with a smile. But not just any store. Create the most beautiful and elegant wine stores using only the finest materials. Here, Felix said, waving his hand slightly as a collection of blueprints materialized on the table beside him. These are 108 unique blueprints for building wine stores. Each one is different, and all the materials you'll need to construct them are listed right here. Nixie studied the blueprints intently, nodding her head in understanding as she took them into her hands. Also, Felix continued, select a few people and start training them on everything there is to know about wine. Yes, Nixie replied, jotting down notes with a serious expression. And make sure to scout out the best locations for these wine stores. Felix added, his tone firm yet encouraging, as Nixie diligently wrote down every word. Felix couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. He knew she was already carrying a heavy load, and now he was adding more responsibilities to her plate. With a gentle smile, he reached out and affectionately ruffled her soft pink hair. Nixie looked up at him, confusion flickering in her eyes. Nixie, are you tired? He asked softly. Huh, not really. She shook her head gently. Is something wrong? Felix smiled reassuringly. Not at all. But I think you should consider finding an assistant to help lighten your workload, someone talented who can manage aspects of the wine business. You're right. Nixie nodded eagerly. Great. When you find the right person, bring their information to me, Felix said with a smile that lit up his face. Okay. Nixie's grin revealed her pearly white teeth as enthusiasm radiated from her. Just then, Mr. Stewart's voice boomed from behind them. President Felix. Felix turned around to see Mr. Stewart accompanied by several older gentlemen, each one seasoned with experience and wisdom. The youngest among them appeared to be at least 40 years old. Mr. Stewart. Felix acknowledged him before addressing the group of older men behind him. Is this everyone? Yes, President Felix. Mr. Stewart confirmed before turning back to the men. All right, everyone, this is President Felix, our boss, and he has something important he wants to discuss with us. Immediately, every pair of eyes fixed on Felix with scrutiny. Surprise danced across their faces as they appraised him from head to toe. This young man is quite young. I didn't expect someone so youthful to lead such a significant business. What a promising young man. The murmurs spread like wildfire as they nodded in agreement while stroking their white beards thoughtfully. Hello, everyone. Felix stepped forward confidently. As Mr. Stewart has introduced me already, I won't take up too much of your time. Felix paused for a moment, scanning the group of seasoned gentlemen before him. With a twinkle in his eye, he began, Gentlemen, I promise not to take up too much of your time today. The reason I've gathered you all here is that I have an exciting proposal that I believe you'll find quite appealing. The old men exchanged curious glances, surprise evident on their faces as interest sparked in their eyes. Felix couldn't help but smile at their reaction. First off, he continued warmly, I want to thank each of you for contributing to our recent success with the wine. Your efforts have truly paid off. Now, let's talk about something that ties into our shared passion wine. He leaned in slightly as he said with a smile, I've decided to open up our resources and materials for you to create your very own wines. You'll have the chance to craft your unique wines and sell them in our wine stores. And here's the best part. You'll keep 40% of the total revenue from your sales. How does that sound? Mr. Stewart and the other seasoned winemakers were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. President Felix, are you sure about this? Mr. Stewart asked, his voice trembling ever so slightly. Absolutely, Felix replied with a reassuring smile. Meeting Mr. Stewart's gaze directly, in that moment, a spark ignited within Mr. Stewart. Excitement coursed through him like a fine vintage wine bubbling in a glass. The others shared his thrill. These old men, masters of their craft but often overlooked in favor of more glamorous professions like alchemy or blacksmithing, felt a rush of hope. While they had always enjoyed making wine, it was disheartening to see it overshadowed by the likes of magic, potions, and spirit chefs. Sure, their wines sold well enough, but they crave recognition for their artistry. But when they were hired by Felix and started working here, they began to realize just how unique the brewing methods and recipes truly are. They had stumbled upon techniques that produced astonishing effects, wines unlike anything they'd ever imagined. Winemaking had always been the immense investment. Resources were scarce for these humble artisans, but here was Felix offering them access to everything they needed: materials, equipment, and even distribution channels. They could sell their creations in various wine stores and enjoy 40% of the profits, a generous deal considering they were using resources at no cost to them to attain this stage in their lives. All they longed for was fame and respect for their craft. Their chance to be celebrated alongside other esteemed professions was finally within reach. Felix continued enthusiastically. And there's more. We'll have a library filled with all the knowledge you could want, recipes and methods galore to help you brew your wines with confidence. Goodness gracious! Mr. Stewart exclaimed as he nodded vigorously in agreement. The atmosphere buzzed with joy as the old men exchanged glances filled with appreciation for Felix's vision. This was not just an opportunity. It was a dream come true. Wow, big bro. Look at those grandpas. They look like they've just been handed a mountain of candy. Just look at how happy they are. Nixie leaned in closer to Felix, her eyes sparkling with delight. Felix couldn't help but smile, shaking his head in amusement. Of course they're thrilled. This is their chance to finally get some recognition for their incredible craft. He turned his gaze to Mr. Stewart and the other winemakers, his voice steady and encouraging. Remember, every bottle you produce can have your name engraved on the label. But let me stress this. Each wine must be of the highest quality. Absolutely, President Felix. Mr. Stewart replied eagerly, excitement lighting up his eyes. And before I forget, Felix added with a chuckle, our wine stores will be opening in just a few months, so it's time to start preparing. Make sure your wines are ready to be part of our very first batch for sale. With that, Felix and Nixie left the winery, leaving behind a group of stunned old men who were still processing the thrilling news. Wait, are you telling me there's a half-saint there? A man in his 50s, with an unremarkable square face and a small mustache, said with surprise in his eyes. He stood tall with slightly dark skin, exuding an aura of ordinariness, just the kind of guy you'd pass on the street without a second glance. Yes, patriarch, Draven replied respectfully, his gaze fixed on the man. This was Ronan, the current patriarch of the Emberfell noble family, a lineage that rivaled even the Maywraiths in strength, perhaps even surpassing them. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Ronan rubbed his chin thoughtfully, a glimmer of intrigue dancing in his eyes. I never expected him to have such surprises up his sleeve. And Luna couldn't see through him at all? Ronan turned to Draven with keen interest. That's right, it's unprecedented, Draven explained. The only time Luna's abilities falter is when someone is either stronger or possesses something unique about them. Felix may be mature for his age and calm under pressure, but I doubt he's either stronger or more special than Luna. Draven, Ronan said with a shake of his head. The world is vast and filled with mysteries that often elude our understanding, even with our considerable strength and background. But Croy is an absolute fool. I can't believe the Bloodworth noble family would send someone like him to negotiate. Ronan scoffed dismissively. So what's our plan? We can't let the Maywraiths monopolize this opportunity, Draven pressed. We do nothing, Ronan replied with a calm smile. What do you mean by that? Confusion flickered in Draven's eyes. While this invention could revolutionize lives, it's not worth jeopardizing our family's safety over it. Have you noticed how the top families aren't making any moves? Ronan chuckled softly. They don't see this as something worth fighting for. It's valuable, but not enticing enough for them. Only smaller noble families will scramble for it. But Patriarch, Draven insisted, this could genuinely benefit us if we show some sincerity. Draven, Ronan said gently but firmly, it's not as simple as it appears. Even if we wanted to get involved, do you really think we'd be allowed to benefit easily? His smile remained steady as he continued. Right now, We're under scrutiny from the king. He views us as a tumor needing removal that we've endured so much recently. We can't afford to divert our energy elsewhere or risk being destroyed. And do you honestly believe the royal family would allow Felix to control something so impactful? Something that could earn him public favor? Ronan smirked knowingly. You mean they're also after this bicycle invention? Draven's surprise was evident. Ronan chuckled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. You see, that's exactly why I mentioned earlier that the top dogs seem disinterested right now, that everyone's caught in a real pickle, one wrong move, and they could find themselves in serious hot water. He paused for a moment, letting the weight of his words sink in before continuing. Sure, we noble families wield some influence and can sway decisions within the kingdom, he added thoughtfully. But let's not kid ourselves. Our foundation may be solid, but we're nowhere near the royal family's level that we need to tread carefully. Draven nodded, but couldn't hide the reluctance flickering in his gaze. So we're just going to sit back and do nothing. We have to play it like the other families, Ronan replied with a shrug. A wait-and-see approach is best for now. Let's observe how things unfold. It won't be too late to make our move later on. But I really hope the Bloodworth noble family knows how to behave, he smirked coldly, because if they don't, well, let's just say I can't imagine what awaits them. Hey Thorn, long time no see. A man clad in heavy armor, his shining bald head glinting in the sunlight, patted another man dressed in silver armor with a sword hanging at his waist. The first man's huge halberd loomed over him like a silent guardian. Ha ha! Thrain, I didn't expect to run into you here. It's been ages since we parted ways. Thorn exclaimed, enveloping Thrain in a bear hug that could rival a grizzly's embrace, a wide grin plastered across his face. Yeah. Thrain nodded, chuckling as he stepped back. So, how have you been lately? Thorn shrugged playfully. Well, you know how it is for us adventurers. Our lives are pretty much the same. Raiding dungeons, slaying magical beasts, completing missions, and downing rum at the tavern. True enough, Thrain replied with a wry smile. Our daily routine feels like it's on repeat. Sometimes I wish for something different to shake things up. Thrain continued thoughtfully. Yeah, it can get boring, Thorn agreed with a nod. But hey, we got plenty on our plates already. Fighting monsters and teaming up with friends? That's pretty great too. Absolutely, Thrain said enthusiastically. We meet so many people and forge bonds. Becoming comrades in arms is what makes this life worthwhile. The two men exchanged knowing glances before bursting into laughter together. All right, buddy, I've got to run. Just accepted a mission. Sony will be waiting for me, Thorn said as he patted Thrain on the shoulder and mounted the horse beside him. Catch you later. Be careful out there, Thrain called out with a smile. Haha, don't worry, I know my strength. Thorn chuckled back before giving his horse an affectionate pat. With a swift motion, they shot off into the distance and vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Thrain stood there for a moment, shaking his head with a heavy sigh before entering the towering structure that seemed to pierce the clouds above. The Twilight Mountain Range is known as one of the largest and most treacherous mountain ranges on the Linares continent, stretching for millions of miles. Its exact size remains a mystery. The undulating mountains create a majestic arc, with towering peaks that seem to reach for the sky. The average height of the mountains is around 30,000 feet, with the highest peak being Mount Skyfall at over 100,000 feet. No one has ever reached the summit of Mount Skyfall, as its peak seems to disappear into the clouds. In fact, the Twilight Mountain Range is the largest on the continent, bordering many kingdoms and empires. It is home to various magical beasts and mysterious dungeons that no one dares to explore. Even the strongest warriors avoid claiming the Twilight Mountain Range, as those who have tried have met their demise. Alongside magical beasts, the range is inhabited by different life forms such as the Elven race, Shadowborns, and Wind Wraiths, all coexisting without claiming ownership. The Twilight Mountain Range is divided into 3 regions: the outer, inner, and core regions, each with its own unique inhabitants and dangers. The outer region is home to Tier 1 to Tier 3 magical beasts, while the inner region houses Tier 4 to Tier 6 creatures. The core region is reserved for Tier 7 and above, making it the most dangerous area. Despite the abundance of resources in the range, no one dares to lay claim to it. The resources in the Twilight Mountain Range are so plentiful that the mountain has become a treasure trove. As a result, many adventurers and mana cultivators flock to the area in search of wealth. The number of magical beasts in the range is also high, attracting even more adventurers. However, most only dare to venture into the outer regions, while only the strongest are brave enough to explore the inner regions. The core region is off limits to all but the most fearless. For many years, Powerful kingdoms and empires have all tried to claim the Twilight Mountain Range for themselves, only to be met with devastation and destruction. The resources and treasures in the range are so abundant that many people are tempted to throw away their fears and try to claim it for themselves, but they always meet their end. Anyone who can claim the entire Twilight Mountain Range will have access to endless resources, heaven and earth treasures, mana crystals, ores, minerals, and even the magical beasts that inhabit the mountain. Every part of the magical beast is considered a treasure. Despite many attempts, no one has succeeded in claiming the range. The core region of the Twilight Mountain Range has become a forbidden zone that even saints dare not venture into. Every day, numerous adventurers head into the Twilight Mountain Range to hunt magical beasts or complete missions assigned by the Adventurer Guild. Most people stick to the outer region, as it's considered the safest and has the highest concentration of magical beasts. The outer region is always bustling with activity, with explosions, roars, and screams echoing through the air. Resources are plentiful in this area, attracting mana cultivators and adventurers. Alike, it's a lively place to be, with something new happening every day. Outside the majestic Twilight Mountain Range, just a few miles from its entrance, Thorn galloped on his extraordinary steed, kicking up clouds of dust behind him. He rode a Tier 3 magical beast known as the Windrunner, a magnificent creature 3 times larger than an ordinary horse, with the ability to harness the power of the wind. It could reach incredible speeds of up to 1,000 miles per hour. As Thorn sped along the road, his mount transformed into a blur, darting toward the entrance of the mountains in mere moments. Pulling back on the reins, Thorn brought the Windrunner to a swift halt, sending dust swirling into the air. "We've arrived," he sighed, releasing a deep breath filled with excitement. Before him stood the towering peaks of Twilight Mountain Range, where various magical beasts thrived in their wild splendor. "All right, buddy," he said affectionately as he patted his loyal companion's neck and tied it securely to a nearby tree. "Wait here for me. We'll head back together once I'm done." With that reassurance given, Thorn ventured down a narrow path leading into the mountain range. As he stepped deeper inside, ancient trees loomed overhead like colossal pillars, so massive that they seemed planted by giants themselves. Their enormous leaves blocked out much of the sunlight, casting an enchanting dimness over everything. But Thorn wasn't flustered. After years of exploring this mystical place, he was well acquainted with its outer regions that in fact, despite its vastness, believed to stretch across all of Lenara's continent. He had only scratched the surface of what lay within the entire outer region. After walking for some time, Thorn pulled out a crumpled piece of paper and scanned its contents. According to this, he murmured thoughtfully while stroking his chin, "Mithril apples grow in caves. Last reported sighting was at Moonwhisper Peak." His eyes sparkled with excitement, as he thought deeply. Moonwhisper Peak. Sounds like just the spot for those mithril apple trees. He glanced up at the blazing sun hanging high above, the heat intensifying with every passing moment. "I'd better hurry before night falls," he muttered under his breath before veering onto another path and transforming into a silver blur amidst those towering ancient trees. About half an hour later, there's something ahead." Thorn raised an eyebrow as curiosity piqued his interest. Taking a deep breath to conceal his aura and presence, he stopped near a massive tree where he sensed unusual mana fluctuations. Peeking around cautiously revealed an intense scene unfolding just meters away. Thorn's eyes widened in slightly surprise as he witnessed a fierce spectacle unfolding just a few meters away. 2 Tier 3 magical beasts were locked in an epic battle, transforming the surrounding landscape into a chaotic war zone. The huge ancient trees lay uprooted or snapped in half, while massive craters and ditches marred the ground for hundreds of meters around. "Is that the Emberwolf and the Thunderbear?" Thorn muttered under his breath, barely able to contain his astonishment. These beasts are absolutely brutal, but then again it makes sense they're natural enemies, he thought, riveted by the clash before him. Both creatures bore deep wounds, their massive bodies marred by bloodied gashes from their relentless struggle. The Emberwolf was a sight to behold, a majestic wolf wreathed in flames, its fiery fur flickering like living fire. Its eyes glowed with an intense ember-like light, and each paw step left behind trails of sparks. In contrast stood the Thunderbear, a colossal grizzly with fur as dark as coal and eyes that flashed like lightning. Its roar echoed through the air like thunder itself, shaking the very earth beneath them. With a burst of speed, the Ember Wolf charged forward, its blazing form illuminating the dimming surroundings. The Thunderbear braced itself, its immense paws firmly planted on the ground. The wolf lunged closer, The bear unleashed a deafening roar that sent shockwaves rippling through the AI in a breathtaking display of agility. The Ember Wolf leaped aside to evade a powerful swipe from its opponent and retaliated with razor-sharp claws engulfed in flames. The Thunder Bear staggered back slightly as singed fur fell away from its body. Enraged by this attack, it countered with raw strength that sent the wolf hurtling across the battlefield, but not one to be easily defeated. The Ember Wolf quickly regained its footing and summoned forth a wave of fire aimed at scorching the bear's flank. In response, lightning crackled from within the Thunder Bear as it retaliated with an electrifying blast that struck true as their battle raged on, each beast pushing beyond its limits. The Ember Wolf's flames blazed brighter than ever before. Sensing its foe's growing power, the Thunder Bear unleashed a colossal thunderclap that shook everything around them. Seizing this moment of distraction, the Ember Wolf harnessed those vibrations to amplify its own flames into an explosive surge of fiery energy that enveloped its adversary completely. The Thunder Bear didn't have time to react, and it engulfed in the flames, completely scorched black, with one last defiant roar echoing through what remained of their battlegrounds. Now scorched earth littered with remnants of their ferocious conflict, the bear collapsed in a smoldering defeat. The landscape around him was a scene straight out of a nightmare. Scorched earth stretched for hundreds of meters, flames licking the air as they danced wildly. Although the Ember Wolf won and killed the Thunder Bear, but the Ember Wolf wasn't much better off. Its once majestic fur was now charred black, and deep gashes marred its body, blood oozing from its wounds and pooling on the ground below. It looked utterly miserable. Thorn, concealed just a few meters away, watched the chaos unfold with an air of indifference. After all, battles like this were a daily occurrence in the Twilight Mountain Range. Magical beasts clashed endlessly. Some fought for territory, others for treasures, and many simply to assert dominance. Why should he be surprised? A smirk crept across his lips as he surveyed the wounded Ember Wolf. Looks like today is my lucky day. Who would have thought I'd stumble upon this right after entering the mountain range? With that thought lingering in his mind, Thorn closed his eyes and unleashed his soul, sensed he needed to be cautious. Such a ruckus could easily attract other adventurers or even more magical beasts eager to join the fray. Is anyone else lurking nearby? He wondered silently. After scanning the area thoroughly, he opened his eyes again and confirmed what he suspected. No one's around. I better make my move. His gaze shifted back to the Ember Wolf, determination igniting within him. Unsheathing the long sword at his waist with practiced ease, Thorn stepped out from his hiding spot to howl. The Ember Wolf unleashed a thunderous howl as it caught sight of Thorn emerging from behind a tree. Its eyes widened in wariness when they locked onto the long, gleaming sword gripped tightly in his hand. Injured and vulnerable, the Ember Wolf instinctively took a few steps back, knowing it was too weak to fight again. Oh! The creature's roar echoed through the forest, almost pleading with Thorn to keep his distance. But Thorn stood his ground a few meters away, shaking his head with an air of calm indifference. Despite the Ember Wolf's pitiful state, he had no intention of letting it escape. In this harsh world, strength ruled. If their roles were reversed, he knew the Ember Wolf wouldn't hesitate to strike him down without mercy. With a quick tap of his foot on the ground, Thorn transformed into a silver streak of lightning in the blink of an eye. He was behind the Ember Wolf, and before it could react, his sword, now stained with blood, did its grim work. With a resounding thud, the Ember Wolf's head fell away from its body, blood gushing forth like a fountain as its massive form crumpled to the earth. Thorn surveyed the fallen beast with a shake of his head before wiping off the blood on his sword and sheathing it once more. Time was precious. He quickly set about collecting valuable parts from both the Ember Wolf and Thunder Bear. Just minutes later, he finished gathering his spoils of war and stored them away in his storage ring. All done, Thorn said with a satisfied grin. Now, let's get out of here. With that thought in mind, he swiftly left behind the devastated battlefield. Speeding through the towering, ancient trees, Thorn zipped like a bolt of silver lightning, weaving effortlessly between the massive trunks. After a few exhilarating hours, he finally came to a halt. Raising his head, he gazed ahead with a wide grin stretching across his face, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Finally, I've arrived. Moon Whisper Peak, he muttered with a wide grin. He looked at the huge and colossal mountain ahead, which seems to pierce through the sky itself. Taking a deep breath, he took out the paper from before, looking at it deeply, and then looking at each huge mountain in the distance. Yep, this is at Moon Whisper Peak. He nodded in confirmation. Nestled against the horizon, Moon's Whisper Peak towers majestically, its summit piercing the sky like a sentinel of ancient secrets. The base of this colossal mountain resembles a crescent moon, an enchanting sight that feels almost otherworldly. Lush greenery blankets its slopes, vibrant with emerald foliage and blooming flowers that paint the landscape in hues of nature's palette. A magnificent waterfall cascades down its face like a silver serpent, forming a gentle river that meanders into the distance. Thorn took a deep breath as he gazed up at Moon's Whisper Peak, unsheathing his long sword with a sense of purpose. While the mountain appeared serene and beautiful, Thorn knew better. Beauty often masks danger. Years spent as an adventurer had taught him that tranquility can be deceptive. After all, what lurks beneath the surface is often more perilous than it seems. He released his soul sense to scan the surroundings for any lurking threats. All was quiet except for the distant cries of insects and birds and a few curious white rabbits hopping about. No magical beasts in sight. With caution guiding his steps, Thorn made his way toward Moon's Whisper Peak, consulting his map to ensure he was on course. After half an hour of trekking through dense vegetation, he finally arrived at the entrance of a massive cave nestled beside the roaring waterfall. Weeds cloaked its mouth. Without careful observation, one might easily overlook it. Not rushing inside, Thorn hid behind a large boulder to extend his soul sense into the cave's depths. His surprise and confusion, he sensed no magical beasts or dangers lurking within. According to my knowledge, he muttered to himself, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Mithril apples are always guarded by winged lions. Had they wandered off in search of food? Mithril apples were treasures coveted by many, a 5-star heaven and earth treasure capable of enhancing magical beast strength significantly. Each winged lion began life with one pair of wings, but would grow more over time. Their number indicated their tier level. The more wings they possessed, the stronger they were. Typically found alongside these prized apples due to their ability to expedite growth cycles by years. It was odd for Thorn not to encounter any guardians here. Well then, he chuckled wryly to himself as excitement bubbled within him. It just got easier. With renewed determination coursing through him, he took several deep breaths before stepping into the cave. The path ahead was spacious yet dimly lit, a damp corridor leading deeper into darkness, but enough light filtered through for him to navigate cautiously. Even though he sensed no immediate danger, Thorn remained vigilant. After all, unseen threats could still lurk in shadows. After walking for a few minutes, Thorn stumbled into a vast clearing that took his breath away. The space was expansive, with a small river gracefully winding through the middle, flanked by an array of vibrant flowers and mesmerizing glowing plants that illuminated the entire area. But he didn't let the beauty distract him for long. His eyes suddenly lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "There it is, the mithril apples!" Just a few meters away stood 3 magnificent trees, their trunks adorned with glowing runes that pulsed like veins. The leaves were lush and enchanting, while fist-sized fruits glowed pink on the branches, each one shimmering faintly amidst the dense manna swirling around them. Thorn's heart raced as he gazed at these precious fruits, a dreamy look settling on his face. "I can't believe my luck. I never expected to find 3 mithril apple trees, and there are so many." He gasped, his breath quickening with anticipation. If he could gather all these apples, he could fulfill his mission requirements and keep plenty for himself. After all, mithril apples were renowned 5-star heaven and earth treasures coveted by many, especially alchemists eager to refine them into powerful pills. These rare apples were not only expensive, but also notoriously hard to come by. Even those with wealth often found it impossible to buy one. Shaking off his reverie, Thorn scanned the surroundings for any signs of danger before transforming into a blur and scaling one of the trees. "I better hurry up," he muttered under his breath as he began picking the glowing fruits and stashing them in his storage ring. Minutes later, after finishing with one tree, he quickly moved on to the next. But just as he was about to leap down from the second tree to reach the last one, an oppressive weight descended upon him, a heaviness so intense that it made breathing difficult. The manna around him surged violently, creating an atmosphere thick with foreboding. Thorn's face paled as dread washed over him. He felt an overwhelming killing intent lurking nearby, a bloodthirsty aura that sent chills down his spine. Slowly turning around, horror gripped him as his eyes widened in shock. At the entrance of this vast space stood 2 colossal creatures, lions adorned with 4 pairs of wings on their backs. Their bodies shimmered gold and white in color. One sported a majestic golden mane, the male, while its companion lacked such adornment. The female, towering at least 3 meters tall. Each, they resembled living mountains with 2 spiraled horns jutting from their heads. The pressure radiating from them was suffocating, It felt like time itself had stopped. Thorn's face turned ashen, his heart racing. What the hell? Why are there two winged lions here? He muttered under his breath. A storm of fear was brewing within him. And what are you two tier 4 magical beasts doing in the outer region? Aren't you supposed to be lurking in the inner depths? Though Thorn was a formidable tier 5 Grandmaster Knight, capable of handling ordinary tier 4 beasts with ease, these were no ordinary creatures. The winged lions before him radiated power and menace, and he could sense they were on the brink of breaking through to tier 5. How did he know? Those peculiar protrusions beneath their fourth pair of wings told him everything he needed to know. Great, just my luck, Thorn cursed, his eyes darting between the two majestic beasts that now regarded him with chilling indifference, as if he were nothing more than a piece of meat waiting to be devoured. These winged lions weren't just any magical beasts. They were intelligent predators who understood the stakes all too well. They had ventured out for a simple hunt, only to return and find this audacious human pilfering their hard-earned treasures, the precious mithril apples they had guarded. For years. Now, fury coursed through them like wildfire. They craved revenge and hungered for blood. Thorn stood resolutely before the two majestic winged lions, gripping his long sword with a mix of determination and trepidation. He knew these formidable beasts wouldn't let him slip away without a fight, that if he wanted to escape their clutches, he was in for a real struggle. Channeling his mana into the blade, Thorn watched as glowing runes ignited along its length, radiating an intense aura. Flames flickered to life, dancing along the sword's edge and causing the air around him to sizzle and crackle like a summer storm. With narrowed eyes and fierce resolve, he raised his weapon high and slashed it forward. Tier 5 Knight skill. Flame Requiem. He shouted. A torrent of fiery red flames surged toward the winged lions, leaving a blazing trail that illuminated the entire cave. The heat was palpable. It felt as if the very walls were alive with fire. Roar! The male winged lion unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the cavern, shaking it violently and sending cracks, spiderwebbing across the walls. Thorn's fiery attack was abruptly silenced by the shockwave generated by that ear-splitting roar. But panic wasn't in Thorn's nature. Instead, he launched another series of slashes, moving like a silver streak of lightning through the chaos. Yet each strike was effortlessly swatted away by the two powerful beasts as if they were mere annoyances. Demon! These creatures are no joke, Thorn muttered under his breath. Frustration etched on his face. The cave had been transformed into a battleground. Devastation reigned supreme with gaping cracks everywhere and flames licking at every surface. Thankfully, 3 mithril apple trees stood untouched amidst the chaos. Thorn knew he had to tread carefully. With each attack he unleashed, the stakes grew higher. If he harmed the precious mithril apple trees, those already furious winged lions would go completely berserk. And they were no fools, aware of the potential devastation their own powers could unleash. They held back as well, that if they decided to unleash their full strength, this cave would be reduced to rubble in an instant. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the cavern. Roar! The male winged lion lowered its massive head slightly, and the two curved horns glowed with an intense light. In a flash, a brilliant orb of energy condensed between them, radiating immense pressure that sent shivers down Thorn's spine. Before he could even react, that glowing orb transformed into a streak of golden lightning. Zipping toward him at breakneck speed, it was too fast. There was no way to dodge it. With no other option left, Thorn channeled every ounce of his mana into his sword and slashed forward in desperation. Boom. The clash between Thorn's sword and the glowing orb produced an earth-shattering explosion that reverberated through the cave. Boom. In an instant, Thorn became a blur as he was violently slammed against the wall. Cracks spiderwebbed across the stone surface as he sank into it. His silver armor shattered in multiple places under the impact. Blood poured from his mouth as horror flashed across his face. He felt deadly pale and vulnerable. The attack unleashed by the male four-winged lion left the cave in utter ruin. What was once a stunning sanctuary, adorned with vibrant flowers and shimmering crystals, now lay in shambles, transformed into a desolate wasteland devoid of beauty. Massive cracks spiderwebbed across. The walls and boulders tumbled from above, creating a chaotic scene that echoed with destruction. Meanwhile, the female four-winged lion stood protectively beside 3 mithril apple trees, enveloped in a shimmering white shield that rendered them untouched by the devastation surrounding them. Cough, cough, cough. Thorn gasped violently as he struggled to push away the rubble pinning him down. Slowly, he crawled from beneath the debris, his face pale as a ghost. devoid of blood and vitality. Blood trickled from his mouth, staining his lips crimson. His longsword lay shattered nearby, reduced to scrap metal, while his silver armor hung in tatters around him. Using what little strength he had left, Thorn leaned against a jagged rock for support and forced himself to stand. He locked eyes with the male four-winged lion, which glared at him with fury burning in its massive gaze. Fear gripped Thorn's heart as he faced this formidable creature. How could a tier 4-winged lion possess such overwhelming power? He wondered with a pale face that he quickly scanned his surroundings for an escape route. Fighting back would be futile. His only chance for survival lay in fleeing these two terrifying beasts. His eyes suddenly caught sight of an exit leading into vast open space. Hope ignited within him as he turned toward it. Silently channeling every last ounce of mana within him, Thorn felt his body flicker with starlight. A desperate attempt to escape that ROAROR. The male 4-winged lion let out an earth-shattering roar upon realizing Thorn's intentions. Golden streaks of light danced around it as it transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot through the air toward Thorn at breakneck speed. With adrenaline surging through him, Thorn activated his movement technique, Tier 5 Night Skill. Arcane Starlight Flash. In an instant, he became a streak of starlight and vanished from where he stood just moments before. BOM. A deafening explosion echoed behind him as the spot he'd just vacated erupted into a bottomless crater. The male 4-winged lion hovered slightly above ground, flapping its colossal wings before turning its head sharply toward the faint flicker of starlight disappearing at the entrance. ROAROR. Another furious roar erupted from its throat as it flapped its wings again and sped off like golden lightning after Thorn. "Demon, I made it out!" Thorn exclaimed, bursting from the cave with his eyes sparkling in excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed down the rocky slope, transforming into a streak of starlight that flickered with breathtaking speed as he raced away from Moon's Whisper Peak, never once looking back. Just a few meters away, he felt the distance growing between him and the ominous peak. All that filled Thorn's mind was the urgent need to escape this place. ROAROR. Suddenly, a colossal and terrifying roar echoed through the air, sending powerful ripples of pressure cascading across Moon's Whisper Peak and beyond. Magical beasts in the vicinity cowered in fear. They trembled and laid low at the sound of that overwhelming aura, their eyes wide with terror as they turned to face the source of chaos. The Thorn's expression shifted dramatically as he continued to flee. He could feel an intense aura locking onto him, a furious presence that sent chills down his spine. Glancing over his shoulder, he caught sight of a golden streak of lightning closing in fast. It was simply too swift. What's this beast's problem? I've already left. Why is it still chasing me? Thorn cursed under his breath, anger bubbling within him even as his legs carried him forward. His face was pale. Blood dripped from various wounds on his body like a grim reminder of how close danger lurked. The 4-winged lion was gaining on him rapidly. If he didn't act fast, today might just be his last day on Earth. What should I do? Panic surged through Thorn's veins as fear gripped him tightly. Then suddenly, like a light bulb flickering to life, an idea sparked in his mind. Yes, Cyrus made me buy that bicycle. He said it might save my life. With renewed determination, Thorn waved his hand and summoned a glowing bicycle adorned with fiery red and blue runes right before him. Without missing a beat, he jumped onto it. Cyrus had mentioned that if I wanted to go fast, all he needed to do was channel his mana into the right handle. So, without hesitation, Thorn transferred every ounce of mana left within him into that handle. The effort drained him completely. His face turned ghostly pale as fatigue washed over him. Yes, soon as the mana flowed into the bike's right handle, those fiery red runes ignited brilliantly. In an instant, the bicycle transformed into a blazing streak of fire and vanished in a thin air, leaving only flames behind. Thorn barely had time to register what happened before everything around him blurred into nothingness. The 4-winged lion was mere meters away when it prepared for another devastating horn attack, but then saw Thorn disappear in a trail of flames as if he'd teleported. ROAROR. The 4-winged lion unleashed a roar that shook the very earth beneath its feet, sending tremors through the ground and uprooting trees in its wake. With an aura that felt almost apocalyptic, this magnificent creature's blood-red eyes glowed with fury. It unleashed a barrage of devastating attacks, obliterating everything in sight as it vented its deep-seated anger. After several minutes of relentless rage, the 4-winged lion let out one final, thunderous roar, before transforming into a dazzling streak of golden lightning, racing toward Moon's Whisper Peak. The aftermath was nothing short of catastrophic. The landscape bore witness to utter destruction. Ancient trees lay toppled, massive craters pockmarked the ground, and cracks spread like spiderwebs across the terrain. It was a scene straight out of nightmare, one that vividly illustrated just how furious the four-winged lion was with Thorn and its burning desire for vengeance. In the eerie silence that followed, spanning hundreds of miles, every magical beast in the vicinity cowered in fear and trepidation. They trembled at the overwhelming presence of the four-winged lion's wrath when Thorn finally came. Back to his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar location. Confusion washed over his pale face as he scanned his surroundings. Panic surged within him when he quickly glanced back, but relief flooded through him as he realized the fearsome four-winged lion was no longer pursuing him. Without wasting a moment, he hopped off his bicycle, stowed it away in his storage ring, and set off in a determined direction. Time was of the essence. He was gravely injured, and lingering here could mean death at any moment. Magical beasts still roamed the area, and there might be mana cultivators nearby who would not hesitate to finish him off. 2 hours later, Thorn emerged from the Twilight Mountain range. He looked around frantically until his eyes landed on his horse, still there. A sigh of relief escaped his lips as he mounted it with urgency. With a swift kick, the horse transformed into a streak of light, racing away from the entrance of the Twilight Mountain range within minutes. As Thorn lay on the horse's back, its hooves pounding against the road beneath them, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. His pallor persisted. Each breath came in quick gasps. Trembling slightly, he fished out a pill bottle and poured several healing pills into his mouth, chewing them desperately. Gradually, some color returned to his cheeks, but pain racked through his body like lightning strikes. Dizziness enveloped him as everything blurred around him. Soon enough, darkness claimed him. On a desolate road nearby, a group of adventurers clad in armor were making their way towards the Twilight Mountain range at a brisk pace. "Boss, look!" exclaimed a female adventurer with tight armor and a long bow slung across her back as she pointed ahead. "There's someone unconscious on that horse." The bald man she addressed as boss is none other than Thrail. Thrail narrowed his eyes at the sight before them. His expression shifted dramatically as realization dawned upon him. Without hesitation, he leaped off his horse and sprinted toward Thorn's steed to bring it to an abrupt stop. "Thorn!" Thrail shouted in shock upon seeing his friend lying unconscious atop the horse, a battered figure with pain etched across his pale features. "Do you know him?" asked the female adventurer as she approached alongside her companions. "Yes," Thrail replied solemnly while grasping Thorn's palm and channeling mana into him to assess his condition. "What happened to him? Why is he so badly injured?" Another adventurer pressed for answers. Thrail remained silent for a moment. Concern deepened on his face as he sensed Thorn's state. Suddenly, fury ignited within him. "His mana veins are cracked and completely devoid of energy," he said grimly. "He has sustained severe injuries." The female adventurer and the others exchanged worried glances as they looked at Thorn, who lay on the horse, groaning in pain. What could have seriously injured him like this? They all wondered, anxiety etched on their faces. "There's no time to waste. We need to get him back and heal him. Delaying any longer could lead to serious consequences," Thrail urged, swiftly lifting Thorn off the horse. Without hesitation, he mounted his own steed with Thorn sprawled across his lap, and they took off at a gallop. After what felt like an eternity, Thorn let out a slight groan as he slowly opened his eyes. His face contorted in discomfort as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. "Ugh, so painful," he murmured, attempting to sit up. To his surprise, he felt the soft embrace of a plush bed beneath him. Glancing around, he realized he was in a spacious room that exuded luxury while maintaining an elegant decor. "Where am I?" Thorn thought in confusion. The last thing he remembered was falling unconscious on his horse after narrowly escaping the four-winged lion. He noticed bandages wrapped around various parts of his body. Just then, the door creaked open, and two figures entered, one man and one woman. The man was Thrail. The woman was strikingly beautiful with a delicate face and slender frame. Her wheat-colored skin glowed softly under the light, but her green eyes were clouded with sadness and framed by dark circles. Surprise flickered across Thorn's features as he recognized them. "Thrail! Sony!" he called out. "Thorn, you're awake!" Thrail exclaimed, excitement lighting up his eyes at the sight of his friend sitting up in bed. "Oh dear, you're finally awake!" Sony cried out joyfully before rushing over to hug him tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Hiss!" A sharp gasp escaped Thorn's lips at her sudden embrace. Pain shot through him like lightning. Sorry. Sony quickly released him upon noticing his discomfort. Hey, buddy, Thrail said with a solemn expression. Thank goodness you're awake. You have no idea how worried we were. Yeah, dear, Sony added softly through her tears. What happened to you? How did you get so injured? Didn't you say you were going to complete a mission? Yep, buddy, Thrail echoed eagerly. What exactly went down out there? Thorn looked at the two of them and sighed. It's a long story. What? A four-winged lion did this to you? Thrail exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Thorn in shock. Yeah, and it's no ordinary four-winged lion, Thorn replied, nodding gravely as he leaned against the bed for support. I almost died back there, he added, fear flickering in his eyes. Buddy, you're lucky to be alive. Thrail took a deep breath, trying to process the gravity of the situation. But seriously, what are two Tier 4 magical beasts doing in the outer region? Aren't they supposed to be in the inner region? That's what confuses me even more, Thorn said. But I think it might have something to do with the mithril apple trees. You could be onto something there, Thrail agreed. But really, you should think twice before accepting another mission like that. I know. I've learned my lesson, Thorn nodded solemnly. I told you that being an adventurer is dangerous, but you didn't listen. Just think about it. If you had died, what would have happened to me and the kids? Sony chimed in from the side, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at Thorn. I'm so sorry. Dear Dad, I promise it won't happen again. He took Sony's hands gently, guilt etched across his face. Oh yeah, how did you manage to escape from that four-winged lion? Thrail asked curiously, leaning forward with intrigue. Thorn looked at Thrail and Sony, a spark of excitement in his eyes. The reason I was able to escape was because of the bicycle. What kind of thing is this bicycle you're talking about? Thrail asked, confusion etched on his face. Oh, I know. It's those two-wheeled devices that have been all the rage in the royal capital lately, right? Sony exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with recognition. Yes, you're absolutely right. Thorn nodded enthusiastically. Cyrus forced me to buy one at first. I thought it was too expensive and insisted I didn't need it. But he wouldn't take no for an answer. Little did I know that this bicycle would end up saving my life. So Cyrus indirectly saved your life, huh? Thrail chuckled. Yeah, Thorn replied with a serious nod. If it weren't for him, I'd be dead by now. That I really owe him my thanks. You definitely should, Sony agreed earnestly. Speaking of this bicycle, is it really as useful as you say? Thrail asked skeptically. Absolutely. This thing can come in handy. It might just save your life like it did mine, Thorn said earnestly, locking eyes with Thrail. I think you should listen to Thorn and get one for yourself too, Sony chimed in from the side. Concern flickered in her gaze. You know how dangerous things can get for people like you. Facing peril day in and day out isn't easy. Even if it's a bit pricey, I'm sure you can manage. Thrail fell in a thoughtful silence before finally nodding his head. Okay, I'll buy one. Who knows? Just like you said, it might save my life just as it saved Thorn's. Good decision. Both Thorn and Sony smiled at each other with approval. Family head, Claire reported excitedly as she stood before Felix. The sales team for the Flying Nimbus has seen a dramatic increase over the past 2 months, so much so that we ran short on supply for 5 days straight. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. How did such a sudden surge happen? Claire flipped through some reports eagerly before continuing. After noticing the spike in sales of the Flying Nimbus bicycles, we conducted an investigation to find out why. And what did you discover? Felix leaned back in his chair with interest. We found out that an adventurer managed to escape from 2 four-winged lions in the outer region of Twilight Mountain Range using a Flying Nimbus bicycle. Claire explained animatedly. That's intriguing. A mere adventurer escaping from such ferocious beasts. He must be quite extraordinary, Felix mused thoughtfully. And the other one managed to escape with his life after being ambushed by fellow adventurers in the Twilight Mountain Range, using the Flying Nimbus bicycle to flee. Claire continued, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Felix smiled slightly, but deep down he sighed in relief. Finally, the Flying Nimbus bicycle had gained some fame and was becoming a hot commodity among adventurers. He raised his head and looked at Claire, curiosity piqued. By the way, why were 2 four-winged lions spotted in the outer region? Aren't they usually found deeper within? I'm not entirely sure of the details, Claire replied thoughtfully. But you know how it goes with winged lions. Wherever they are, there's often a mithril apple nearby. So there might be a mithril apple tree around here that's attracting these 2 four-winged lions, Felix mused while rubbing his chin. Exactly what I was thinking. Claire nodded eagerly. Once this news spread, many mana cultivators rushed to the location, hoping to find those coveted mithril apples, but all they discovered were ruins and devastation. Felix chuckled softly. I figured as much. Those two four-winged lions are quite intelligent. They'd naturally try to escape with both mithril apple trees. Claire didn't respond, but simply nodded in agreement. If there's nothing else to report, you can return to work, Felix said with a wave of his hand. Yes, family head, Claire replied before leaving the office. Two four-winged lions, huh? Felix's eyes narrowed slightly as an evil smirk crept onto his face. I wonder how they look. Suddenly, Nixie, who had been quietly sitting nearby, interrupted him. Big bro, what wicked plan are you concocting this time? She took a few cautious steps back. I'm warning you. If you're thinking about using me as your practice dummy again, I'll fight back. Nixie's voice trembled slightly with mock fear. Felix looked at her incredulously. What on earth are you talking about? Well, Nixie shrugged playfully. Every time you narrow your eyes and smile like that, it means you're plotting something devious. Stop overthinking things. Felix shook his head dismissively. I was just contemplating those two four-winged lions. Oh, what about them? Nixie asked curiously as she relaxed back into her seat. I was considering that since I don't have a mount yet, maybe those two would make worthy companions for me. You want two four-winged lions as mounts? You really have guts. Even if you manage to tame them, keeping them will be another story. Winged lions are rare and majestic beasts. Nixie rolled her eyes skeptically. That's none of your business. Felix waved his hand dismissively. Well, suit yourself. Nixie rolled her eyes. But if you're going to count me in, I want to see how you catch those two four-winged lions. Okay, let's drop that for now, Felix replied, waving his hand again. Now, report on your current progress. Yes. Nixie stood up from the couch, her expression shifting to one of seriousness as she faced Felix. The school project is complete. We've built everything we need and currently have 3 courses ready to teach. Management, training waiters, and blacksmithing. Oh good, well done. Felix nodded with satisfaction. So, big bro, how are we going to recruit people to come study? Nixie asked curiously. Of course, we'll start by letting our own people enjoy it first, Felix explained. How? Nixie's brow furrowed in confusion. Felix shook his head slightly. What I mean is that we tell our staff or waiters to bring their relatives or friends, anyone they know who's looking for a job, to enroll in the school. After 4 months of training and gaining all the knowledge they need about our business, we can employ them at our various restaurants or stores. Okay, Nixie nodded but hesitated before asking again. Big bro, will they have to pay tuition fees? Felix simply shook his head. Currently, we will not be accepting tuition fees. Why? They can't just come and receive resources for free. Nixie protested. I've thought about that, Felix replied calmly. Here's what we're going to do. When they decide to enroll in the school and learn from us, they'll sign a contract stating that they must work for us after completing their 4 months of training. They can't go work for anyone else but us. That really works. Nixie's eyes lit up with excitement. So if they don't agree to this condition, then we won't enroll them. Exactly, Felix smiled back at her. But big bro, she continued thoughtfully, you know blacksmithing is a difficult trade that can't be mastered in just 4 months. It might take years for someone to become a starred blacksmith. Of course, what I said earlier doesn't apply to those wanting to learn blacksmithing. It's different because it depends on talent and comprehension. Anyone who aspires to be a star blacksmith will have a different path, he clarified. Nixie nodded slowly. But what should we call the school? Felix pondered for a moment before saying confidently, let's call it Morningstar Academy. Okay, nice choice. Nixie grinned widely. Felix shifted gears and asked casually, how is the progress on the wine stores? How's the progress on the wine stores? Felix inquired, his curiosity piqued. It's going really well. We have already finished building 80 stores, and by the end of this month, we should have another 28 completed, Nixie replied enthusiastically. Great to hear. Felix nodded approvingly. What about the team I asked you to select and train specifically for these wine stores? That's also on track. By the time all the stores are built, we'll have a fully trained team ready to go, Nixie said confidently, her eyes sparkling with determination. Excellent. Felix nodded again. And how's everything with the vineyard and planting for our wine production? Everything is progressing smoothly. The professionals are already hard at work, and planting has officially begun, Nixie assured him. Good, good. Well done, Nixie. Felix said, clearly pleased as he looked at her with admiration. Oh, and what about finding someone to take over the wine business? He asked that Nixie's expression shifted slightly as she shook her head. I haven't found a suitable candidate yet. I'm still searching. You need to pick up the pace. If this keeps up, you'll be overwhelmed, Felix warned gently but firmly. Don't worry about me, big bro. I can handle it, Nixie replied with a smile and a wave of her hand. No, Felix countered with a shake of his head. You're already juggling so much. Adding this responsibility will only wear you out, even if you're a mana cultivator. It's crucial that you find someone soon. Otherwise, I'll just have to step in myself. Okay, Nixie said with a playful pout, realizing he had a point. Avalonia Kingdom. Astheria. The Morningstar family estate. At the back of the Morningstar family estate, vast building complex lay there stretching for miles long. The long, clear, winding roads are lined with flowers, fountains, lakes, ponds, and pavilions, creating a truly magnificent sight. From a bird's-eye view, the tall towers scattered throughout the estate make it seem even more grand and impressive. From time to time, huge training grounds can be seen where young individuals can be seen honing their skills with various weapons or engaging in intense exercises. The people wandering around the building complex are all dressed in a uniform. Males in simple white pants and black boots, paired with a short-sleeve white and black shirt, and females in black and white skirts with black boots and a long-sleeve white shirt. Despite the simplicity of their attire, their youthful vigor and vitality shine through, with rosy complexions and lively spirits. These young people are the thousands of children that Felix took in from the slums just a few months ago. Once skinny, pale, and dispirited, they have undergone incredible transformations during their time at the estate. Their bodies have filled out with muscle, their faces are now rosy with health, and their eyes sparkle with newfound spirit. It's truly heartwarming to see how much they have grown and thrived in such a short period of time. Felix stood before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze fixed on the sprawling training ground below. The sounds of youthful voices echoed through the air, filled with determination and energy as a group of young trainees pushed themselves to their limits. Instructor Max, how is our current progress? Felix inquired, his tone steady yet curious. Family head, Instructor Max replied respectfully, the training has been going remarkably well over the past few months. With access to various resources and rigorous routines, their physical strength has significantly improved. Most have already broken through to Tier 1 mana cultivators. However, for those still striving, I doubt they will achieve that milestone soon. Felix nodded thoughtfully. Good. Are there any exceptional talents among them? Yes, family head. Instructor Max confirmed with a nod. A few stand out due to their remarkable abilities. How many? Felix pressed. About 100, Instructor Max stated confidently. One child named Leo particularly catches my eye. While his innate talent may not be the highest, his relentless work ethic and determination are commendable. Felix considered this for a moment before asking about another trainee. What about Costa? Instructor Max hesitated briefly before responding. Young Master Costa is excelling as well. He ranks among the top 10. Top 10. Felix's eyes narrowed slightly as he contemplated this news. Turning to Instructor Max with an expression of calm indifference, he said coldly, do not go easy on him. Make him train 10 times harder than the rest. I have high hopes for him. The responsibilities he'll bear in the future are immense, so I need him to become strong. Taken aback by Felix's intensity, Instructor Max widened his eyes in shock. But family head, he protested gently. Isn't that too much for someone so young? Felix shook his head firmly. Just do as I say. If he slacks off even a little bit, punish him accordingly. Understood, family head, Instructor Max replied solemnly. Good, Felix said decisively before turning back toward the training ground below. Now that this experiment has stabilized without issues, it's time to proceed with our plans. I'm ready to carry out your instructions at once, Instructor Max affirmed seriously. Max, Felix continued with purpose, begin recruiting immediately. Focus on those in the slums aged 5 to 18. Understood. Instructor Max nodded eagerly but hesitantly asked, how many should we recruit? This time aim for 3,000. No mistakes allowed, Felix instructed firmly. Understood, came Instructor Max's response. And for those who haven't broken through to Tier 1 mana cultivators yet, an academy has opened up. Send them there so they can contribute positively to our family. Understood, family head, Instructor Max nodded his head. All right, now let's move to the next thing. Those who have successfully advanced to Tier 1 mana cultivators are now officially recognized as outer family members. Make the necessary arrangements for them, Felix announced with a smirk, his gaze sweeping over the expansive training ground below. His eyes sparkled with deep thoughts as he continued. But first, take them to the outer region of the Twilight Mountain Range to undergo a 7-day trial. Instructor Max listened intently, absorbing every word from Felix. Understood, Family head, he replied solemnly. Good. Felix nodded, tilting his head slightly. Just remember, no mistakes. With that final warning hanging in the air like a challenge, he vanished without a trace. Max stood still for a moment longer, staring at the spot where Felix had just been. His expression was serious. The weight of responsibility settled heavily on his shoulders. Meanwhile, on a vast training ground filled with an array of weapons neatly organized on shelves, the air crackled with energy and potential. The mana concentration here was dense enough to elevate any cultivator's skills dramatically. But currently the entire training ground is empty except for a small figure completely topless and glistening with sweat that highlighted his finely toned muscles. He wielded a long bronze halberd with remarkable precision and control. Each movement created gusts of wind as he danced through a set of skills like a seasoned warrior. This small figure is naturally Costa. Costa had transformed significantly. No longer just a small boy, but he is now quite tall. And judging by the mana fluctuations coming from his body, he is already a Tier 1 beginner knight. A halberd, huh? A voice broke through the focused silence as Koda practiced his halberd skills with unwavering determination. He quickly spun around to see who just talked, only to find Felix standing a few meters away, his expression calm and composed. Big brother, Koda exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he hurried over to Felix. Felix met his enthusiasm with a nod, maintaining his tranquil demeanor. What brings you here? Costa asked, looking up at him expectantly. Just checking in on your progress, Felix replied casually, assessing the young warrior before him. Already a Tier 1 beginner knight? Impressive. Koda's face lit up at the praise, but quickly shifted back to seriousness. I appreciate it, but I still feel I'm not strong enough that I'm among the top 10, but not in the top 3. I want to be number 1. Felix raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. A small smirk crept onto his lips. Looks like my worries were unfounded. Max doesn't need to intervene. This little guy is driven enough on his own. It's great that you have that mindset, Felix said with an encouraging smile. As the first young master of the Morningstar family and the oldest sibling, you carry a legacy. Don't let them down. Don't worry, big brother. I'll work hard. Koda declared fiercely, clenching his fist in determination. Good, Felix replied approvingly while glancing at the long bronze halberd in Koda's grip. A halberd? Nice choice. Koda beamed at this affirmation. You think so? When I decided to train with it, Instructor Max warned me it would be tough and suggested switching to a spear or sword instead. But I believe the halberd suits me better. He swung it playfully as if testing its weight. Instructor Max has a point. The halberd is challenging to master, Felix acknowledged thoughtfully. But if it's what you truly want, then trust your instincts and make your own choices. Yes, big brother. Koda nodded earnestly, determination etched on his youthful face. Felix turned to leave, but paused for emphasis. Oh, before I forget, there's going to be a 7-day trial soon at the outer region of Twilight Mountain Range. Train hard and strive for a good ranking. If you come in first place, I'll have a special reward for you. With that promise hanging in the air like an exciting challenge, he vanished from sight effortlessly. Koda stood there momentarily bewildered by Felix's sudden departure before shaking off his confusion and murmuring enviously to himself. When can I do that? He quickly refocused on his training area and muttered under his breath with renewed vigor. A 7-day trial at Twilight Mountain Range? Bring it on. Don't worry, big brother, I will definitely make you proud of me, he muttered as he continued his training. A few days later, near the entrance of the Twilight Mountain Range, a storm brewed ominously in the sky. Suddenly, a bolt of violet lightning sliced through the clouds, illuminating the landscape with an electric glow. Thunder rumbled low and deep, shaking the silence that had settled over the area. With an earth-shattering boom, the violet lightning struck the ground, leaving behind a charred patch of scorched earth. Amidst this dramatic display stood Felix, impeccably dressed in his pristine white suit and draped in a flowing white and gold overcoat that fluttered like banners in the wind. Beside him was Nixie, her pink dress contrasting sharply with her luxurious mage robe. However, her usual sparkle was dimmed. She squatted on the ground, face pale as she struggled to contain her nausea. Big bro can now move like that next time. Nixie squatted on the ground, her face twisted in discomfort as she fought off the nausea. Felix chuckled softly. Come on, it was quite fun and fast too. Fun for you, not for me. Nixie rolled her eyes at him, clearly unimpressed. Felix shook his head with a grin. So what did you think about my new spell? Pretty cool, right? Nixie stood up and wiped her mouth with a white napkin, looking at Felix as if he were some sort of monster. Big bro, how are you even doing that? You recreate spells based on their original structure and foundation. making them more powerful and deadly than before. I wish I could do that too, she said, envy etched across her face. Haha, I guess it's my divine talent, Felix replied cheekily. Humph, shameless. Nixie snorted back. Felix turned his gaze ahead. So this is the Twilight Mountain Range? Huh. Pretty impressive. Yeah, it's massive. I've learned it stretches all over the Linares continent. Just imagine the treasures hidden within those mountains. Whoever conquers the Twilight Mountain Range will be the most powerful and wealthiest person in all of Linares, if not the world. The most powerful and wealthiest person? Now that's intriguing. Felix muttered under his breath, an evil smirk creeping onto his face as he rubbed his chin while surveying the vast rolling mountains stretching into the horizon. Nixie raised an eyebrow at him. Big bro, you're thinking something evil again, aren't you? Okay, let's go catch those 2 four-winged lions. Felix snapped out of his thoughts with renewed enthusiasm. All right then. Nixie nodded eagerly. With that resolve, they both headed toward the Twilight Mountain Range. In just a few minutes, they disappeared into a dense thicket of towering ancient trees. Wow, these trees are enormous. I didn't think trees this size really existed. Nixie's eyes sparkled with awe as she walked beside Felix. They're truly impressive. Felix agreed. He marveled at their sheer height. They looked like giant pillars supporting the sky itself. Come on, let's hurry and catch those 4-winged lions before they reach the inner region. Felix waved his hand impatiently. But big bro, don't you think the inner region is dangerous? Nixie's cautious tone betrayed her anxiety. It's not too dangerous as long as we don't go too deep, he reassured her with a pat on her shoulder. Okay, she replied hesitantly, but nodded nonetheless. So are you ready? Felix asked playfully with narrowed eyes and an impish smirk. Nixie flinched slightly. Fear flashed across her face. Ready for what? Ha ha ha. Felix erupted into laughter, his joy electrifying the air around him as pure violet lightning enveloped both him and Nixie. The atmosphere crackled with energy. Tier 5 lightning elemental spell. Lightning teleport. Kaboom. The world shook violently as a massive thunderclap echoed through the landscape that a colossal bolt of violet lightning struck where Felix and Nixie had just been standing, leaving behind charred remnants of ancient trees and a deep black ditch. But they were gone, vanished in an instant. Miles away, another thunderclap resonated as another bolt of violet lightning descended from the sky. This pattern continued for several minutes, each strike creating a straight line of destruction that shattered the tranquility of the remote outer region. Magical beasts roared in fear, while mana cultivators and adventurers alike were taken aback by this sudden display of raw power. Your next red awaits at Empire a few hours later, on a small vibrant hill adorned with lush greenery and colorful flowers. Peace reigned once more. Cute animals frolicked amidst the beauty, until suddenly a massive bolt of violet lightning crashed down upon it. In an instant, the once vibrant hill was transformed into a desolate wasteland, its beauty replaced by charred remains. Standing atop what was now a blackened hill was Felix, wearing a slight smile as he surveyed their new surroundings. Looks like we've arrived in the inner region. Nixie, isn't it lovely? He turned to find Nixie squatting on the ground, her face pale and purple as she retched again. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Felix shook his head in exasperation. Nixie, you need to practice more. How can you adventure with me if you can't handle this little burst of speed? Wah! Nixie cried out as she struggled to her feet, still looking at him with resentment in her eyes. Next time, I'm not sure if I can go out adventuring with you. Following you will be the death of me. You think that was fast? I held back because I didn't want you to faint from my full strength, Felix replied with rolled eyes. Monster. Nixie's lips twitched as she silently cursed him in her heart. Shaking off her nausea, she looked up at Felix. So big bro, how are we going to find those 2 winged lions? Don't worry, Felix said confidently as he waved his hand toward the sky. System scan for any sign of those winged lions. Yes, host, came the system's indifferent reply. There are no 4-winged lions within my scanning range. Moments later came its response. Okay, Felix nodded before turning back to Nixie. Let's go. Nixie took a few quick steps back, her voice trembling as she asked, are we going to move at extreme speed again? Felix's expression was one of surprise, but he quickly shook his head. No, this time we're walking. Good. Nixie sighed in relief, patting her chest. Together, they began their descent down the now charred hill that had lost its once vibrant beauty. Big bro, look at what you've done. You completely destroyed this beautiful and peaceful hill. Nixie exclaimed, shaking her head disapprovingly as they walked. Felix shrugged nonchalantly. I'm still practicing this new spell and perfecting it. I can't quite control how much power I unleash yet. Humph! Nixie snorted in response. As they continued downward, both remained vigilant. They were now in the inner region where danger lurked around every corner, 20 times more terrifying than the outer realm. Even though they were powerful, caution was paramount. System scan again, Felix commanded mentally. Yes, host. The system replied promptly. The two winged lions are not within my scanning range. A moment later, the system informed him. Felix nodded thoughtfully. Winged lions were rare creatures, especially the strong ones, and locating them wouldn't be easy. With renewed determination, Felix and Nixie pressed on through the inner region. Occasionally, they encountered magical beasts. However, Nixie killed each one with ease. They also crossed paths with a few adventurers who merely exchanged glances before continuing on their way. Those brave enough to venture into the inner region were no ordinary people. They didn't pose any threat to Felix and Nixie. Despite their progress, Felix kept the system scanning for any sign of the elusive four-winged lions. An hour passed without success when Nixie finally sat down on a small stone with a frown etched across her face. Big bro, are you even sure that those two winged lions are in this inner region? Of course, Felix replied confidently while surveying their surroundings. Host, two winged lions have entered my scanning range. Here are the coordinates. Suddenly, the system voice sounded in his head. Felix's eyes lit up with excitement as he quickly glanced at the coordinates displayed by the system. Turning to Nixie with a broad grin plastered on his face, he announced enthusiastically, "Come on, I've found them." Really, where? Nixie's excitement bubbled over as she jumped to her feet. Follow me, Felix said eagerly as he set off in the direction indicated by the coordinates. Without hesitation, Nixie trailed closely behind him. Felix and Nixie set off, their hearts racing with anticipation as they headed north from their current position. After trekking for a few miles, they stumbled upon a towering mountain that loomed majestically against the sky. Nestled near its peak was a colossal cave, its entrance dark and mysterious. The entire area was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the distant chirping of birds and the faint cries of insects. There it is, Felix exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement as he gazed at the enormous cave. Come on, Nixie, let's go after those two four-winged lions. His enthusiasm was infectious. Okay, let's hurry, Nixie replied eagerly, her eyes sparkling with thrill. She nodded vigorously, ready for adventure. With a gentle hand on Nixie's shoulder, Felix summoned his mana. In an instant, his figure began to shimmer and flicker like a mirage before vanishing completely from sight. A few seconds later, Felix and Nixie appeared a few hundred meters away from the mouth of the cave. Felix glanced at the cave with narrowed eyes. He closed his eyes and sent his soul sense into the cave. A few moments later, he reopened them as excitement danced in his eyes. How is it? Are they there? Nixie looked at Felix and asked as excitement also danced in her eyes. Felix glanced at Nixie, a grin spreading across his face. Yep, there are two presences in the cave. I can't see them clearly, but I'm pretty sure it's the two four-winged lions. That's fantastic, Nixie exclaimed, her fists clenched in excitement. But then her expression shifted to one of concern. But big bro, how do we catch them? Should we sneak up on them or charge right in? You know how strong those two four-winged lions are. Felix shook his head nonchalantly. I don't have time for mind games. Sure, those lions are powerful, but I'm no pushover either. He playfully tapped Nixie on the head and added with determination, Come on, let's go get them. With that, Felix strode confidently into the cave, Nixie trailing closely behind. As they ventured deeper into the darkness, Felix didn't bother hiding his aura. He walked with an air of confidence that made Nixie both anxious and impressed. The cave was long and shadowy, but Felix remained calm as they moved forward. After about 30 minutes of walking through the damp gloom, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, an inviting sight amidst the darkness. Big bro, look, there's light up ahead. Nixie pointed excitedly. I see it. Let's go. They hurried toward the light and soon emerged into a vast clearing that seemed to stretch as wide as 3 football fields. The space was mostly empty except for 2 enormous trees planted at its center, freshly rooted giants standing tall against the backdrop of their surroundings. However, what truly caught their attention were the 2 gigantic creatures glaring at them with fury, the winged lions. Well, look what we have here, Felix chuckled softly as he took in the sight of the majestic beasts just meters away. Felix felt a sudden tug on his sleeve, pulling him from his thoughts. He turned to Nixie, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. What is it, Nixie? Well, big bro, she stammered, swallowing hard. I think we might have found the wrong winged lions. Felix raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Why do you say that? Nixie's fingers trembled as she pointed at the two majestic creatures before them. Why do they have 5 pairs of wings instead of 4? What do you mean? Aren't there foe? Felix began, but stopped short as he turned back to the winged lions. His eyes widened in surprise. I didn't expect this. Looks like I'm really in luck this time. Felix chuckled, excitement sparkling in his gaze. Just as Nixie had said, the two winged lions boasted 5 pairs of stunning white and gold wings. Your next red is at Empire. The male stood out with its 2 golden, curved horns adorned with mysterious runes that flickered like stars against the night sky. Its magnificent mane danced in the wind as it stood proudly. Felix's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Now, this is worthy of being my mount. Nixie, I think these are indeed the winged lions we were searching for. Sure, they have 5 pairs of wings, but if you look closely, their mana is fluctuating violently, meaning they've just advanced. Oh, Nixie's expression shifted to one of realization as she sensed the unstable mana emanating from them. That a moment later, surprise lit up her face. You're right, their mana isn't stable at all. See, even if they've advanced to 5 winged lions, I can still take them on without breaking a sweat. Felix grinned confidently. But big bro, Nixie protested earnestly. A 4-winged lion can't compare to a 5-winged lion. They're not even on the same level. A 5-winged lion could stand against a tier 7 mana cultivator, or even tier 8. Why don't we go back and bring Zephyr, or even better, Jarvis for backup? Her heart raced at the thought. Felix stared at her incredulously. Little girl, are you doubting me? Do you really think this 5-winged lion could defeat me? Nixie scratched her head sheepishly and looked at him with embarrassment in her eyes. Well, Democrat Minnesota it. I thought you'd have some faith in me. Felix replied playfully, yet resentfully. It's not that I don't trust you, Nixie explained quickly. It's just, there are 2 5-winged lions here that could rival a tier 7 mana cultivator. And there's only one of you. The odds aren't great, and who knows what strange abilities these lions have. Hey, what do you mean only one? Aren't you going to fight too? Felix raised an eyebrow, a hint of challenge in his voice. Nixie took a quick step back, her hands raised defensively. Nope, count me out. I don't want to die young. Oh, is that so? Felix smirked gently. Well then, if I manage to tame these 2 5-winged lions, you won't get a share of the spoils. I don't care. Nixie waved dismissively. Go ahead. If you can't defeat them, just yell for help. I've got some defensive treasures I can lend you. Good luck with that. Felix nodded, irritation creeping into his tone. This little girl was seriously underestimating him, and it was starting to get on his nerves. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the cave like an earthquake. Already attacking, huh? Felix grinned as he effortlessly waved his hand and dispelled the incoming attack. Turning his attention to the male winged lion that had charged at him earlier, he declared confidently, I know you're intelligent enough to understand me. Surrender now or face death. It's that simple that if you become my mount and yield your life along with your mates, I'll spare you both. Otherwise, he let the threat hang in the air. The male 5-winged lion roared in fury, its pride wounded by what it perceived as humiliation from this puny human. But when it heard Felix's final words about its mate, its eyes widened in realization in an instant. It vanished from sight and reappeared right in front of Felix with claws poised for attack, with a massive strike aimed at him. The ground trembled violently beneath them as air seemed to rip apart from the force of its blow. Felix merely raised an eyebrow and smiled before flickering out of existence. Boom! As he vanished just in time, the giant claw crashed down where he had stood moments before, a colossal 30-meter-wide mark left behind in the earth while cracks spiderwebbed across the walls of the cave. Felix reappeared a few meters away from the lion's furious stance with a grin plastered on his face. You're quite strong, he chuckled. Roar! The winged lion unleashed another deafening roar before transforming into a golden beam of light that shot toward Felix like a missile, the very cave quaking beneath their power. Felix narrowed his eyes and transformed into a white beam himself as they both surged forward. Boom! An earth-shattering collision reverberated throughout the cave as Felix and the male 5-winged lion clashed head-on. Half of their vast arena obliterated in an instant. A split second later, they broke apart only to charge again. Both figures became blurs of gold and white images. Suddenly, the air was filled with the thunderous sounds of their clash as they transformed into dazzling golden and white blurs. The sheer speed of their movements was mind-boggling, so fast that Nixie, standing a safe distance away, could barely register what was happening. All she could see were fleeting flashes of light darting across the cave like shooting stars. Boom! 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 As the Battle raged on. Deep and bottomless craters began to form in the ground beneath them, each impact echoing through the vast space like nature's own drum roll. For the next 5 minutes, the air crackled with the sounds of chaos as the five-winged lion and Felix clashed in an intense battle. What was once a pristine landscape had transformed into a battleground, ravaged beyond recognition. Deep spiderweb-like cracks snaked across the ground, while massive pits and craters dotted the area, evidence of their fierce confrontation. The shockwaves generated by their relentless attacks were so powerful that Nixie was repeatedly flung backward, desperately seeking refuge behind a colossal boulder to shield herself from the onslaught. Remarkably, neither Felix nor the five-winged lion resorted to flashy techniques or special skills. It was pure physical strength that fueled their battle. After 10 intense minutes, they finally separated, standing just a few meters apart. The five-winged lion appeared unscathed except for a few minor scratches, its majestic form still imposing and regal. In contrast, Felix looked pristine in his immaculate white suit and overcoat, which fluttered dramatically in the wind. The only sign of wear was his tousled hair. A small price to pay for such an exhilarating fight. With a playful chuckle, Felix glanced at the five-winged lion and said, "You know, little lion, you're the first opponent who has managed to withstand 40% of my full strength since I began my cultivation journey. I gotta hand it to you. I'm genuinely impressed." A thunderous roar erupted from the five-winged lion, its eyes blazing with fury. But there was also a flicker of caution within them. It seemed taken aback that this seemingly insignificant human could stand toe-to-toe with such a formidable creature such as itself. The five-winged lion eyed Felix with a mix of caution and curiosity, standing a short distance away. Felix appeared completely harmless, his gentle smile radiating warmth. Dressed in a pristine white suit that made him look almost angelic, he seemed like a beacon of light. Yet, the five-winged lion sensed the darkness lurking in this seemingly holy human's heart. What surprised the lion even more was Felix's surprising physical prowess. Magical beasts were renowned for their strength, yet here stood Felix, matching its formidable power stride for stride. "Little lion," Felix called out playfully, "do you want to continue this little dance? You know you can surrender to me. Becoming my mount isn't as embarrassing as it sounds. Just ask my other magical beasts. They love it." He chuckled softly, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Imagine this. As my mount, you could feast on all the mithril apples your heart desires. Plus, I can help you advance faster than normal. And let's not forget about your mate and those 3 little ones she's carrying." He raised an eyebrow toward the female five-winged lion in the distance, glancing at her bulging belly. Roar. In an instant, the male five-winged lion roared fiercely and positioned itself protectively in front of its mate. "Oh, come on," Felix said with a shake of his head. "Did you really think I wouldn't notice she was pregnant? The moment I stepped foot here, it was clear." His tone shifted slightly. There was no malice in his voice, only understanding. "You're strong, but let's be real. If I wanted to take you down, I would have done so already." He paused for effect before continuing. "I see why you're up here on this mountain. You're protecting her and your future cubs. But if you follow me willingly, I promise safety for all of you." The male lion glanced back at its mate and then returned its gaze to Felix. Its gigantic eyes flickered with contemplation. Despite its strength and pride, it understood what was at stake here. It recognized that Felix wasn't just any human. He possessed power beyond comprehension. After a moment's hesitation filled with tension and expectation reflected in its eyes, the male five-winged lion let out another roar. Felix smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Surrender to me, and I'll treat both of you like family." Roar. But this time the male lion took a battle stance. It was ready to fight. "Oh, so we're going to settle this right now." Felix grinned as he summoned a gleaming blade into his hand. The male five-winged lion unleashed another thunderous roar, its magnificent curved horns suddenly igniting with an intense golden light. Two basketball-sized orbs formed in the center of the horns, merging seamlessly into a colossal sphere. The pressure and aura radiating from this orb were so overwhelming that the very fabric of space around the lion began to tremble. "Wow, what a powerful attack," Felix thought, his eyes narrowing slightly as he focused on the glowing orb. But fear was not in his nature. He stood confidently with one hand casually tucked in his pocket and the other gripping his long blade. In an instant, the golden orb ceased its condensation and transformed into a brilliant beam of light that shot toward Felix at breakneck speed. It moved so fast it seemed to teleport, creating sonic booms that echoed through the air. The friction between the orb and atmosphere left fiery trails in its wake, painting a vivid picture of raw power. Before Felix could even blink, the golden orb materialized right before him. With calm precision, he raised his long blade, which shimmered with a radiant white light. The space around it quivered slightly, a testament to the immense energy he had channeled into his weapon. Despite his strength, Felix knew better than to underestimate his opponent. After all, a moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. With a simple yet decisive swing of his blade, Felix effortlessly cleaved through the formidable golden orb that had threatened to shake reality itself. Kaboom! The split orbs whizzed past him and detonated just a few meters away, sending shockwaves throughout the cave. A deafening roar echoed as part of the towering mountain was obliterated. Boulders and debris rocketed skyward while chaos reigned below. The devastation stretched for miles. Nearby magical beasts fled in terror as their home crumbled around them. The once mighty mountain trembled ominously as if it might collapse at any moment. The sheer power of that attack was mind-blowing, truly terrifying. Felix stood confidently in his original spot, completely unfazed by the attack he had just deflected. Him. It was nothing more than a fleeting breeze. He raised his head and locked eyes with the male five-winged lion, who stared back in shock, its enormous eyes wide with disbelief. In an instant, Felix's figure flickered and vanished from sight, disappearing without a sound. The male lion froze in place, paralyzed by an overwhelming sense of dread as it caught a whiff of death lingering in the air. He didn't dare to move. It was too late. The next moment, Felix appeared right before it, his long blade poised just inches from its neck. With a playful grin, Felix tilted his head slightly and addressed the lion. "Now, little lion, do you want to fight again to see who's stronger, or will you choose to surrender?" The five-winged lion's eyes flashed with reluctance and a hint of humiliation as it slowly lowered its massive head in submission. "Good," Felix chuckled. With a simple wave of his hand, the long blade vanished in a thin air as he regarded the lion with an infectious smile. He reached out and gently rubbed the creature's head. "Don't worry, I'll never mistreat you or your mate." In response, the five-winged lion let out a low roar that seemed to echo agreement. Just then, Nixie materialized beside Felix with sparkling eyes filled with admiration. "Wow, big bro, you're really powerful. I didn't expect you to tame this monster." Felix flicked her forehead playfully and replied, "Now do you believe me when I say I could defeat this lion?" Nixie rubbed her forehead sheepishly. "Big bro, I'll never doubt you again. Now we have such a powerful mount." This is amazing." Raising an eyebrow at her enthusiasm, Felix asked teasingly, "So Nixie, do you mean I now have a mount, or because I recall someone saying she didn't want to help me tame this five-winged lion?" Hey, that." Nixie scratched her head awkwardly as her face turned as red as a ripe apple. "Big bro, don't take me seriously. I was ready to rush in if anything went wrong." She shook Felix's hand while grinning widely. Felix simply shook his head and turned his attention back to the male five-winged lion, now affectionately rubbing against its female counterpart. "So big bro," Nixie asked curiously while gazing at the two majestic creatures in the distance, "what are you going to name them?" "I'll name the male Asterion," Felix said thoughtfully. "As for the female, you can name her." Nixie's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rushed toward the majestic five-winged lion, her heart racing. "Wow, big bro, look at her fur, it's so soft." She gently ran her fingers through the lion's luxurious coat, a look of pure joy lighting up her face. "I think I'll call her Luna." As Nixie continued to pet Luna, the lion let out a soft whimper and nuzzled its massive head against her affectionately. "Big bro, I think Luna really likes me," she exclaimed, turning to Felix with an infectious grin. Felix chuckled softly in response. "Yeah, I can see that." But then Nixie's expression shifted from joy to concern. "But what if the five-winged lion decides to revolt? Shouldn't we have some precautions in place?" Her brow furrowed with worry. "Don't fret," Felix reassured her with a wave of his hand. "This lion is incredibly intelligent. It knows when to yield. Plus, I promise not to carve a beast rune on them, but I want them as part of our family. Not just controlled, but truly loyal." Nixie nodded thoughtfully before asking, "But is Luna really pregnant?" "Yes," Felix confirmed with a nod. "I sensed 3 other life signs within her." "Wow, Luna, you're going to be a mom. That's amazing." Nixie squealed with delight as she wrapped her arms around the lion in an excited hug. Suddenly, their expressions changed dramatically. Felix pulled out a small white orb covered in cracks, new ones spreading across its surface like spider webs. The shock was palpable between them. Nixie's face drained of color as fear gripped her body, but Felix's demeanor turned icy and emotionless. His eyes were dead cold, filled with intense slaughter and killing intent. The towering mountain they stood upon began, trembling violently beneath them. Dark clouds rolled in overhead, and bolts of lightning flashed across the sky, while thunder boomed ominously for miles around a few hours ago, in the outer region of the Twilight Mountain Range. Thousands of miles to the south of where both Felix and Nixie were, a large group of adventurers, numbering in the hundreds, trekked through the huge and ancient trees and majestic mountains. Each member was outfitted in impressive gear, wielding an array of weapons that hinted at their formidable skills. The air around them crackled with energy. Even the weakest among them boasted the prowess of a Tier 4 high-level knight. At the forefront of this determined band were two striking figures. Point one was a tall, muscular young man, completely topless and adorned with bronze gauntlets. His physique sculpted like a warrior from legends past. He carried two enormous double axes slung across his back. Beside him stood a breathtaking, beautiful girl with long, flowing golden hair cascading down her back like a shimmering waterfall. Clad in a sleek black and gold armor embellished with intricate patterns, she exuded both grace and strength, her long golden spear resting against her shoulder. These two people are naturally Trinity and Brixton. Big sis, Brixton began, breaking the silence as they navigated through the dense foliage. A few days ago, Big Bro sent us some resources. Have you seen them? Trinity nodded thoughtfully, but didn't dwell on it for long. Yeah, but I didn't pay much attention to it. How much did he send? Brixton scratched his head sheepishly and let out a nervous chuckle as he glanced at her sideways. Well, Demon, why did Big Bro have to send so many? How am I going to explain this without getting scolded? He muttered under his breath. Tell me how much he sent, Trinity demanded, narrowing her eyes suspiciously. Leaning closer to Trinity's ear, Brixton whispered something that made her eyes widen in disbelief moments later. What? She exclaimed softly before anger flickered across her face. Is he crazy? Does he think just because he's rich he can spend resources like this? I don't know why he did it, Brixton replied, defensively. But it's beneficial for us too, don't you think? Oh, really? So you are supporting him now? Trinity smirked playfully as she scrutinized him further. Brixton recoiled, shaking his head vigorously. No. That's not what I meant. Having so many resources is actually a blessing for us. I don't see anything wrong with it. Trinity scoffed, her frustration evident. Sure, it helps us immensely, but that doesn't mean we should squander those resources. We can earn our own, and I bet this guy has been throwing money around like confetti. Well, Brixton muttered softly under his breath. It's his money, he earned it himself, and it's not like you contributed. What did you say? Trinity shot him a glare. Nothing. I was just saying you're right about how Big Bro spends so much. Brixton quickly backpedaled, waving his hands defensively. She turned her head away with a dismissive snort. Just wait until this mission is over. I'm going to have a serious talk with him, Trinity said, narrowing her eyes with a mischievous smirk that Brixton's lips twitched slightly at her words. Sigh. Big Bro, why do you always have to do this? He looked at Trinity earnestly. But big sis, I really miss the others. Big Bro, Nixie, Zephyr, Gwendolyn, the kids. Even Jarvis, it's been over 3 months since we last went home. Trinity's expression turned distant as she nodded slowly. You're right, we've been so busy these past few months. We've experienced so much and seen countless things. Yeah, Brixton sighed heavily. Time really flies. He gazed up at the deep blue sky and continued wistfully. It feels like just yesterday everything changed. Time does fly. Trinity agreed absently. Sometimes I wonder how different my life would be if I hadn't met Big Bro, Brixton mused. I used to live in a mountain village so remote that we only visited towns once a month, that we survived off while we grew and hunted in the nearby forests. Our lives were simple but happy. His face clouded with memories as he continued, until the slave caravans raided our village. They killed the old, weak, and disabled people and took the rest of us to sell at the slave market, and my entire village was burned down. My grandfather, who raised me, was killed that day too. The remaining villagers and I were sold into slavery, and that's where I met Big Bro. He shook his head solemnly. Sometimes I wonder if it was luck or fate, because without meeting him then, well, I wouldn't be here today. Big Bro took me in and saved my life, he said earnestly. He didn't just save me, he taught me so much. Brixton turned to Trinity, a thoughtful expression on his face. He began, I once asked Big Bro why he spent so much of his life savings to buy me from the slave market. He just smiled and said he wanted a little brother, a family, that's why he chose me. He paused for a moment, allowing the weight of his words to settle. At that time, I couldn't help but wonder why he didn't just pick someone else. But then he removed my slave seal, and it hit me. I was incredibly lucky to have met him. He did more than save my life. He shaped who I am today. Sure, sometimes Big Bro can be tough or cold toward others, but it's only because he wants to protect us. That's why I've promised myself that no matter what he does, I will never question him. That if Big Bro says it, I'll do it, no hesitation. Brixton's honest smile radiated warmth as he spoke. Trinity listened intently, her expression unreadable as she studied Brixton's sturdy frame that a flicker of complex emotions danced in her eyes. Big Bro always looks out for us, Brixton continued earnestly. If we hadn't been in his life, I'm sure he would have achieved even greater things by now. He didn't just save your life. He saved all of us, Trinity chimed in softly. He gave us new beginnings. Just like you, if I hadn't met Felix when I did, well, thinking about what could have happened sends chills down my spine. Her voice grew faint and pale at the memory. Do you know why I always criticize him when he spends money recklessly? Trinity asked suddenly. Before Brixton could respond, she pressed on with intensity. Because I felt the sting of falling from grace. I know what it's like to lose everything. Money, status, even loved ones. The pain of losing everything overnight is excruciating. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as regret and remorse washed over her features. She turned back to Brixton and hesitated for a moment before asking quietly, I ever shared my background with you, right? Do you know how I ended up in the slave market? Almost sold to a brothel. Brixton shook his head slowly. Concern etched across his face as he gazed at her. Because before I was sold into slavery, I was the P. She began, but before she could finish her words, an earth-shattering explosion erupted nearby as a gigantic sword plummeted from the sky, crashing right in the midst of the Morningstar adventurer team. Deafening screams pierced the air as members of the Morningstar adventurer team were caught off guard. Some were instantly killed on the spot, while others were sent sprawling by the shockwave to the heart of their formation. A massive gaping ditch opened up where an enormous broadsword was thrust into the earth, trembling violently and radiating chaotic energy. Ambush! Trinity and Brixton shouted in unison. In an instant, they vanished from their original positions, reappearing mere meters away from the colossal sword. Everyone regroup and stay alert, Trinity commanded, her eyes flashing with icy determination as she scanned their surroundings. Her expression was grim. Brixton mirrored her concern. They had never anticipated such a sudden attack, and the loss of their members ignited a fierce anger within them. Captain, Vice Captain, what's happening? Melian and Agnor rushed to join Trinity and Brixton, taking in the devastation around them. We're under attack. That's what's happening, Brixton replied through clenched teeth. Enough chatter. We need to be on guard. They could strike at any moment, Trinity urged, waving her hand as she continued to survey the area with unwavering vigilance. The remaining members of the Morningstar adventurer team stood ready for anything that might come next. Show yourselves. Suddenly, Trinity turned sharply toward a dense cluster of trees and hills in the distance, her voice ringing out with authority. Clap, clap, clap. For several tense moments, silence hung in the air before a slow clap echoed ominously through the forest. Beyond. The towering ancient trees trembled as nearby hills erupted violently, sending boulders and debris soaring into the sky like confetti at a chaotic celebration. Well, Captain Trinity, your strength is impressive. You sensed us even while we were cloaked by a Tier 8 concealing spell, boomed a hearty voice from within the shadows. It's you. Trinity gasped softly as recognition dawned upon her face. It's you. Trinity gasped softly as recognition dawned upon her face. Trinity's eyes widened in shock as she surveyed the sea of faces surrounding them. Anger surged through her veins, igniting a fierce determination within. Just meters away stood a formidable group of around 1,000 adventurers, all clad in matching red and black armor emblazoned with a wolf symbol on their left sleeves. The air crackled with their bloodthirsty energy. It was clear these weren't ordinary foes. Each one had likely traversed mountains of corpses to reach this point. None were weak. Lyrius, it's you, Melian gasped, her voice barely above a whisper. Disbelief etched across her features as she recognized the man at the forefront. How can you be so shameless, ambushing us like this? Ignor's voice dripped with fury as he glared at Lyrius. Oh, come on, Lyrius replied with an infuriating grin. This is just how things work. Besides, I need to take my revenge for what you did. He stood tall and slender, appearing to be in his 30s, dressed in sleek black and red armor. His long face wore a scheming expression, narrowed eyes radiating a dark aura that made him seem even more menacing. What do you mean revenge? Melian shot back angrily. We already rejected your offer to become vassals under the Battle Wolves adventure team. We haven't done anything to you or your team. Ha ha. You really think I wouldn't find out about Ventura and his men? Oh yes, I know everything, Lyrius chuckled darkly. Today, your Morningstar adventurer team will join them in the underworld. Yes, we killed him and his men, Trinity said calmly. He was nothing but a nuisance. Captain Trinity, Lyrius said with mock admiration, I truly admire your courage. Don't worry, I'll ensure your deaths are swift and painfully memorable. What makes you think you can kill all of us? If we wanted to escape, there's nothing you could do to stop us. Ignore challenged defiantly. Do you really believe I came here unprepared? Lyrius smirked wickedly before continuing. The entire area has been sealed off. A 7-star mana barrier surrounds us for thousands of miles. My people are stationed throughout this radius. There's no way for you to escape. You're completely trapped and vastly outnumbered. Trinity's heart sank as she exchanged worried glances with Brixton and the others. Their expressions mirrored her growing dread. Hastily closing her eyes, Trinity reached out with her soul sense to scan their surroundings. Moments later, she opened her eyes again, her face pale and grim. The reality of their situation was undeniable. So, Captain Trinity, your adventure team is about to make history. Lyrius cackled, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Suddenly, the massive creature embedded in the ground began to tremble violently before launching itself toward Lyrius and his crew, in a breathtaking moment. A colossal green hand emerged, catching the gigantic broadsword mid-air. Standing there was a fearsome orc with bulging muscles encased in heavy armor and a grotesque visage that radiated bloodlust. He wielded the enormous broadsword effortlessly. Captain, that's Throck, Ignore whispered urgently, leaning closer with a grave expression. He's an incredible powerhouse, Tier 7 legendary knight, level strength. I can see that, Trinity replied, her brow furrowed in concern. In an instant, 10 streaks of light shot through the air, revealing 10 formidable figures clad in armor mirroring Lyrius's own. Each bore a wolf symbol emblazoned on their left arms. Demon, how can there be another 10 Tier 7 legendary knights? And 2 of them are Tier 7 legendary mages. How are we supposed to escape? Melian cursed under her breath. Surprised, Lyrius chuckled darkly. As I mentioned before, none of you will escape unscathed, and one dares cross paths with us, the Battle Wolves, and lives to tell the tale. Trinity's heart sank. Admitting she had a plan to defeat Lyrius and his forces would be pure folly. They were hopelessly outnumbered, not just in terms of sheer numbers, but also in skill and power. Among her Morningstar adventurer team members, only she, Brixton, Ignore, and Melian stood any chance against this overwhelming force. The recent ambush had already decimated their ranks. They were down to fewer than 80 fighters now. Facing off against 1,000 seasoned warriors felt like an impossible task. Just those 11 Tier 7 mana cultivators alone could easily handle them all. Trinity's expression was serious as she narrowed her eyes, addressing the others with a calm, yet commanding tone. All right, everyone, listen up. Our first priority is to take out the 2 mages. Since they're mages, their close combat skills are likely lacking, that we need to eliminate them quickly before they can react. Focus all our firepower on those 2. Understood? Yes, Captain, the 3 responded in unison. But, big sis, what about the 1,000 adventurers? Brixton interjected, concern etched on his face. That's exactly what I was getting to, Trinity replied, her gaze steely. I have a large area effect attack ready, but it will cost me a lot. I might not be able to fight if I use this attack, she continued with urgency. You all must take down those 2 mages before anyone else can react. Brixton, how far can your gravitational crush and earth-binding abilities reach? 400 meters, Brixton answered confidently. Perfect, Trinity nodded approvingly. Use those abilities on the 1,000 adventurers, especially targeting those 2 mages. They need to be eliminated as soon as possible while I work on reducing their numbers. With a swift motion, her long golden spear materialized in her hand. Meanwhile, Brixton summoned the massive double axes from his back, earth and yellow energy crackling around him like lightning. Melian and Ignore prepared themselves as they eyed Lyrius and his men lurking in the distance. Are you done with your planning? Lyrius scoffed disdainfully. Even with a perfect strategy, you'll never escape from here. Attack! He roared suddenly, his eyes bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. Brixton now! Trinity shouted back as a golden aura enveloped her body. She propelled herself 20 meters into the in an instant, Brixton began to grow, his body expanding rapidly. 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, 17 meters, 25 meters. Within moments, he towered over 25 meters tall, a small mountain of raw power radiating an overwhelming pressure. Gravitational cush, earth binding. BOM, an immense force crashed down upon Liruis and his men, who were caught completely off guard by the sudden turn of events. From Liruis's command to attack, to Trinity's soaring leap and Brixton's colossal transformation, all unfolding in less than a second. Before they could react further, it felt as if an entire mountain had landed on their backs. They were immobilized under its weight. Looking down in horror, they realized that the earth below had morphed into long tentacles, binding them firmly to the ground. Liruis's face transformed in an instant, his eyes widening with shock as a wave of dread washed over him. He looked up, and to his horror, the sky had turned a brilliant gold. The colossal golden magic circle loomed above, intricately woven with smaller circles that spiraled into its center. The surrounding mana within a 100-meter radius was being drained, pulled toward the massive golden circle beneath, which Trinity floated ominously. Trinity emanated an aura so terrifying that it felt almost palpable. Her long golden hair whipped around her like flames in the wind. Suddenly, she opened her eyes completely. Golden, and the very space around her trembled as if it were on the brink of shattering. Looking down at Liruis and his men, Elle, trapped and powerless, her expression remained eerily calm and serene, devoid of any emotion, as Isher was a completely different person. It was as if she regarded them merely as ants beneath her gaze, utterly unsympathetic to their plight, like a higher being or life form looking down on mortals. What kind of gaze is that? Lirusi wondered as he felt his soul trembled by Trinity gaze. Big sis, hurry up, I can't hold on anymore. Brixton shouted desperately, his face flushed and blood seeping from his body. Trinity glanced at him briefly before pointing at Liruis and his men. Divine ability. Oblivion tip in an instant. The enormous golden magic circle began to spin slowly at first, but quickly escalated into a dizzying whirlpool of light. From its center emerged a long spear, a deep blood-red weapon that seemed to pulse with malevolence. As it materialized, the sky shifted hues once more, now drenched in crimson, the air thickened with the scent of blood and death. It was nothing short of terrifying. Liruis and his men froze in fear as they sensed their impending doom. The mere thought of that spear descending upon them sent chills through their very souls. Everyone, we need to escape now or we'll die. Liruis shouted frantically, panic replacing his earlier bravado. Just then, he felt Brixton's abilities waning. Ah! Liruis screamed as dense black mana enveloped him. The gravitational force pressuring him exploded while earth-like tendrils binding him shattered into pieces. With explosive speed, he vanished from where he stood, and miraculously, so did 11 other Tier 7 mana cultivators. But just as they escaped, the blood-red spear shot forth from the golden magic circle towards those unfortunate adventurers still trapped below. Wherever it passed, space twisted violently under its power. A deafening explosion shattered the stillness, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The very fabric of space trembled violently as a vast area, spanning hundreds of miles, was instantly obliterated. Towering ancient trees and majestic mountains were reduced to mere dust, transforming a once vibrant landscape into an unrecognizable wasteland. The epicenter of this devastation, a colossal, bottomless abyss opened up, swallowing the Battle Wolves adventurer team whole. That moment of chaos, countless lives were extinguished before they even had a chance to scream. Only a few managed to escape, but not without bearing severe injuries, some losing limbs in the process. The survivors lay on the ground, wailing in agony as their faces contorted with pain. The shockwaves from the attack echoed for thousands of miles, shattering Liruis's barrier meant to contain Trinity and her allies. Adventurers and mana cultivators scattered throughout the outer regions of the Twilight Mountain Range turned their gazes toward the source of this cataclysmic disturbance. Confusion etched across their faces. Who could possibly unleash such destructive power? A handful darted toward the noise with lightning speed. What was that? Liruis stammered, his body trembling uncontrollably as fear gripped him. His heart raced so wildly it felt like it might leap from his chest at any moment. He was utterly shocked beyond belief at what had just transpired. What if he's still being trapped? Wouldn't he have died by now? Dread washed over him. His legs buckled beneath him, and he knelt on the ground. He wasn't alone. All 11 Tier 7 legendary knights and mages around him shared his terror-stricken expression. They stared wide-eyed at Their surroundings, landscapes forever altered, and felt profound relief wash over them for having escaped in time. Otherwise, they would surely have perished. Ah! Ah! Suddenly, two horrifying screams pierced through the air like daggers. Goosebumps erupted on Liruis's skin as he turned towards the source of those cries. His eyes went blank with horror when he saw two Tier 7 legendary mages standing just meters away from him. One with a long green arrow embedded deep within his skull, and another gruesomely impaled by tentacle-like branches that drained his life force until he resembled an emaciated corpse. In stark contrast to this carnage stood Melian and Ignore from the Morningstar adventurer team, smiling eerily at Liruis from a distance. "If Captain's attack couldn't take you out, we will," Ignore muttered under his breath as an intricate green magic circle beneath him began to fade away. Both Ignore and Melian suddenly looked up in unison. The blood-red sky had reverted back to its original blue hue dotted with fluffy white clouds. Trinity floated in the air, her eyes closed as she plummeted toward the ground. "Captain Big Sis!" Brixton, Melian, and Ignore shouted in unison when they spotted Trinity spiraling down from the sky. Brixton dashed forward, catching her just in time. "Big Sis!" His face was etched with concern as he gazed at Trinity. She looked frail. Her skin was ghostly pale, devoid of any color. Blood streamed from her eyes, as if she were crying crimson tears. "Ignore, get the FCK over here right now." Brixton's voice boomed as he turned to Ignore, who stood frozen in shock at a distance. "Coming." Ignore and Melian rushed to join him. "Captain!" they exclaimed simultaneously upon seeing Trinity's condition. "What are you standing there for? Heal the captain." Melian urged Ignore, who seemed momentarily dazed by the scene before him. Snapping out of his stupor, Ignore quickly cast a healing spell on Trinity. The dense green glow enveloped her as would elemental mana coalesced around her body, slowly seeping through her pores. But despite their efforts, no improvement was evident. Trinity's face remained pale and locked in an expression of pain. "The captain isn't waking up," Ignore said solemnly as he examined Trinity's still form. He intensified his healing spell, but it yielded no results. In desperation, Brixton pulled out a stash of high-grade healing pills and potions, feeding them to Trinity one after another, but she remained unresponsive. Ignore took Trinity's hand and tried to sense her pulse as he sent his consciousness in her body to assess her injuries. Boom! He was suddenly blasted back by an unseen force, landing several meters away with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Fear flickered in his eyes as he struggled to comprehend what had just happened. "What happened?" Melian asked urgently as she rushed to help Ignore stand. "I don't know. I tried to check on her condition, but something repelled me," he replied breathlessly. "I caught a glimpse of what's going on inside her. It's not good. Tell me everything." Brixton pressed anxiously. After a brief hesitation and a deep breath, Ignore continued with a grave expression. "When I probed into her essence, I discovered that all of her mana veins are shattered, but something is holding them together, so they're completely scattered." "What?" Brixton and Melian gasped in shock. "Are you sure?" Brixton asked tremulously. "I'm certain," Ignore affirmed with a heavy heart. "It seems like the attack Captain executed came at an enormous cost. Her mana veins couldn't withstand the backlash. Big Bro is really going to be mad," Brixton muttered, glancing down at Trinity, who lay injured in his arms. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, drawing the attention of Brixton, Ignore, Melian, Liruis, and the remaining members of their team. They all turned toward the source of the noise and were met with a dazzling display, numerous streaks of light hurtling toward them. "Looks like the commotion here has caught the attention of nearby adventurers and mana cultivators," Ignore remarked grimly. His expression darkened as he surveyed the scene. The tension was palpable. Brixton and Melian wore equally troubled looks, while even Liruis's face was that of concern, but it quickly turned to a wicked smile as he spotted the Morningstar adventurer team in the distance, especially when he noticed Trinity's serious injuries. Moments later, those streaks of light descended just a few miles away, revealing multiple figures representing various tiers of cultivation. Some adventurers, and others merely mana cultivators drawn to the Twilight Mountain Range by curiosity or ambition. They took in their surroundings, shock washed over their faces. They stood speechless amidst the destruction that surrounded them. What happened here?" One voice trembled in disbelief. "This is truly..." Another stammered as they continued to survey the devastation around them. "Hey, look over there. Isn't that Liruis from the Battle Wolves adventure team? What's he doing here?" one newcomer pointed out. "And isn't that the vice captain of the Morningstar adventure team?" "Wait, there's their captain too," another exclaimed. "Yeah, but it looks like she's seriously injured as well. Did both teams cause all this chaos? It seems so. It must have been an epic battle to turn hundreds of miles into a wasteland. DMN, what strength! The newcomers exchanged stunned glances and whispered among themselves as they absorbed what had transpired. Well, Liruis's voice rang out suddenly as he approached Brixton and his group with his men trailing behind him, all wearing wicked grins. Brixton, Ignore, and Melian exchanged worried glances as they spotted Liruis striding toward them. Their expressions tightened. They all knew that escaping this time would be an uphill battle. Trinity lay gravely, injured in Brixton's arms, trapped in a coma, and their group had already endured devastating losses from Liruis's initial ambush. Now, only the three of them and a handful of remaining allies stood ready to fight, but even together, they were no match for Liruis and his men. Liruis. Ignore stepped forward bravely, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at him. We've all suffered enough losses. Why don't we call it quits? Continuing this conflict won't benefit either of us. Liruis turned his icy gaze on Ignore, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. The air around him crackled with palpable menace as he replied, "You think I'll just let this go after everything that's happened? You must be dreaming. You've slaughtered thousands of my men," he continued, rage boiling beneath the surface. "You've taken down 2 Tier 7 legendary mages and left many others seriously injured. Do you really expect me to walk away from this? Not a chance." His fists clenched tightly at his sides. "I'm going to wipe out every last one of you, especially that captain of yours." Liruis sneered, casting a malicious glance at Trinity. "Killing her will never be enough." A wicked grin spread across his face as he added darkly, "I plan to turn her into a plaything for my Battle Wolves adventurer team. Let them enjoy her first." Brixton and the others' face changed drastically as they looked at Liu's with anger in their eyes. Brixton's face was especially filled anger as he looked at Liruis. "Liruis, I'm warning you, if you do something else, my big sis, you're going to die a horrible death. Even the Battle Wolves adventurer team might not be able to save you," Brixton said while his high expression calmed down. "Ha ha! Brixton, you already like this, and you still dare to threaten me. What a fool," Liruis laughed and said, "I'm going to do what I said, don't believe watch." Just then, a calm yet chilling voice sounded behind Liruis. "Oh, is that so? Oh, is that so?" A cold, chilling voice echoed behind Liruis, sending a shiver down his spine. He whipped around, his heart racing, only to be met with a sight that made him wish he could disappear. Just a few meters away stood a young man clad in tight black clothing, his ashen hair framing a face as calm as still water. But it was the icy glare in his eyes, filled with lethal intent, that truly froze Liruis in place. What sent terror coursing through him was the gruesome trophy the young man held. 2 bloody heads, their eyes wide open in confusion, seemingly unaware of the horror that had just unfolded. These were not just any heads. They belonged to the Tier 7 legendary knights who had been standing right behind Liruis moments before. Their bodies lay sprawled nearby, blood pooling around them, a horrifying scene that seemed almost surreal. The remaining Tier 7 legendary knights were equally pale and shaken. They stared at their fallen comrades, heads being treated like mere groceries by this stranger, their minds struggling to comprehend what had just happened. "Vulka, who are you?" Liruis stammered, taking shaky steps back while pointing a trembling finger at the young man. Fear etched across his face mirrored the shock of other adventurers and mana cultivators who had rushed to investigate the commotion. Their expressions were filled with dread as they gazed at this calm figure amidst chaos. When? How did this happen?" One whispered incredulously. "Did anyone see him arrive? It's like he just teleported here. He killed 2 Tier 7 legendary knights without making a sound. What an absolutely terrifying killer. His methods are beyond comprehension. To dispatch 2 Tier 7 legends so neatly and silently is truly an art of killing." Their fear was palpable. None could fathom how this young man had appeared out of nowhere and executed such brutal efficiency without raising alarm. No screams or fluctuations of mana, just silence followed by horror. The young man turned to Liruis and tilted his head slightly before addressing Brixton beside him. "Brixton, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Zephyr," Brixton replied quickly but solemnly. "It's just that Big Sis is seriously injured and in a coma. Our pills and healing spells can't help her." Liruis's eyes widened in shock when he realized that this formidable figure was on Brixton's side. His expression darkened as he regarded Zephyr warily. Facing Trinity and Brixton had already proven disastrous for them. Now another powerful ally stood before them, one who had effortlessly dispatched 2 legendary knights right under their noses. Zephyr glanced at Trinity, who grimaced in pain before turning back to Liruis with an unsettling calmness. What were you saying again? Go on, I'm listening. Liruis's expression twisted into a grimace as he glared at Zephyr, his fist clenched tightly. Whoever you are, don't think for a second that I'm afraid of you. You'd better leave this place before my reinforcements arrive, or you'll end up dead alongside them. Zephyr merely shook his head, tossing aside the two bloody heads he had been holding. A soft chuckle escaped his lips. I can't tell if you're just foolish or incredibly naive that if you want to kill my siblings, then you're sealing your own fate too. He continued with a smirk. You're lucky I'm the one here. If it were my big brother instead, you would have died by now, and your Battle Wolves adventurer team would have been wiped out ages ago. Wow, talk about arrogance. Just then, a booming voice echoed through the air as streaks of light shot across the sky towards Zephyr and the others at breakneck speed. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook violently as these lights landed with explosive force, cracking open the earth and sending long tentacle-like fissures sprawling in every direction. As the blinding light faded away, several figures emerged clad in intricate and formidable armor. Each wore different designs but shared one striking feature, a wolf symbol, emblazoned on their left arms. The sheer intensity of their presence made the atmosphere feel thick and suffocating. Among them stood Tier 5 Grandmaster Knights, the weakest of the group, up to a formidable Tier 8 Mana Cultivator who appeared to be in his 30s. He donned blazing fiery red armor and wielded a long spear that seemed to radiate heat so intense it warped the air around him. Third Captain, Liruis shouted joyfully upon spotting the man in blazing armor. The third captain turned toward Liruis with a slight frown. I'll deal with you later, he said curtly before shifting his gaze back to Zephyr. Now then, young man, what was that you said? Zephyr turned to the third captain, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. What? You think I'm lying? He chuckled, confidence radiating from him. If my big brother were here right now, he would wipe the floor with you and your precious battle wolves. The third captain raised an eyebrow, amusement flickering in his eyes. Oh really? I'd love to see this big brother of yours take down my adventure team. Zephyr simply smiled, not bothering to respond. The third captain surveyed the chaos around them, the remnants of battle and the two handless corpses, and spoke coolly. Since you've taken out members of my battle wolves, it seems only fair that you all pay with your lives. Look who's getting arrogant now, Zephyr shot back with a grin. Do you honestly think you can kill me and everyone behind me? Why, you think I can't? The third captain shook his head incredulously. Just look at the numbers. We outnumber you significantly, in both quantity and skill. So tell me, how do you plan on surviving this? In response, Zephyr simply snapped his fingers. Instantly, a dense black mist rose from the ground and began to swirl ominously behind him. As it dissipated, figures clad in dark armor emerged silently. Hooded sentinels standing like shadows come to life. The air crackled with their energy. Even the weakest among them was a Tier 3 Master Knight, their stable foundations hinting at immense power. The third captain's eyes widened in surprise as he took in a sight of these formidable figures. Materializing behind Zephyr, regaining his composure, he scoffed dismissively. You think those weaklings can defeat us? They may be strong individually, but against the battle wolves? Not a chance. Zephyr shook his head slowly, disbelief etched across his features. Your arrogance is truly blinding you. You need to check yourself before your overconfidence leads you to an unfortunate end. No, the third captain retorted with a smirk as he brandished a long fiery spear from his back, pointing it menacingly at Zephyr. It's not arrogance. I have the ability to back it up. You better prepare for death. Suddenly, an icy voice cut through the tension like a knife. How about adding me into this mix? The temperature around them plummeted instantly. Snowflakes began to fall as ice spread rapidly across the ground. Even the once arrogant third captain felt a shiver creep up his spine as white frost escaped from his lips with every breath he took. He scanned their surroundings, but couldn't pinpoint where that chilling voice had come from. Big sis, you're here. Are you trying to freeze me alive? Zephyr chuckled softly into the cold air. Humph! A sharp snort echoed through the air as a dazzling white magic circle, intricately formed from ice, materialized a few meters away from the Morningstar adventurer team and the Battle Wolves adventurer team. Moments later, the circle dissipated, revealing an enchanting girl clad in a stunning dress made of shimmering crystal. Her hair flowed like freshly fallen snow, pure and ethereal, while her deep blue eyes mirrored the vastness of the ocean. Despite her breathtaking beauty, her expression remained chillingly cold and devoid of emotion. Gwendolyn, you are here, Brixton exclaimed, his face lighting up with an infectious grin. "Vice Captain, who are they?" Melian asked Brixton with wide eyes filled with astonishment. Her beautiful emerald green eyes sparkled with shock at the unexpected arrival. It wasn't just her. Ignore, standing beside her, was equally taken aback. They had already been astounded by Zephyr's ability to silently eliminate 2-tier 7 legendary knights with ease. Now, another formidable figure had appeared, one who seemed to be on their side. Brixton smiled gently and replied, "That's my second sister and my third brother. Both of them are incredibly powerful," Ignore remarked seriously as he scrutinized Zephyr and Gwendolyn. "Indeed, they are truly formidable," Brixton confirmed with a nod. The third captain squinted into the distance. Locking eyes with Gwendolyn, a shiver ran down his spine as he sensed a cold, menacing aura radiating from her. Even as a tier 8 mythic knight, known for his bravery and strength, he couldn't shake off the feeling of unease creeping in. He quickly shook his head and chuckled softly, thinking that he must thinking too much. How can he feel fear towards these weaklings? Tension was palpable as the third captain faced off against Zephyr and Gwendolyn from a distance. Brixton and the others watched with solemn expressions, while spectators in the background buzzed with excitement, eager to see what would unfold next. Zephyr's gaze flickered between the third captain and Gwendolyn, his mind racing. Despite many members of the Battle Wolves adventurer team having fallen to Trinity's attack, the arrival of the third captain cast a shadow over their hopes. Although he had brought a few allies along, their strength paled in comparison to that of the Battle Wolves. That if they were to engage in battle, victory would come at a steep price. A deafening roar echoed through the outer area Twilight Mountain Range, sending shockwaves of fear rippling through everyone present. Almost all adventurers and mana cultivators in the outer area of the Twilight Mountain Range immediately had their faces changed drastically. Read exclusive chapters at Empire adventurers and mana cultivators alike scrambled for safety, fleeing as if their lives depended on it. The spectators who were waiting to see some actions between the Battle Wolves and the Morningstar adventurer team immediately run away without looking back. Zephyr, Gwendolyn, and even the third captain felt their hearts race. Only the Battle Wolves adventurer team and Morningstar adventurer team remained rooted in place. "What was that?" Melian gasped, her voice trembling with horror. "That sounds like a magical beast," Egbor replied gravely. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered overhead as thunder rumbled ominously. A brilliant violet bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. "This!" Zephyr exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Before anyone could react further, another massive violet bolt struck right in front of them. The blinding light forced everyone to shield their eyes until they reopened them to reveal a figure clad in pristine white, a long overcoat draped elegantly over his shoulders and holding a golden cane. His expression was cold yet calm. "Big bro!" Zephyr, Gwendolyn, and Brixton shouted simultaneously, excitement lighting up their faces at Felix's sudden appearance. But before they could fully process this unexpected reunion, roar! This time, it was an even louder roar that filled the air. 2 beams of golden light shot across the sky above them like shooting stars. An overwhelming aura descended upon them. Even those who were stronger struggled to breathe under its weight. They looked up and froze in terror at what loomed above. 2 behemoths, floating majestically. "Are those 5-winged golden lions?" Melian stuttered, her face paling as fear gripped her heart. "Big brother Zephyr, big sister Gwendolyn," came a clear voice from atop one of the lions. "Huh, Nixie, is that you?" Zephyr's astonishment turned into joy as he recognized her perched on one of these magnificent creatures. "Yeah, it's me," Nixie said, her voice steady as she scanned the chaotic scene before her. But her expression shifted dramatically when she spotted Trinity lying in Brixton's arms, seriously injured. Panic surged through her as she urged the 5-winged golden lions to descend swiftly. Rushing toward them, she called out, "Brixton, what happened? Is Big okay?" Brixton met her gaze and simply shook his head. The members of both the Battle Wolves adventurer team and the Morningstar adventurer team stood frozen in shock, staring at Nixie, who had just leaped down from the backs of these massive beasts. The third captain eyed the 2 behemoths before turning his attention to Felix, who remained eerily calm amidst the chaos. "Who are you?" he demanded cautiously. Taking a deep breath, he hadn't anticipated that the Morningstar adventurer team possessed such formidable strength, enough to subdue 2 6-winged golden lions. Felix ignored him completely and focused on Trinity, cradled in Brixton's arms. A frown creased his brow as he asked coldly, "What caused her injuries?" Brixton glanced at Felix, and then at Liruis, standing nervously behind the third captain. Felix turned his piercing gaze toward Liruis, as if appraising a lifeless object. You did this, didn't you? Liruis's face drained of color as he stumbled backward, fear evident in his eyes. E, E, E. His words faltered, caught in his throat. He was shaking on fear. He felt the moment Felix looked at him. His life was longer under his control. You're dead, Felix stated flatly. With a swift motion, a metallic glove adorned with sharp crimson claws materialized on his left hand, and a violet magic circle flickered in his eyes. Before either the third captain or Liruis could react, Liruis felt a sudden dizziness wash over him. He looked down to see a hand gripping tightly around his neck. A chilling realization struck him as he met Felix's unyielding gaze that, in an instant, Felix lifted him off the ground while tightening his grip until it was unbearable. With brutal efficiency, Felix plunged those crimson claws into Liruis's chest. They emerged from his back, holding his still-beating heart. Terror etched across Liruis's face as life slipped away from him slowly and painfully. Without hesitation, Felix flung Liruis's lifeless body towards the third captain and discarded the heart like it was nothing more than refuse. All within mere seconds, Felix's demeanor remained cold and emotionless as he turned to face the stunned third captain. The third captain's expression darkened. Disbelief mingled with fury painted across his features. He hadn't expected such disrespect. His subordinate killed right before him without so much as a glance of acknowledgement from Felix. You. The third captain stared down at Liruis's lifeless body, his face contorted in disgust. But he quickly inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. As Felix appeared, the captain attempted to gauge his strength, only to find an unsettling void. No mana fluctuations whatsoever. This unnerving realization made him wary. Big bro, you handle this guy. We'll take care of the rest. Zephyr suddenly chimed in, casting a glance at Felix. Felix merely shook his head. It's too slow. I don't have time for this. With that declaration, a long blade materialized in his hand as he turned his gaze toward the members of the Battle Wolves adventurer team. Zephyr was taken aback and offered a wry smile at Felix's confidence. In an instant, Felix's body quivered slightly as clones, hundreds of them, materialized around them, each one an exact replica of him. The third captain's expression shifted from disbelief to alarm as he roared. Everyone, stay alert and defend yourselves. Before they could react, Felix's clones surged forward like phantoms through the air. Screams of pain echoed as limbs and heads were severed. Blood splattered everywhere like a gruesome painting come to life. The adventurers fought back desperately, but soon realized something horrifying. Their attacks passed through these spectral duplicates as if they were mere illusions. Yet bizarrely enough, those very clones could inflict real damage upon them. Even the third captain was stunned. This was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. When reality set back in for the third captain, he found himself surrounded by carnage. All remaining members of the Battle Wolves adventurer team lay dead amidst a grotesque scene of dismemberment and bloodshed. Dazed and confused, he struggled to comprehend how nearly 1,000 warriors had perished in mere moments. Suddenly, a flash caught his eye. A white figure stood before him. It was Felix, pristine and untouched by battle despite the chaos behind him. Shock coursed through the captain as instinct kicked in. He stepped back involuntarily. Felix stood tall against the backdrop of crimson chaos, a stark contrast that sent shivers down the third captain's spine. With determination igniting within him, flames enveloped the third captain as he summoned his weapon with fervor. The temperature around them spiked dangerously high. Felix merely glanced at him before vanishing from sight. Boom! A resounding clash erupted as their weapons collided. The force sent the third captain flying backward. Pain shot through his arm where it trembled uncontrollably from impact. He was taken aback, his heart racing as he spotted Felix in the distance. Fear gripped him tightly. After all, he was a Tier 8 Mythic Knight. His defense is incredibly strong, much stronger than the average Tier 8 Mythic Knight, that it seemed nearly impossible to injure him easily. But here he was, wounded by Felix with just a single strike. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air to his left. With no time to draw his weapon, he instinctively swung his hand outwards. Bang! His palm collided with Felix's leg, sending shock waves rippling through him. The impact hurled him backward, and this time he coughed up torrents of blood. Struggling to regain his footing, he clutched his chest as crimson liquid trickled from the corner of his mouth. Stay tuned for updates on Empire before he could gather himself for a counterattack. Another blow came. Crashing down, Felix slashed vertically with his long blade. The third captain barely managed to raise his weapon in defense. The force of a strike sent him crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater beneath him. Each cough expelled more blood from his battered body. Then suddenly, Felix appeared before him in an instant and slammed his leg down hard. Boom! Crack! Crack! The sickening sound of bones shattering echoed around them as the third captain's eyes widened in horror and pain, twisted across his face. Just then, a sharp agony shot through him. Looking down, he saw a long blade piercing through his chest. You. The Battle Wolves adventure team won't let you get away with this. The third captain gasped out painfully as life slowly faded from his eyes. Felix glanced at the lifeless body of the third captain before turning away indifferently towards Zephyr and the others. Let's go. Zephyr nodded and vanished with his men in an instant. Felix turned to Ignore and Melian next. Take the rest back and wait for your next instructions. Understood. Ignore replied seriously before bowing respectfully to Felix. He swiftly gathered Melian and the remaining members of the Morningstar adventurer team before disappearing from sight. Felix then surveyed Brixton, Nixie, Gwendolyn, and Trinity lying gently in Gwendolyn's arms. Perched atop two magnificent five-winged golden lions. In a flash, Felix appeared on Aslan's head, scanning both the battlefield and its surroundings intently. After a moment's pause filled with relief, he waved his hand skyward. Multiple gigantic fiery red magic circles materialized above them as colossal meteorites rained down like wrathful stars from heaven itself. In an instant, all fallen bodies were incinerated into nothingness while devastation spread over thousands of kilometers around them. As Felix surveyed the devastation around him, a wave of relief washed over him. He paused for a moment, gently patting Aslan on the head. With a low rumble, Aslan let out a small roar, signaling his understanding. Then, in an awe-inspiring display, he opened his gigantic mouth wide. From within emerged a brilliant golden sphere that shimmered with power before launching toward the battlefield that Felix had already laid to waste. The explosion reverberated through the air, deafening and fierce, as miles of land were reduced to mere ruins. Felix gazed at the destruction before him, taking it all in with a solemn nod. With a simple command, the two magnificent five-winged golden lions transformed into streams of golden light and vanished into thin air. All that remained was silence amidst the chaos, a haunting reminder of what had just transpired. Morningstar Family Estate. In a grand, beautifully adorned room, the centerpiece is a luxurious bed large enough to comfortably accommodate 5 to 10 people, yet it still has space to spare. On this lavish bed lies a stunning girl with long, golden hair cascading around her like a halo. Her face is breathtaking, seemingly sculpted by the gods themselves, complete with long, fluttering eyelashes. This enchanting girl is naturally Trinity. However, at this moment, her complexion is pale and her brows are furrowed in distress, as if she's grappling with some unseen pain. Her eyes remain tightly shut. Jarvis, can you tell what's happening with her? Felix asks anxiously, glancing at Jarvis. In the spacious bedroom stand Felix, Zephyr, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Nixie, and Jarvis, all of them gazing at Trinity with worry etched on their faces. Jarvis frowns slightly as he examines Trinity. I've checked her mana veins. They're stable. However, he pauses thoughtfully. There's an unknown power brewing within her body that I suspect it's related to her bloodline beginning to awaken. Felix exclaims softly as he looks back at Trinity. The surprise on Zephyr and the others' faces mirrors his own. But why does she look so pale? It seems like she's in pain, Nixie says gently while holding Trinity's hand. It might be part of the awakening process, Jarvis suggests after a moment of contemplation. But you know when she will wake up? Gwendolyn inquires earnestly. Jarvis meets Gwendolyn's gaze and replies solemnly, it depends. What do you mean? Felix interjects quickly. She could wake up right now, tomorrow, next week, or even months from now. Tea all hinges on her. Jarvis explains while shaking his head slightly. Felix's eyes flicker with concern as he studies Trinity lying there so helplessly. By the way, Jarvis continues curiously, how did she end up like this? I think she used some kind of forbidden skill. Brixton muses thoughtfully. Oh, I remember. She mentioned something about it being a divine skill. That's intriguing. Jarvis rubs his chin thoughtfully while narrowing his eyes at Trinity. I believe she tapped into one of her bloodline abilities that I think she was already showing faint signs of awakening before this happened. All right, then, Felix declares decisively. Let's give her some peace to rest. No one is allowed in here without my permission. He waves his hand firmly. Yes. Zephyr and the others respond in unison as they follow Felix out of the bedroom. 3 days later. Beyond, the massive door swung open with a resounding crash, and a group of intimidating figures swaggered into the hall, their arrogant and contemptuous smiles sending chills down the spines of everyone present. At the forefront stood a tall, gaunt man draped in a flowing black robe that seemed to swallow him whole. He was so thin that it felt like a gust of wind could whisk him away at any moment. His pale face, framed by dark shadows, featured piercing red eyes and a sharp hooked nose that exuded an unsettling aura, one that made it hard to meet his gaze directly. "Who are you?" Ignore stepped forward, his voice steady but laced with caution. The rest of the Morningstar adventurer team flanked him, their expressions tense and vigilant. Melian had already drawn her bow, its string taut like the crescent moon, ready to unleash an arrow. The thin man remained silent for a moment, his red eyes boring into Ignore with an ominous glint of killing intent. "Who are you people? How dare you barge into our headquarters like this?" Ignore pressed again, his patience wearing thin. "I'm the 5th captain of the Battle Wolves adventurer team," he finally replied coolly. Ignore and Melian exchanged wary glances. Their expressions shifted slightly as they processed this revelation. "You're from the Battle Wolves adventure team?" Ignore asked incredulously. "Yes," came the curt nod from the thin man. "Since you know who we are, I trust you also understand why we're here." "What are you talking about?" Ignore shot back defensively. "Don't play dumb," he retorted darkly. 3 days ago, north of Twilight Mountain Range, your Morningstar adventurer team clashed with us. Thousands of our members vanished without a trace, including one of our captains and several high-ranking figures. We have no idea whether they're dead or alive, but here you stand unscathed. Isn't that interesting? "Oh, now I see what you're getting at," Melian interjected as she lowered her bow slightly, but kept her stance firm. "You think we're responsible for your team's disappearance? You really have some nerve-demanding answers from us when we haven't even sought explanations from your side." "What do you mean?" The thin man's confusion was evident now. "You don't know what happened? Let me enlighten you. During our clash 3 days ago, both our captain and vice-captain went missing too. We haven't seen them since. Where are they?" Melian's indignation was palpable as she confronted him. The thin man and his companions looked stunned. Disbelief etched on their faces as they processed her words. Ignore's lips curled into a slight smile at Melian's fiery defense. Ignore's eyes flickered as he glanced at Melian, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "What are you talking about? Obviously, you lot might have something to do with the disappearance of our 3rd captain and our members," shouted a guy standing next to the thin man, his face flushed red with indignation. "Oh, so you think we're responsible for your adventurer team's disappearance?" Melian shot back, casting a sidelong glance at the man before turning her attention to the thin figure beside him. "Let me remind you of something. The Morningstar adventure team was only recently established. Our strength is among the weakest. We're not even in the same league as you. Your 3rd captain is somewhere between Tier 7 and Tier 8. Do you really believe that a bunch of weaklings like us could take down a team of thousands, including Tier 7 legendary knights and a Tier 8 mythic knight? Really impressive logic there." Her voice dripped with sarcasm and mockery as she surveyed the speechless members of the Battle Wolves adventure team. "Even if we're weaker," Melian continued defiantly, "don't think you can just swagger in here and do as you please. Sure, you might be strong, but if it comes down to a fight, we'll drag you down with us. Even if we can't win, we'll make sure to leave our mark." With that declaration, she drew her bow once more. The members of the Morningstar adventurer team immediately fell into fighting stances, glaring at their adversaries. The thin man, who had been silent until now, waved his hand dismissively and focused on Ignore and Melian. "It's not that we're accusing you of killing our members or having anything to do with their disappearance. However," he paused for effect, "you were reportedly the last ones to be sent with them according to our information." "Well," Ignore stepped forward confidently, "we did clash with your Battle Wolves adventurer team, but then we were scared off by this terrifying roar from deep within Twilight Mountain Range. Our captain and vice-captain ordered us to run. When we returned just minutes later, everything was scorched black, the entire area reduced to ruins, and both our captain and vice-captain were nowhere to be found. Nor were any members of your team. If you don't believe us," he added earnestly, "ask around. There were plenty of other adventurers in Twilight Mountain Range who heard that roar." The thin man's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Ignore intently while scanning the entire hall. After a few tense moments filled with silence, he waved his hand dismissively again before leaving swiftly with his men without uttering another word. "Hoo!" Once they left, Ignore and Melian exchanged glances filled with relief. Melian's hands trembled as she wiped the sweat from her brow, her heart racing. She turned to Ignore, bitterness lacing her voice. That guy's incredibly strong. His eyes, it's like they belong to a poisonous snake, that it's terrifying. Ignore shook his head, a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips. You're not alone in feeling that way. After a moment of silence, Melian asked, do you think they'll believe our story? Ignore paused, contemplating their precarious situation. There are definitely some holes in our story, but it's believable enough. Besides, we were the only ones there when everything went down. Stay connected with Empire. But what if they try to use other methods to extract information? Especially from the members who witnessed it all, Melian said anxiously. Don't worry. Ignore reassured her with a wave of his hand. The captain and the vice captain big brother, and I've already taken care of that. Oh, Melian nodded slowly, relief washing over her. Hey, Ignore, she continued with admiration sparkling in her beautiful green eyes. I didn't expect the captain and the vice captain big brother that they are always talking about to be so strong. Yeah, Ignore sighed, shaking his head in disbelief. He literally wiped the floor with that Tier 8 mythic knight like it was nothing. Truly impressive. Melian mused dreamily. Ignore glanced at her and chuckled softly. All right, let's change the subject for now. Let's just hope the captain is doing all right. Agreed, Melian replied as she scanned the hall filled with their comrades. All right, everyone, let's get back to our daily routines. Remember, the captain and vice captain will be fine. We must all quickly try to become strong during this time. No slacking off? Understand? Yes. The members of the Morningstar Adventurer team shouted in unison, their voices echoing throughout the hall in a spacious office-like room. Felix sat behind a finely crafted, luxurious wooden desk, a letter in hand, a smile gracing his face. These people certainly react quickly, he muttered, crumpling the letter in his hand. The door suddenly swung open, and Nixie entered, dressed professionally with her pink hair tied back in a ponytail, revealing her slender white neck and a faint smile on her rosy, cute face. Having managed various businesses, she had shed some of her childish temperament and now exuded a strong, professional aura. Felix looked up at Nixie with a smile. How are things on the other side? Big bro, she asked as she sat down. Felix leaned back in his chair. The Battle Wolves Adventure team is moving swiftly. They've already begun to suspect the Morningstar Adventurer team, paying a visit to our headquarters a few days ago for questioning. Nixie nodded in understanding. It's understandable that they would suspect us, especially after the clash between Big Sis Trinity and their team. With one of their captains and thousands of their elites missing, suspicion is inevitable. Felix agreed. Indeed, but we need not worry for now. We have managed to divert their attention, but it won't last long. We must prepare. Nixie nodded in agreement. Do you have any information on the Battle Wolves Adventurer team? I've heard they are affiliated with a powerful noble family. Felix nodded. I have instructed Zephyr to gather information on them. Once we have all the necessary details, we can strategize accordingly. Understood, Nixie replied. I'm still concerned about Big Sister. IT has been over 4 days, and she has not shown any signs of waking up. Sometimes her body convulses, indicating that she may be in great pain. Nixie said with a worried expression. Felix's face also grew solemn as he thought about Trinity's situation. IT truly worried him. Several days had passed, and instead of improving, her conditions seemed to be worsening. I have already consulted Jarvis, and he mentioned that this is all part of the process of her bloodline awakening, Felix explained. I hope so, Nixie replied anxiously. Let's not dwell on this any longer. Felix waved his hand dismissively. Why are you here? Nixie rolled her eyes at Felix and replied, Aren't you going to listen to the current reports on how things are progressing? Claire is already waiting for you in the conference room, and I have something to report as well. Oh, I almost forgot, Felix exclaimed, patting his head with a smile. Let's go meet Claire, he said, standing up and heading towards the door, with Nixie following behind. A few minutes later, they entered the large conference room. Besides Claire, who was organizing papers, the room was empty. Family head, Miss Nixie, Claire greeted them as they entered. Felix smiled and nodded at her, taking his seat at the head of the table with Nixie beside him. How have things been lately, Claire? Felix inquired. Everything is going well, family head, Claire replied with a smile. Good, Felix nodded, his expression turning serious. Now, please begin your report. Claire took a deep breath, picked up the documents from the table, and began her report. Family head, the sales of the bicycles have been continuously soaring during this period of time, especially the Flying Nimbus. Its sales are even catching up with the sales of the Soaring Cloud bicycle. Our origin technology is now starting to appear in the public eye, and after conducting several surveys, origin technology has left a very positive impression on the general public. It seems that the Flying Nimbus is starting to gain recognition and fame. How much have the sales increased? Felix nodded in satisfaction and asked Claire, "Well, family head, we must give credit to the first adventurers who purchased the flying Nimbus. Oh, you recall the four-winged Golden Line incident?" Claire asked. "Yes, I remember an adventurer was able to escape from them with the help of the flying Nimbus." Felix nodded. "Indeed. With the proper advertisement and the recruitment of adventurers to promote our product, the flying Nimbus sales have experienced a significant increase. We have already sold approximately 800,000 units, which is a more than 30% increase compared to before," Claire explained with an excited smile. "Good, good, good." Felix repeated 3 times to express his satisfaction that he did not anticipate the flying Nimbus, which previously had slow sales, to experience such a surge in sales. "You have done well, Claire. Once you are finished, inform the workers that bonuses will be distributed soon for their hard work," Felix said, looking at her with admiration. "It is my duty, family head," Claire replied with a humble smile. "Find adventures on Empire. How are the sales of the Soaring Cloud?" Felix inquired. Claire responded with a smile. "The sales of the Soaring Cloud have consistently been strong during this period. Most middle-income earners now own bicycles, and even some low-income earners have made purchases, according to the survey. Currently, we have already surpassed sales of more than 2 million units." "Wow, so many!" Nixie, who had been quietly observing, exclaimed softly, her eyes shining with excitement. Felix glanced at her, understanding her enthusiasm. Her mind was likely consumed with thoughts of the profits generated from such astronomical sales. Felix nodded in approval, acknowledging Claire's report. "That's excellent. Claire, it demonstrates the widespread appeal of our product to the general public. Is there anything else to report?" Claire nodded, referring to the document in her hand. "During this period, numerous merchants and chambers of commerce have made bulk purchases as per the contracts. They are restricted from selling the bicycles in Astheria. The total revenue generated from these bulk purchases amounts to 500 million gold coins." Felix chuckled heartily, expressing his satisfaction. "This is fantastic news. While 500 million gold coins may not significantly impact my current wealth, the opportunity to increase profits is always welcomed." Claire added optimistically, "Many more merchants are showing interest in bulk purchases, indicating that our sales will continue to rise." Felix nodded approvingly as he gazed at Claire. "Now, our focus should be on intense promotion. By the end of the year, I want our product to be visible on the streets of every city, town, and village in the Avalonia Kingdom. In fact, let's extend our reach to other kingdoms as well. I envision our bicycles replacing horses for short-distance travel. I want our product to be ubiquitous. Don't concern yourself with the cost, as long as the desired effect is achieved." "Understood, family head." Claire nodded solemnly. She understood the magnitude of the task ahead, especially the challenge of promoting the product in other kingdoms. Felix tapped lightly on the table and continued. "In addition, we need to ramp up production. Hire more workers, increase everything tenfold, especially the materials and the rune masters. This is crucial. And you know who to approach for more materials. I trust you understand the importance of this." Claire nodded, a smile creeping onto her face. "Yes, I understand." Nixie, chiming in from the side, teased, "Big bro, aren't you giving the fat guy a lot of work to do?" Felix waved his hand dismissively. "We are partners, after all. He needs to put in the effort. In fact, I believe the Mayraith noble family would be more than willing to procure additional materials. We are all interconnected. The more bicycles we sell, the more they earn as well. It's a win-win situation," Claire said with a smile. "You're absolutely right, Claire. However, that overweight gentleman is quite lazy. I can't wait to see the look on his face when he realizes the amount of work that has been assigned to him." Nixie chuckled mischievously. Felix simply shook his head and turned to Claire. "You should consider hiring more management talent. This large office building is quite empty, and we need to fill it up to distribute the workload and prevent you from becoming overwhelmed." "Yes, family head," Claire nodded. "Origin technology has only recently been established, so there's a lack of talent available for management. As a result, most of the work falls on Claire's shoulders. Ensure that you hire the most competent individuals, regardless of cost. I have no tolerance for incompetence within our organization," Felix stated firmly. "Yes, I understand," Claire replied. "Excellent," Felix nodded, then turned to Nixie and instructed, "It's your turn to provide me with an update on the progress of our other industries." "Yes, big brother," Nixie responded, her playful demeanor replaced with a serious expression as she stood up to face Felix. Clearing her throat, Nixie, "Well, big, nothing has gone wrong during this period of development. The Morningstar restaurant is doing quite good. It's just that WR have recently hit a wall." "Why do you say that?" Felix raised an eyebrow as he looked at Nixie with a furrowed brow. "Well, Nixie's expression was quite weird as she looked at Felix and didn't know what to say. Well, Nixie's expression was quite weird as she looked at Felix and didn't know what to say. Well, the thing is, ever since we decided not to share our technical information and blueprints for the bicycles with those noble families, we've been targeted everywhere, especially in our restaurant business. Our expansion has come to a grinding halt because we can't move forward, she explained helplessly. Felix raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Have you tried doubling the prices or exploring other options? I've attempted various strategies, but raising prices would be futile. That I'm sure that if we didn't have our own material supply, they would have sabotaged our supply chain by now. Nixie shook her head in frustration. This is really troublesome, Felix muttered, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Big bro, why don't we ask the Mayraith noble family for help? I think they might assist us, Nixie suggested hesitantly. No way. That's off the table. Felix quickly shot down her idea. Why not? Nixie asked, puzzled. As you mentioned, if we approach the Mayraiths for assistance, they'd likely agree, but can we trust that they'll actually help? They're a massive family with their own interests and conflicts. Plus, do you really think such a powerful family doesn't have enemies? Asking them for help could complicate things even further. We can't turn to them. Not now, Felix explained firmly. Nixie fell silent, her expression darkening as she pondered their predicament. So what should we do now? She finally asked. Felix suddenly shifted gears. How many branches have we opened so far in Astheria? Nearly 100. Most are one-star restaurants, with a dozen 2 stars and 15 3-stars scattered across Wooliamp district and some surrounding areas. Nixie replied while glancing at the papers in her hand. Felix nodded thoughtfully but frowned as he considered their situation. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed her, for now, let's halt any further expansion of our restaurants and focus on solidifying our current foundation. Going against those noble families is like trying to crack an egg against a rock. It's just not wise. But we're already on bad terms with some of them, Nixie said with a resigned smile. I know it sounds serious. It's just business warfare right now that they're using their influence to stifle our growth. But remember that we're running multiple businesses. Felix reassured her. Nixie nodded in understanding. For now, I need you to keep our restaurants running smoothly, Felix said, his narrowed eyes reflecting determination. Hire people who can help spread the good word about our establishments. Cost isn't a concern. What matters is that we instill a positive image of our restaurants in the minds of our customers. We also need to ramp up security and monitor everyone who dines at our various branches. If anything seems off, we must be ready to act swiftly. Our goal is to ensure that every guest enjoys an exceptional experience. No discrimination here. Anyone who walks through our doors is a customer as long as they dine and pay. Nixie raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. I understand your point, big bro, but why do we need increased security? Felix sighed heavily. These nobles won't stop their attempts to thwart us just by blocking our expansion. They might resort to underhanded tactics to sabotage our business. These greedy nobles will do anything if it serves their interests. That we have to be prepared. Okay. Nixie nodded thoughtfully. The hint of sadness crossed her face as she sighed again. It's such a pity. Why the long face? Felix asked, surprised. I'm just disappointed that we can't expand right now. Things were going so well. Nixie replied. Felix chuckled softly, shaking his head. Who said we can't expand? But didn't you say we should pause expansion? Nixie's surprise was evident. I meant we should halt expansion in Astheria, not across the entire Avalonia kingdom. Felix rolled his eyes playfully. Wait, you mean? Nixie's eyes widened in realization. Bingo, you finally got it. Felix grinned and gave her a thumbs up. Even though they've blocked us from expanding in Astheria, they haven't stopped us from growing elsewhere in the kingdom. He explained further. So you're saying we should abandon plans in Astheria and focus on other regions? Nixie clarified. Exactly, Felix affirmed with a nod. Since they won't allow us to grow in the royal capital, we'll open new branches in cities and towns throughout Avalonia. But what if they find out and try to stop us again? Their power is immense within Avalonia. Nixie expressed her concerns anxiously. I know, Felix replied seriously. That's why we need a diversion, a way to draw their attention away from our real plans. How do you propose we do that? Nixie's confusion was apparent. Felix turned toward Claire, who had been quietly listening from the side. Claire, any thoughts on how we can divert their attention? Claire paused, momentarily taken aback. She looked at Felix with surprise etched on her face, furrowing her brows as she tried to conjure up an idea. But a few moments later, she shook her head, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto her cheeks. Forgive me, family head, she said softly. I can't seem to find any good ideas. Felix chuckled and waved his hand dismissively before turning to Nixie. All we need to do is keep making moves. As long as we focus on expanding our restaurant in Astheria, whether it's buying land or opening new branches, they'll be too busy trying to stop us to notice anything else. I'm not saying it's foolproof, but I'm about 80% sure this will work. Even if it doesn't pan out perfectly, at least it'll buy us some valuable time for expansion. So what you were saying is that we should pretend to looking for places to expand in Astheria and make huge movements as much as possible, making it seem we are very desperate to expand. But in fact, we were just putting on a show just to divert their attention, Nixie said as her face flushed with excitement. Yes, that's right, Felix nodded as he chuckled softly. Nixie and Claire exchanged excited glances. The spark of inspiration was evident in their eyes. Though the plan was rough around the edges, they felt a surge of confidence that it could work. This will definitely work, Nixie exclaimed with a bright smile. Exactly, Felix nodded enthusiastically. It's just a starting point. With some polishing, we might just pull this off and gain even more time. Okay, big bro, I'll get started on refining it right away. Nixie's excitement was palpable. But family head, Claire interjected suddenly. Shouldn't we hire workers in Astheria? Felix shook his head firmly. No way. If we hire locally, they'll catch wind of our plans too quickly that we'll recruit from other areas and do our best to keep any news about new branches under wraps. Got it. Both Claire and Nixie nodded in understanding. Don't worry. I'll make sure everything runs smoothly without any hiccups, Nixie promised with determination shining in her eyes. Good, Felix replied with satisfaction before leaning back in his chair. Now, let's move on. How are preparations for the wine store coming along? Mentioning the wine store brought an instant smile to Nixie's face as she eagerly reported. Everything is going according to plan. We've selected the best locations and construction has already begun. By next month, everything should be ready. Excellent. Felix nodded approvingly. The vineyard plantation is complete too. We've hired several experts who have already started planting various grapes and other ingredients for wine production. Nixie continued confidently. She glanced at Felix as he listened intently before adding, the school building is nearing completion as well that I've spread the word across our restaurants that staff can enroll for management skills training once it's finished. And we've received positive feedback. How's everything going in Arkfield District? Felix asked again, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Everything is running smoothly. The workers have already started planting various crops, and I've even bought a bunch of livestock to raise. I truly believe it won't be long before we become one of the largest farming operations in Astheria, if not the entire kingdom. Nixie chuckled, her enthusiasm infectious. That's great to hear. It seems like aside from the restaurant, our other businesses are thriving and haven't faced any attacks from the nobles yet, Felix replied with a sense of relief. Oh, about that. Once I realized that the nobles were targeting our restaurants, I quickly took action that minimized our visibility in the other businesses so that they wouldn't suspect we have more going on. But honestly, I don't think this charade will last long, Nixie said with a serious tone. Felix looked at her in surprise. He hadn't expected such swift action from her. You did well to ask for when these nobles find out. Let's not dwell on that for now, he said, waving his hand dismissively. Okay, Nixie nodded. Is that all? Felix glanced at her curiously. Yes, that's all, she confirmed with another nod. Felix turned his attention to Claire and asked, is there anything you want to add? No, family head. Claire shook her head firmly. Good, Felix said as he nodded approvingly. You can both go back to your work now. I need some time alone. Yes, both Nixie and Claire replied before walking out of the conference room. Felix remained behind, enveloped in silence and deep thought as he pondered their next moves. Morningstar family estate. On a sprawling training ground, excitement crackled in the air. Around 100 children, aged 15 to 19, stood with bright eyes and focused expressions. Their faces glowed with confidence, a stark contrast to their past lives on the streets just months ago. These young children are the ones Felix brought from the streets and the slumps and brought into the nurturing embrace of the Morningstar family. Once frail and malnourished, these kids now sported healthier physiques. Their sunken cheeks filled out and their vacant gazes replaced with vibrant spirit. They had transformed from scrappy street dwellers into budding knights and mages, a dream they never dared to imagine. With hearty meals that included meat whenever they desired, cozy beds wrapped in warm blankets, and comfortable clothes to wear, what was once fantasy had become their new reality. Among this group were those who had successfully harnessed mana within themselves, creating their own mana veins. Out of the thousands rescued from dire circumstances, about 700 had risen to this challenge. Most were knights. Only a select few, less than 10, had reached the level of mages. Dressed in sleek black training attire emblazoned with a striking 9-pointed star on their backs, each child wielded weapons of choice as they eagerly awaited instruction. In front of them stood around 100 instructors clad in more luxurious black garments, the weakest among them being a Tier 4 high-level knight, and the strongest being Instructor Max, an impressive Tier 6 epic knight on the verge of breaking through to Tier 7 legendary knight status. With hands clasped behind his back, Instructor Max surveyed his eager students with pride swelling in his chest. He felt fulfilled knowing he was shaping these young talents into formidable warriors, a far cry from his days spent fighting battles alone in the army. His gaze flickered toward a small boy gripping daggers at his waist, then shifted to another boy confidently resting a halberd across his back. "All right, everyone," Instructor Max called out, stepping forward as anticipation rippled through the crowd. "Today marks your trial day. You'll be tested on your ability to survive for 7 days at the outermost part of the Twilight Mountain Range." A hush fell over them as he continued. "Those who succeed will earn promotion to outer family members, and don't worry if you don't pass this time. You can always try again during future trials." The children listened intently as he reassured them about safety measures. "Instructors will accompany you into the Twilight Mountain Range for support, but remember, if any instructor has to save you from danger, it means you've failed." Solemnity washed over their faces as determination took root. They all shared one thought: passing this trial was essential for becoming outer family members. "Any questions?" Instructor Max called out, his voice booming as he scanned the eager faces in the crowd. But silence hung in the air. No one dared to raise a hand. "All right then, since there are no questions, let's move out," he declared, waving his hand with enthusiasm. Instantly, hundreds of children sprang into action, following closely behind Instructor Max and the other instructors. Laughter and chatter filled the air as they walked, each child wearing a unique expression. Some beamed with confidence, while others wore solemn looks of determination. The diversity of their emotions painted a vivid picture of anticipation that a few minutes later, they arrived at a vast parking area where rows of enormous carriages, each as large as a bus, stood majestically, pulled by magnificent magical horses. Instructor Max turned to face the group with an encouraging smile. "Okay, everyone, board the carriages now. For the next 7 days, you'll be staying in the Twilight Mountain Range. Prepare your minds. You might encounter countless dangers along the way." Nodding in unison, the children quickly formed groups and climbed aboard their respective carriages. Moments later, all were settled in and ready for adventure. "Let's set out," Instructor Max shouted excitedly as he hopped into the lead carriage. With that command, all the carriages rumbled to life and sped away into the distance. Instead of taking the main road through Wooliamp District, which would surely attract attention, they veered onto a lesser-known path leading out of Capital City. Days passed swiftly until they reached a remote corner of the outer Twilight Mountain Range. The landscape was stark and eerily quiet except for occasional roars from deep within the mountains and birds chirping overhead. Suddenly, a massive cloud of dust appeared on the horizon, rapidly approaching their location. Moments later, those grand carriages pulled by magical horses came to an abrupt stop. Instructor Max stepped out first and surveyed his surroundings before nodding approvingly. "All right, everyone, you can get out of your carriages now," he announced. With rustling sounds echoing from dozens of carriages, curious children began to emerge like wide-eyed explorers stepping into a new world for the first time. Many had never ventured beyond Asteria's towering walls or traveled this far to witness such renowned sights as those offered by Twilight Mountain Range. Gazing up at mountains that stretched infinitely into the sky left them both amazed and awestruck. "So this is Twilight Mountain Range. It's absolutely gigantic," one child exclaimed. "Yeah, I heard it's crawling with terrifying magical beasts and other monsters," another chimed in nervously. "Dang, these mountains are really something else," someone else remarked breathlessly. "Forget about those mountains. Look at those giant trees. It's like they're trying to pierce through the sky," another pointed out excitedly. "And even this grass is taller than me," piped up yet another child said with deep shock in his voice. The children were really shocked as they widened their eyes and looked around and exclaimed from time to time. Huge gasps and breathing can be heard from them. "All right, children, welcome to the famous Twilight Mountain Range." Instructor Max stepped forward and said with a wide grin on his broad face. All the children turned to Instructor Max, their hands tightly clenched into fists, eyes wide with a mix of excitement and fear. Instructor Max scanned their nervous faces and broke into a reassuring smile. "As I mentioned earlier," he began, his voice steady and confident, "you will be staying in this part of the outer Twilight Mountain Range for 7 days. During this time, you will encounter countless dangers and may even face attacks from magical beasts." With a dramatic wave of his hand, he signaled to the other instructors. They stepped forward, each holding small bamboo sticks adorned with a tiny robe. The children stared at the sticks in their hands, curiosity etched on their faces as they turned back to Instructor Max, seeking clarity. These bamboo sticks are your emergency signals, he explained earnestly. If you find yourself in danger that feels insurmountable, pull the rope. Nearby instructors will rush to your aid. But remember, when you pull that signal, don't just stand still. Prioritize your safety. If you activate it, it means you've failed the trial. His voice rose with urgency as he emphasized his point. Understood. Instructor Max asked loudly. Yes, all the children replied in unison, determination shining in their eyes. Good. He nodded approvingly before adding. You have 30 minutes to prepare yourselves. Make sure you're ready. The children sprang into action, gathering equipment and supplies for their week-long adventure ahead. Every detail mattered. They couldn't afford to be careless. Turning to his fellow instructors with a serious expression, Instructor Max said firmly, This time we must ensure that every child returns safely. The family head specifically instructed us that all must come back unharmed. No mistakes. Yes, echoed the instructors solemnly. With a nod of approval from Instructor Max, everyone got busy assigning tasks and preparing for what lay ahead. Before long, 30 minutes had flown by like a whisper in the wind. All right, everyone, time's up. Instructor Max called out as all activity came to an abrupt halt. The children stood shoulder to shoulder at the edge of the Twilight Mountain Range, solemn expressions replacing their earlier excitement. You may enter now, Instructor Max announced. Good luck. In an exhilarating rush, the children dashed toward the mountain range's entrance, a sea of eager adventurers ready to face whatever challenges awaited them within its depths. Minutes later, after hundreds of young explorers had disappeared into the mysterious mountainside, leaving only Instructor Max and his team behind. Take your positions, he commanded before vanishing from sight. The other instructors followed suit with remarkable speed as they entered the Twilight Mountain Range themselves. Only the magical horses and carriages remained at the entrance. MG note. Hello guys, author here. Most of you might be wondering why I haven't updated for the past 2 months. Well, something came up and I have to deal with, and currently I'm already done with all my troubles. So the good news is that I'm back again, and I will continue to update daily at least 2 to 3 chapters a day. Thank you all to my loyal readers who still stayed with me after much absence. And guys, try out my new novel, which I have submitted for this year, WSA. Please add it to your collections, and let's have a place in the ranking. Thank you. In the outermost corner of the Twilight Mountain Range, where towering trees stretched toward the sky, the forest floor was covered with enormous yellowish leaves, scattered branches, and patches of resilient grass. Small bushes dotted the landscape, while a few industrious insects crawled about their business. The atmosphere was eerily still. The only sounds that broke the silence were the occasional chirps of birds and distant roars from unseen beasts. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Amidst this tranquil yet tense environment, a small white rabbit with fluffy fur and bright red eyes hopped curiously among the underbrush. With a tuft of grass clamped in its tiny mouth, it chewed rapidly before standing on its hind legs to survey its surroundings. After a brief pause, it lowered its head once more to dig for food. But lurking just 20 meters away, hidden behind a bush, 2 piercing red eyes watched intently. These eyes radiated an unsettling mix of brutality and cold intent as they fixated on the unsuspecting rabbit. The little creature continued its search for food, blissfully unaware of the danger nearby. Its large ears twitched occasionally as it nibbled away at the grass. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the trees, a harbinger of impending doom, as a massive black shadow darted between them and lunged toward its prey, despite being vigilant and alert to its surroundings. It was too late for the rabbit to react. A soft whimper escaped as a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth sank into its neck. Blood sprayed forth like crimson paint against snow-white fur, a hauntingly beautiful contrast that marked an end to innocence. The predator revealed itself, a fearsome beast resembling a leopard but cloaked in pitch-black fur adorned with ominous red spots. This was no ordinary animal. It was a Tier 1 magical beast, known as the red spot leopard. As joy flickered in its red eyes, it savored every bite of its meal, crunching bones and tearing flesh with brutal efficiency while blood splattered across the ground. Yet amidst this gruesome feast stood another figure. A boy about 10 to 12 years old was hiding behind a tall tree trunk just meters away from this macabre scene. His short black hair framed an ordinary face that belied his extraordinary focus. Excitement danced in his eyes as he observed every movement of the red spot leopard. This boy is called Leon. His eyes were cold and calm as he looked deeply at the red spot leopard in the heart of the jungle. A red spot leopard was blissfully indulging in its meal, completely unaware of the imminent danger lurking nearby. Its focus was solely on devouring a white rabbit, savoring each bite as if it were a gourmet feast. With its size, this small creature could have been consumed in just 1 or 2 bites. Yet the leopard relished every morsel. This leisurely approach to hunting was one of its peculiar habits, taking pleasure in the taste and texture of its prey rather than rushing through the kill. However, this indulgence also revealed a vulnerability. Such moments of distraction made them easy targets for predators. Leon watched from the shadows, cold determination flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, channeling all his energy into his legs before launching himself forward with incredible speed. Bang! The ground shook beneath him as he propelled himself into action, leaving behind a small crater where he once stood, a black blur racing toward his target. Startled by the sudden movement and feeling the rush of wind behind it, the red spot leopard abruptly raised its massive head. In an instant, sharp pain pierced through its neck as Leon struck with precision. The leopard's eyes widened in shock and agony. Roar! The roar echoed through the jungle as Leon clung tightly to its back. The leopard thrashed wildly, desperate to dislodge him, but to no avail. Gritting his teeth against the chaos, Leon drove his dagger deeper into the creature's flesh. Blood gushed from the wound like a crimson fountain as he pulled out another dagger and plunged it into the opposite side. Roar! Another agonizing roar filled the air as panic set in for the leopard. It continued to buck and twist violently, but Leon remained steadfast, like glue stuck to its back, relentlessly pushing both daggers deeper until they sank completely into its neck. Minutes passed like an eternity as blood poured out onto the ground below, staining it red. Finally, with labored breaths and twitching limbs, the mighty red spot leopard collapsed onto the earth, panting heavily as life drained from it. Leon refused to let go. He maintained his grip even as he felt strength fading from beneath him. After what felt like forever, with one last twitch and sigh, the great beast lay still. A silence enveloped them both. Leon finally released his hold and stepped back slightly to catch his breath. He gazed down at what had once been a formidable predator, now reduced to lifelessness. "That's 3 down," he muttered under his breath with satisfaction glimmering in his eyes. It's been exactly 2 days since Instructor Max led the children into the wilds of the Twilight Mountain Range. In that short span, they've faced dangers that most could only dream of or dread, from life-threatening encounters to fierce battles with magical beasts. These kids have truly stepped outside their comfort zones. Some found themselves in perilous situations and needed rescue from their instructors, marking them as having failed this grueling trial. Others, however, summoned their courage and fought valiantly against all odds. Can you imagine what it must feel like to confront such terrifying creatures for the first time? The challenges they faced over these 2 days were unlike anything they had ever experienced before. Yet, through this ordeal, they've grown a little stronger and braver, ready to tackle the dangers of the world head-on. Leon is one of the few children who were able to survive quite well during these 2 days, with unwavering determination and impressive strength. He was able to kill several ordinary beasts, and even killed 2 Tier 1 magical beasts, plus the red spot leopard he killed today, making it 3, while he did sustain some injuries along the way. Thankfully, they weren't severe. Leon was resourceful enough to heal himself. The dense foliage of the Twilight Mountain Range rustled ominously, setting the stage for an epic showdown. Costa, a 10-year-old boy with fiery determination blazing in his amber eyes, tightened his grip on his halberd. The weapon loomed nearly twice his height, feeling both familiar and foreign in his small hands, a heavy reminder of the expectations resting on his shoulders. "I can't fail, not when Big Brother Felix believes in me." His breaths came in ragged bursts, every muscle screamed from exhaustion. Before him stood a towering nightmare, a Tier 3 magical beast known as the Ironhide Boar. This monstrous creature was clad in thick, metallic-like hide that gleamed dully under the sparse sunlight filtering through the canopy. Its tusks, each as long as Costa's arm, curved wickedly, capable of gutting a grown man with a single swipe. Those crimson eyes burned with primal fury, locked onto the small human who dared to challenge it. Costa was just a Tier 1 beginner knight. The power difference? Staggering. But did he back down? Absolutely not. With a snort that sent steam billowing from its nostrils, the Ironhide Boar charged forward like a living battering ram. The ground trembled beneath its weight. Da Costa's instincts screamed at him to dodge, but he stood firm, planting his feet resolutely. No running. No hesitation. A Morningstar doesn't retreat. At the last possible moment, he twisted his body and swung his halberd in a wide arc. The blade screeched against the boar's hide, sparks flying, but it barely left a scratch. Democrat Minnesota, too tough. The boar pivoted with terrifying speed. Its massive bulk defied all logic that a tusk grazed Costa's side, tearing through his training attire and drawing blood. He hissed but didn't falter. He knew brute force wouldn't cut it. He needed precision. As the boar charged again, Costa leapt aside, using his smaller frame to slip past its massive body. With all his might, he swung downward at its softer flesh behind its leg. Thunk. A spray of blood erupted as the boar roared in pain. Got you. But victory was fleeting. The enraged beast lashed out with a back kick that slammed into Costa's ribs. Crack. Pain exploded through him as he skidded across the forest floor, leaves and dirt sticking to his sweat-soaked skin. His vision blurred, but he forced himself up once more, gripping his halberd like it was a lifeline. I can't fall here. Felix's face flashed in Costa's mind, his brother's proud smile when he first formed his mana veins. You're stronger than you think, little brother, he had said, words echoing like a mantra in Costa's heart. Now, as blood dripped from his lips and pain coursed through his body, Costa grinned defiantly at the relentless boar charging him. Every muscle ached, every breath felt like a battle, but there was no way he was pulling that emergency signal. Not now. Not ever. If I do, I fail that I won't disappoint him. With determination burning in his chest, Costa waited for the beast to close the last possible moment. He ducked low, sliding beneath the boar's massive belly. Channeling all of his strength into one final strike, he thrust his halberd upward with a roar of defiance. The blade sank deep into its throat, and blood erupted like a crimson fountain, soaking him completely. The boar thrashed wildly, its death throes shaking the ground beneath him as if the earth itself was mourning this fierce creature. But Costa held on tight. Adrenaline surged through him despite his trembling arms. Finally, with one last shuddering gasp, the beast collapsed into silence. Thud, he fell to his knees, gasping for air, his body a patchwork of bruises and cuts. But victory washed over him. Like a warm wave. I won. A slow smile spread across his exhausted face. It felt surreal, yet so sweet. In the shadows nearby, an instructor nodded approvingly before disappearing into the trees, a silent witness to this hard-fought triumph. The cave was damp, the air thick with the earthy scent of moss and wet stone. Dim light trickled through the entrance, casting long shadows that danced across the rugged walls. Costa sat against the cold rock, his halberd resting on his lap, its blade still glistening with the blood of the iron-hide boar. Every breath he took sent a sharp reminder through his bruised ribs, while a dull throb pulsed from the gash on his side. His training attire was tattered and stiff with dried blood and sweat, evidence of a fierce battle fought. But despite it all, he was alive. And that was enough. With his eyes closed, Costa replayed the fight in his mind. What went wrong, he pondered. His first mistake? Underestimating the boar's speed. Despite its massive size, that beast moved like lightning. He had thought he could outmaneuver it. What a reckless assumption that nearly cost him everything. Next time, he vowed silently, I'll study its movements first and wait for an opening. Then there was his stance during that fateful charge. He had planted his feet firmly in place, as if trying to withstand a tidal wave, but brute force wasn't where he excelled. Speed and precision were his allies. Next time, I'll use my surroundings to my advantage, he resolved. Lure it into a trap. Sample from my virtual library empire. Read more on M and Vlimpy and Arda. But perhaps his biggest blunder lay in how he managed his mana. Relying too heavily on physical strength had been foolish. Even a Tier 1 knight could enhance their strikes with mana. If only he'd channeled it properly from the start, his halberd might have pierced deeper right away. I won't make that mistake again. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Costa began circulating his mana. A warm golden glow radiated from his palms as they pressed against his injuries. Energy seeped into torn muscle and mending bone like sunlight breaking through clouds after a storm. It wasn't perfect. True healing magic remained just out of reach. But with focus, he could hasten his recovery. Breathe in, breathe out. At first, pain flared, a sharp sting as his body resisted this forced regeneration. But gradually it dulled in a soothing numbness. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he poured every ounce of remaining energy into healing himself. Minutes turned into hours. When Costa finally opened his eyes again, darkness shrouded the cave. 3 hours had slipped by unnoticed. He stood slowly, testing each part of himself carefully. Though aches remained in his ribs, gone was that sharp pain, the gash on his Side had closed up nicely, leaving only a thin scar, a testament to survival rather than defeat. His stamina wasn't fully restored yet, but functional enough for what lay ahead. 80%. Good enough. Costa thought, shaking his head as he steeled himself for the challenges ahead. With renewed determination, he grasped his halberd tightly and made his way toward the cave's entrance. Outside, the forest was eerily quiet, punctuated only by the distant calls of birds and the gentle rustling of leaves. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a breathtaking tapestry of orange and purple across the sky. Taking a deep breath, Costa filled his lungs with crisp, invigorating air. I survived, he reminded himself. But this trial isn't over yet. His grip on his weapon tightened as resolve surged within him. I won't just pass. I'll excel, he declared boldly, stepping back into the wilds with unwavering confidence. The sun hung low in the sky, its golden rays stretching across the clearing where the carriages had first arrived 7 days ago. The air was thick with the pungent scent of sweat, blood, and earth, a vivid reminder of the brutal trials the children had faced one by one. They emerged from the dense foliage of the Twilight Mountain Range, each step a testament to their resilience. Reader support at MVLEMPYR made this translation possible. Their clothes were tattered, bodies adorned with cuts and bruises, faces smeared with dirt and dried blood. Some limped. Others clutched their injuries. Yet their eyes, glowing with exhaustion and pride, told a story far greater than mere pain. They had survived. At the forefront stood Instructor Max, arms crossed over his broad chest, his sharp gaze sweeping over these battered but unbroken warriors. Behind him, other instructors form a line, their expressions a blend of approval and quiet pride. For what felt like an eternity, silence enveloped them. Then Max's voice broke through that stillness. "Look at you," he boomed, his deep voice resonating across the clearing. 7 days ago, you stepped into these woods as children. Now, you return as warriors. A ripple of pride surged through the crowd. Even those who had stumbled stood just a bit taller. Some of you succeeded, some faltered, he continued passionately. But let me make one thing clear. Failure today does not mean failure forever. His piercing gaze locked onto several downcast faces among the rescued children. The mere fact that you dare to enter that forest proves your courage. Remember this. True failure lies in giving up, and none of you did that. A murmur of agreement spread like wildfire through the group. Now, Max added with a rare smirk tugging at his lips, let's see just how much you've grown. As instructors moved among them to check mana fluctuations and injuries, whispers of surprise erupted at every turn. Tier 2, one instructor muttered incredulously while eyeing a scrawny boy who had barely been Tier 1 before. Ha! This one too, another exclaimed joyfully as he clapped a grinning girl on her shoulder. Near the front stood Costa, his halberd resting against his shoulder. Though his body protested an ache after all they'd endured, his spirit burned brighter than ever. He had broken through to Tier 2. Intermediate night. Beside him was Leon, wiping blood from his daggers. Satisfaction radiated from him as he too celebrated an ascent in rank that in total. A remarkable 20 children advanced in tier. The instructors exchanged knowing nods, their expressions a mix of relief and pride. This was turning out to be even better than they had hoped. Now came the moment everyone had been waiting for. With an air of anticipation, the instructors gathered the magical beast cores, counting them with meticulous care. Each core represented not just a trophy, but a testament to survival, fierce battles fought, and personal growth achieved. The scoring system was straightforward. Tier 1 Magical Beast Core equals 10 points. Tier 2 Magical Beast Core equals 50 points. Tier 3 Magical Beast Core equals 100 points. As the final tally was being calculated, a tense silence enveloped the group of eager children. Finally, Instructor Max stepped forward, scroll in hand, and a glint of excitement in his eyes. Listen closely, he announced as he unfurled the scroll. These are your rankings. One by one, names echoed through the clearing like a drum roll, building suspense. 10th place. Fenris. With 4 Tier 2 cores and 8 Tier 1 cores, he racked up an impressive total of 280 points. A lanky boy with a spear stepped forward, his face lighting up with joy. 9th place. Saridwin. She claimed victory with 5 Tier 2 cores and 5 Tier 1 cores for a total of 300 points. A girl wielding twin swords stepped forward, her sweet smile radiating confidence. 3rd place. Aldrich. He earned his spot with 5 Tier 2 cores and an astonishing count of 15 Tier 1 cores for 400 points. A brooding boy with an axe stepped into view, silent yet formidable. 2nd place. Leon. The black-haired boy's expression remained stoic outwardly. However, those who knew him caught that flicker of surprise in his eyes when his score was revealed: 10 Tier 2 cores and 15 Tier 1 cores, totaling 650 points. Gasps rippled through the crowd. That was an insane number of kills for just 1 week. One SD place. Costa, as his name rang out. The clearing fell utterly silent. Da Costa's breath hitched. This one had taken him completely by surprise. With 1 Tier 3 core, 11 Tier 2 cores, and 25 Tier 1 cores under his belt for a whopping total of 900 points, he stood there stunned. For a heartbeat after the announcement lingered in the air, then cheers erupted like fireworks. Instructor Max gestured for silence before turning to Costa with a proud nod and a warm smile. He turned to the group with a grin and announced, "All right, everyone, the trial has come to an end. You all did an amazing job. Now let's head back." With that, they made their way toward the carriages, excitement buzzing in the as the children climbed aboard. A whirlwind of emotions filled the space. Some were laughing joyfully, while others tended to their scrapes and bruises. Yet despite their varied reactions, one thing was clear. They had all changed during this adventure. Costa leaned against the carriage window, gazing out as the majestic twilight mountain range faded into the horizon. This is just the beginning. Beside him, Leon flashed a confident smirk. "Next time, I'm claiming first place." Costa chuckled in response. "We'll see about that." As the carriages rolled away from their trials and tribulations, the sun dipped low in the sky behind them, casting vibrant hues of orange and purple, a stunning backdrop for their hard-earned victory. Morningstar family estate. The grand study, the Morningstar estate, stood as a magnificent symbol of power and elegance. Its grand halls adorned with polished marble and intricate tapestries that told tales of legendary battles. To the heart of this opulence lay Felix Morningstar's private study, a vast chamber bathed in the soft glow of enchanted chandeliers, their light dancing off shelves filled with ancient tomes. Felix sat behind an obsidian desk, fingers steepled as he gazed through floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the estate's vibrant gardens. Dressed in an immaculate white suit, the gold and silver embroidery along his long overcoat shimmered subtly in the light. A golden cane rested against his chair, its surface etched with mysterious arcane runes. A sharp knock echoed through the room. "Enter," Felix commanded smoothly. The door swung open to reveal Instructor Max, whose heavy boots clicked against the marble floor. He bowed deeply, pressing a fist to his chest in a traditional knight salute. "Family head, I've come to report on the trial's results." Felix gestured toward a plush chair across from him. "Seat." Max complied, his posture rigid even while seated. Pouring 2 glasses of rich crimson wine, Felix slid one toward Max. The instructor accepted it, but refrained from drinking until given permission. "How many passed?" Felix asked casually, swirling his glass. 83 out of 100, Max replied. 17 were rescued by instructors and thus failed. Felix's lips curved slightly. "Better than I expected." He had anticipated a lower success rate among the children. Max nodded earnestly. "The children are growing stronger. 20 of them broke through to higher tiers during the trial." "Notable breakthroughs?" "Leon and Costa both reached Tier 2, Max said proudly. "Costa particularly." He hesitated for a moment, as if searching for the right words. Felix's gaze sharpened slightly as he set down his wine glass. "Go on." Max leaned forward slightly. "The boy killed a Tier 3 ironhide boar." Silence enveloped them for a heartbeat. Felix took a sip from his glass before asking, "Explain." "He fought it head-on despite being at a disadvantage, but managed to kill it." Max explained earnestly. Felix tapped his fingers against the desk thoughtfully. "Good. More than clever." Max continued passionately. "The beast should have torn him apart, but he remained calm, analyzed, and executed." He shook his head in disbelief. "I've seen seasoned knights panic in far less dire situations." Felix steepled his fingers again, expression unreadable. "And what about his other kills?" 3 Tier 2s and 20 Tier 1s. A smirk crept onto Max's face. He ranked first in the trial. Leon was second. For a long moment, Felix said nothing. Then he said, "OT Instructor Max, how did he look?" Max blinked. "Sir." When he returned, Felix clarified, his voice softening. "Was he injured?" Understanding dawned in Max's eyes. Bruised ribs, a gash on his side. Nothing life-threatening. He healed most of it himself before the trial ended. Felix exhaled, the tension in his shoulders easing just slightly. "Good." He rose, his overcoat sweeping behind him as he moved to the window. Below, the gardens buzzed with activity, servants diligently tending to the grounds. This time, Although the children were few in number, I bet there was quite a commotion, Felix mused thoughtfully. I suspect some have set their sights on what we're doing. Tisha imk st uptis. Dies tvrsire and is Max stood as well, concern etched across his face. Should we prepare for backlash? Undoubtedly. Felix tightened his grip on his cane, determination flashing in his eyes. But let them come. The Morningstars do not fear challenges. He turned back to Max with resolve. Triple the training for the top 10 and double it for those who pass the trial, especially Costa and Leon, that I want them pushed to their limits. Max bowed respectfully. It will be done. Felix lifted his glass high with a glint of ambition in his gaze. To the future. Max finally took a sip of his wine. Its rich flavor burst on his tongue like an explosion of possibilities. To the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting hues of gold and crimson across the study, two men stood enveloped in comfortable silence, one a lord shaping destiny, and the other a warrior forging its tools, and somewhere within that estate, a young boy wielding a halberd dreamed of greatness. 7 days later, Morningstar family estate. Trinity bedroom, the grand bedroom basked in soft morning light filtering through silk curtains, creating an atmosphere thick with anticipation as Felix, Jarvis, Zephyr, Nixie, Brixton, and Gwendolyn gathered around Trinity's lavish bed where she had lain unconscious for days. Her golden hair flowed across her pillows like liquid sunlight. Her delicate features were pale, but no longer twisted in pain. The steady rise and fall of her chest was a stark contrast to her previous labored breathing. Then suddenly, her eyelids fluttered open. She's waking up, Nixie gasped while clutching Gwendolyn's arm tightly. Felix leaned forward eagerly, gripping his golden cane tighter than ever before. Trinity. Her lips parted slightly, a soft exhale escaping them. And then, boom, a blinding beam of golden light erupted from Trinity's eyes, slicing through the air like a divine decree. The sheer force blasted a gaping hole in the ceiling, sending debris cascading down as sunlight flooded into the room. What the hell? Zephyr barely ducked in time, shielding his face with his arm. The radiant glow faded as swiftly as it had come, leaving behind an eerie silence. Trinity blinked rapidly, her hands flying to her face. I can't see. Jarvis was already on the move, snatching a white silk cloth from the bedside table. Cover her eyes, he instructed calmly. Gwendolyn quickly tied the blindfold around Trinity's head, her fingers trembling slightly. Are you all right? Does it hurt? Trinity shook her head, her breath coming in uneven gasps. No, it's just bright, too bright. Felix let out a slow breath, glancing between the hole in the ceiling and his sister. Jarvis, explain now. Adjusting his glasses, lenses glinting in the sunlight, Jarvis replied with gravity. There's no doubt about it. Trinity's bloodline has fully awakened. He paused for effect before continuing in a reverent whisper. And it's not just any bloodline. She carries the lineage of a golden dragon. We know about that. Felix waved his hand dismissively, but couldn't hide his surprise. But I didn't expect it to be the golden dragon bloodline. A golden dragon! Nixie exclaimed with stars in her eyes as she looked at Trinity. Impossible aren't dragons, especially dragons like the golden dragon, to be extinct for centuries. What do you mean impossible? Didn't we encounter that drake in the dungeon, wanting to eat Big Sis because it said she has dragon blood? Brixton exclaimed. Yeah, but I thought dragons were extinct. Zephyr rolled his eyes at Brixton's enthusiasm. Jarvis glanced at them all and said calmly. Extinct? No rare? Absolutely. And golden dragons are among the rarest, the pinnacle of draconic nobility. Trinity clenched her hands tightly in her lap. But how? I'm human. My parents were human. Felix's gaze flickered thoughtfully as he responded. Bloodlines can lie dormant for generations. Someone in your ancestry, or maybe one of your parents, must have had dragon blood. Jarvis nodded sagely. Precisely. Given this awakening's sheer potency, I'd wager you're a direct descendant. That means either her mother or father is a golden dragon. Gwendolyn exclaimed as she looked at Trinity intently. Impossible. Trinity shook her head vehemently. Nixie leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. What does this mean for Trinity? What kind of power are we talking about? Jarvis's calm demeanor flickered with a hint of excitement as he replied. Golden dragons are the sovereigns of the sky, rulers of flame and light. Their scales can withstand most magic, and their strength is enough to shatter mountains. And their breath. Felix chimed in, his voice brimming with enthusiasm, can melt armies. Trinity shivered at the thought. That's terrifying. And exhilarating, Zephyr added with a mischievous grin. Just imagine the look on our enemies' faces when they realize they're up against a dragon. Nixie bit her lip in concern. But what about her eyes? Why can't she see? Jarvis sighed softly. Her body isn't fully adjusted yet. Dragon eyes perceive the world differently, more vividly and intensely. The blindfold is just temporary. In time, she'll learn to control it. Trinity's voice was barely above a whisper as she asked, I don't understand. Why me? Why now? Felix sat beside her, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. The why doesn't matter right now. What truly matters is how you choose to wield this power. Jarvis crossed his arms thoughtfully. A more pressing question is, who else knew about this bloodline? If Trinity's ancestors were dragons, there must be records somewhere. Gwendolyn's eyes brightened with realization. The Grand Library of Astheria. They have archives on noble lineages. We might be able to trace her ancestry there. Great idea, Felix exclaimed. Zephyr, find us a way into that library. Zephyr nodded confidently. Consider it done. Trinity exhaled shakily, uncertainty lacing her words. So what now? Felix smirked playfully. Now you learn to harness this incredible power. Jarvis will train you. He knows his stuff. Jarvis bowed, slightly in acknowledgement. It would be an honor. Nixie's pink eyes sparkled with excitement as she teased. Wow, Big Sister has become even more badass than Big Bro. Can you transform into a dragon and let me ride you? I don't know how to transform yet, Trinity admitted sheepishly. Jarvis shook his head gently but firmly. She can't transform right now. Her bloodline has only just awakened. She needs to grow stronger first. A small smile broke through Gwendolyn's usually cold exterior as she said, Think of it, you're basically a living legend now. Trinity laughed weakly, her fingers brushing the blindfold. A blind legend, apparently. Felix and the others chuckled softly when they heard Trinity's sunlight stream through the ruined ceiling. The group fell into lively discussion, speculating on Trinity's abilities, debating dragon lore, and planning their next moves. And though Trinity couldn't see them, she felt their unwavering support. The Morningstar family estate, core area training grounds, if YO, #you. Renot on M%, VL, EM+, PYR $UAT, R, and E6% UNG ACO, and $Y+. Welcome to the Morningstar training grounds. A sprawling arena of hardened earth fortified with enchanted barriers designed to withstand even the mightiest blows. Today, however, those barriers are about to face their ultimate test. At the center of this battleground stood Felix Morningstar, his pristine white overcoat billowing in the breeze, golden embroidery shimmering under the sun. His golden cane was firmly planted into the ground while his other hand rested confidently on the hilt of a slender, rune-etched sword with blue eyes. Gleaming with anticipation, he was ready for anything. Across from him stood Trinity, adjusting her white blindfold with determination. Her golden hair sparkled like molten metal in the sunlight. Although she couldn't see, her other senses had sharpened since her awakening. An invisible pressure radiated from her small frame as the air hummed with the latent power of her draconic bloodline. Watching intently from the edges of the training ground were Zephyr, Nixie, Gwendolyn, Brixton, and Jarvis. This is going to be insane, Zephyr muttered as he crossed his arms. I give it 5 minutes before Big Bro has to get serious, Gwendolyn mused. Nixie bit her lip nervously. Big Sister just woke up. Is this really okay? Jarvis adjusted his glasses and replied calmly. Oh, this is more than okay. This is necessary. Felix raised a hand and declared boldly. No holding back. Show me what a golden dragon can do. Trinity grinned mischievously. Don't regret it, big brother. And then, boom! The ground beneath Trinity shattered as she launched herself forward with impossible speed. In an instant, she was right in front of Felix with her fist wreathed in golden flames. Felix's blade flashed through the air, clang. The shockwave from their collision sent cracks spiderwebbing across the training ground. Even air trembled at their might. Felix's eyes widened slightly as he said, simply, Good. With a flick of his wrist, Felix ignited his sword in crimson flames and swung it fiercely. Inferno cleave. A crescent wave of fire roared toward Trinity. She crossed her arms just as golden scales flickered across her skinned-up boom. The explosion engulfed her entirely. But when the smoke cleared, she stood unharmed and defiant, her blindfold fluttering around her head. My turn, she declared confidently. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled a torrent of golden flames that surged forward like a living beast. Felix's eyes flickered, and then he gave a broad grin. Instant transposition. Crack! Boom! Lightning split through the air as Felix vanished, only to reappear behind Trinity in an instant. His sword came down. The Morningstar training grounds lay in ruins, a haunting reminder of the fierce clash between Felix and Trinity. Cracked earth, scorched patches, and deep craters marked the battlefield, while the air still hummed with residual energy, a testament to the sheer power unleashed moments ago. Felix stood at the center, his white overcoat fluttering gently in the breeze as he surveyed the devastation. His golden cane tapped lightly against the ground, and his crimson eyes reflected deep contemplation. Beside him, Trinity adjusted her blindfold, her golden hair shimmering under the sun's rays. Though sight was denied to her, her other senses had sharpened to an almost supernatural level since her awakening. To the edge of the field, Zephyr, Nixie, Gwendolyn, Brixton, and Jarvis watched with bated breath, still reeling from the spectacle they had just witnessed. "That was insane," Zephyr muttered, running a hand through his tousled hair. "Insane doesn't even begin to cover it," Brixton added with wide eyes. Nixie bit her lip nervously. Her pink eyes sparkled with excitement. "Big Sister is really something else. With the power of a golden dragon behind her now, she's become even more formidable." Jarvis adjusted his glasses and nodded calmly. "Indeed, the power of a golden dragon is not to be underestimated." Felix exhaled slowly before turning to Trinity. "You've got raw power coursing through you," he said thoughtfully, "but it's still unrefined. Your bloodline is awakening, but you need proper techniques to harness it fully." Trinity tilted her head curiously. "What do you suggest?" A faint smile curled Felix's lips as he pondered for a moment. "Let me think." In his mind, Felix reached out to an unseen system that guided him through this world. "System," he commanded mentally, "list Knight class skills that synergize with Trinity's Golden Dragon bloodline. Spear techniques preferred." A translucent blue screen materialized before his eyes, visible only to him. Searching, compatible skills identified, displaying top 10 recommendations. Dragonfang Thrust, Tier 6 Knight skill, a piercing strike infused with draconic energy, capable of tearing through even the toughest defenses. Scales of the Sovereign, Tier 4 Knight skill, temporarily hardens the user's skin with golden scales, drastically boosting defense. Skyrending Lunge, Tier 7 Knight skill, a leaping thrust that mimics a dragon's dive, leaving shockwaves in its wake. Golden Dominion, Tier 8 Knight skill, unleashes a domain of golden flames, enhancing all allied attacks within range. Draconic Roar, Tier 4 Knight skill, a sonic blast infused with dragon's might, disorienting and weakening enemies. Wings of the Seraph, Tier 5 Knight skill, manifest temporary golden wings, granting limited flight and aerial combat prowess. Emberflare Combustion, Tier 5 Knight skill, channels draconic fire into the spear, causing explosions on impact. Claw of the Eclipse, Tier 8 Knight skill, a sweeping slash that leaves behind lingering golden flames. Radiant Ascent, Tier 4 Knight skill, a rapid upward thrust, mimicking a dragon's takeoff, followed by a devastating plunge. Sovereign's Judgment, Tier 9 Forbidden skill, the ultimate technique, condenses draconic power into a single, annihilating strike. Visit my virtual library empire. M_Vlemper. For more, to Felix's gaze darted across the impressive list of Knight skills, each one more powerful than the last. Among them, 3 techniques shimmered with promise, their potential for Trinity's growth undeniable. After a brief moment of contemplation, he made his decision. System, purchase Dragonfang Thrust, Scales of the Sovereign, and Skyrending Lunge. Confirmed. 30 million BEP deducted. Skill successfully acquired. In an instant, 3 crystalline orbs appeared in Felix's palm, each pulsating with a warm golden light. To onlookers, it seemed as if he had simply summoned them from thin air. Turning to face Trinity, Felix's expression was serious yet hopeful. "Here." He tossed the shimmering orbs toward her. Trinity caught them effortlessly, her fingers wrapping around the warm crystals as she tilted her head curiously. "What are these?" "Skills," Felix replied matter-of-factly. 3 techniques that will help you harness your bloodline's power. Crush them in your hand to merge their knowledge with you." Trinity hesitated for just a heartbeat before squeezing the first orb tightly. Crack. Golden light erupted around her like a radiant halo before seeping into her skin. A rush of energy surged through her as the knowledge of Dragonfang Thrust flooded her mind. "Whoa," she gasped in awe. Without missing a beat, she crushed the second and third orbs. The essence of Scales of the Sovereign and Skyrending Lunge intertwined within her being, their mechanics embedding themselves into her muscle memory like an artist painting on canvas. Taking a deep breath filled with newfound confidence, Trinity grinned widely. Let's try this out. She raised her spear, a bronze weapon gleaming like sunlight, and felt its energy resonate with hers. Dragonfang thrust. In an explosive blur of motion, she lunged forward. The spear tip glowed fiercely with concentrated draconic power. The very air screamed as she thrust. Boom! A colossal shockwave erupted from the impact point, carving a deep trench into the training ground's earth. Felix nodded approvingly. Good job. Now let's test your defense. With determination etched on her face, Trinity closed her eyes and focused inwardly. Golden scales shimmered across her arms and torso as scales of the sovereign activated brilliantly. Felix wasted no time. He flicked his wrist to unleash a blade of condensed fire toward her. Clang. The flames fizzled harmlessly against Trinity's scaled skin. Her laughter rang out like music in response to this newfound power. This is amazing. One more, Felix encouraged enthusiastically. Now, for skyrending lunge. Trinity crouched low, her heart racing with anticipation. Then, with a burst of energy, she leapt, soaring higher than anyone could have imagined. At the apex of her jump, she angled her spear downward and plunged it into the ground. Crack boom! The impact reverberated through the entire training ground, sending dust and debris flying in every direction. As the smoke began to clear, Trinity emerged at the center of a newly formed crater, her spear firmly planted like a victorious flag. Zephyr whistled and all. Well, that's terrifying. Nixie clapped her hands together, eyes sparkling with excitement. Big sister, you're unstoppable. Jarvis crossed his arms and glanced at Felix. Confusion flickered across his face for just a moment before fading away. Well, that's interesting. Felix stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on Trinity's shoulder. This is just the beginning. Train hard, master these skills, and when the time comes. Trinity grinned widely as her blindfold fluttered in the wind like a banner of defiance. I'll burn our enemies to ash. The sun hung high over Astheria's most prestigious district, casting its golden rays upon the polished marble streets and the opulent facades of towering mansions. The air was thick with the intoxicating scent of blooming moon lilies, accompanied by the gentle hum of enchanted carriages gliding soundlessly along the road. Among them, one carriage stood out like a jewel, crafted from dark mahogany with shimmering silver veins, its doors proudly emblazoned with the crest of the Vandross noble family. A silver phoenix soaring above a crimson rose, symbolizing eternal rebirth and passion. This extravagant carriage was drawn by 4 majestic Tier 5 Stormhoof stallions, their manes crackling with faint arcs of lightning as their hooves whispered against the cobblestones. Inside, lounging on plush velvet seats, were Lord Alistair Vandross and his wife, Lady Seraphina Vandross. Alistair exuded refined elegance, his sharp jawline framed by neatly trimmed auburn hair and piercing emerald eyes that sparkled with amusement. He wore a deep crimson tailcoat embroidered with intricate silver thread, its buttons crafted from enchanted rubies glowing softly with stored mana. In contrast, her husband's stately presence, Seraphina, was a vision of delicate beauty. Her platinum blonde hair cascaded in soft waves around her shoulders while her sapphire blue eyes shimmered with mirth. Clad in an ivory silk gown adorned with lace and tiny frost crystals that twinkled like stars, she looked every bit the noblewoman Visit my love, Alistair murmured as he lifted her hand to his lips. Your beauty puts even the rarest jewels to shame. Seraphina giggled and playfully swatted his shoulder. Flatterer, you say that every time we ride through the city. Because it remains true each time, he countered smoothly, tracing circles on her knuckles. Their playful banter was interrupted when Alistair's gaze caught something outside the carriage window. What's this? A luxurious storefront gleamed under the sunlight, a sight unlike anything he had ever seen before. The entrance featured a sweeping arch of pristine glass, so clear it seemed almost invisible, framed by silver vines pulsing faintly with mana. Above this enchanting doorway hung an elegant sign, glowing softly in golden letters. Morningstar Vintners, a taste beyond mortal craft. Seraphina leaned forward excitedly, her eyes widened in delight. Oh, that's a new wine shop everyone's been whispering about. Alistair smirked playfully at her enthusiasm. Shall we indulge, my dear? Obviously, she replied with a grin that lit up her face. With a snap of his fingers, their Stormhoof stallions halted gracefully before the store. The moment they stepped inside, the air seemed to come alive, cool and crisp, infused with the enchanting aromas of aged oak and magical blossoms. The interior was nothing short of a modern marvel. Glass shelves floated effortlessly, suspended by invisible threads of mana, showcasing rows of exquisite wine bottles nestled in delicate, rune-engraved boxes. The polished black marble floor, veined with shimmering gold, reflected the soft glow of floating mana orbs that illuminated the space like captured stars. The young woman in a sleek black uniform approached them with a warm smile that radiated professionalism. "Welcome to Morningstar Vintners. How may I assist you today?" Alistair raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "We were just curious. This place is unique." "Indeed, my lord," replied Lydia, as her name tag gleamed under the light. Morningstar Vintners specializes in wines crafted from the rarest ingredients, each bottle infused with mana to enhance both taste and vitality. Seraphine's eyes sparkled with excitement. "How fascinating. Please tell us more." With a graceful gesture toward the nearest display, Lydia began her presentation. The first bottle she showcased was encased in a crystalline box etched with silver moons. The wine shimmered like liquid starlight, shifting between hues of silver and pale pink. "This is Moonlit Mirage," Lydia explained enthusiastically. "Crafted from moonbloom grapes harvested during celestial alignments and infused with moonstone dust and lunaria rose petals. A single sip can expand a cultivator's mana veins, but be warned, only those of Tier 5 or above should partake. Anyone weaker risks severe mana backlash." Alistair whistled in admiration. "Now, that's a drink worthy of nobility." Next came a heart-shaped bottle that immediately caught Seraphine's eye. Encased in a velvet-lined box shaped like a blooming rose and glowing softly in emerald green. "This is Elvin's Starlight Rose," Lydia said reverently. "Made from emerald green grapes, starlight sugar, and aqua vitalis, a diluted form of the legendary water of life, it not only intoxicates but heals wounds up to Tier 7. The elves guard these ingredients jealously." Seraphine clasped her hands together excitedly. "Oh, Alistair, we must have this one." Alistair chuckled warmly at her enthusiasm. "Anything for you, my heart." Then there was a deep ruby-red bottle shaped like a teardrop resting in a black velvet case adorned with silver thorns. "Made in blood rose," Lydia continued smoothly. "This blend features rainbow deer blood and crimson blood grapes fermented in silver barrels alongside blood moon rose petals. It's said to invigorate the body and sharpen your senses." Alistair smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Sounds provocative," he teased, leaning closer to Seraphine. Seraphine rolled her eyes but couldn't quite hide the spark of intrigue that danced within her. Before them stood a stunning purple crystal bottle, its surface elegantly adorned with shimmering gold leaf vines, a true masterpiece in its display. "Rosewood Vintage," Lydia announced with a flourish. "Aged in thousand-year-old rosewood barrels. This wine captures the essence of eternal blossoms. It's a favorite among those who appreciate the finer things in life." Seraphine traced the bottle's edge with her fingertip, marveling at its beauty. "It's exquisite," she breathed, captivated by its allure. After nearly an hour of sampling, where Alistair nearly choked on the potent Moonlit Mirage and Seraphine reveled in the floral notes of Elven Starlight, the couple finally made their selections. "We'll take 2 bottles of the Elven Starlight Rose," Alistair declared confidently as he slid a platinum card across the counter. "And 1 Moonlit Mirage, for research purposes." Lydia smiled warmly. "An excellent choice, my lord. That will be 16 million gold coins." Seraphine blinked in disbelief. "That's quite the sum." Alistair merely smirked back at her, his confidence unwavering. "A small price for a taste of heaven." As they exited the store, their precious bottles carefully secured in mana-insulated cases, Seraphine let out a dreamy sigh. "Darling, I think we found our new favorite place." Alistair kissed her hand gently and replied, "Anything that makes you smile is worth its weight in gold." With that sweet sentiment lingering in the air, they climbed aboard their Stormhoof stallion and rode away, leaving behind not just a dazzling store, but also plans to return for more enchanting experiences. The morning sun poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Felix's office, casting a warm glow over his polished mahogany desk and the meticulously organized stacks of documents. Leaning back in his plush chair, he swirled a glass of Moonlit Mirage in his hand, the liquid shimmering like captured moonlight. His crisp white vest, adorned with silver embroidery, peeked out from beneath a white overcoat draped casually over the back of his seat. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the tranquility as the doors burst open, revealing Nixie, a pink-haired whirlwind bursting with energy. Big bro, we're rich, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling like twin galaxies filled with gold coins, and her cheeks flushed with excitement. Clutching a thick ledger to her chest, her ponytail bobbed enthusiastically with each eager step. Felix didn't flinch. Instead, he took another sip of his wine before setting down the glass. Good morning to you too, Nixie. Morning. Who cares about morning? Do you know how much money we've made? She slammed the ledger onto his desk with dramatic flair, sending loose papers fluttering into the air. Felix arched an eyebrow. Please enlighten me. With reverence akin to that of a priestess unveiling sacred scripture, Nixie flipped open the ledger. Okay, listen up. We opened 100 stores across Asteria's districts and sold more than 5,000 bottles of wine in just 1 month. That totals a staggering 98 billion gold coins. She slammed her palms on the desk again. Her eyes practically shot golden sparkles. Do you hear that? 98 billion in 1 month. Democrat Minnesota. I didn't expect money could be squeezed so easily out of those nobles. Nixie was practically bouncing off the walls now. Felix smirked and nodded while sipping his wine. Not bad, not bad. Nixie screeched as she grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him excitedly. Big bro, we could buy a small low-level kingdom with that. Okay, calm down. It's not like we don't have more than 98 billion gold coins in our treasury. Felix rolled his eyes at her enthusiasm. I know that. Nixie pouted, he sighed, and gently pried her hands off him. Calm down before you pop a vein. Taking a deep breath and fanning herself dramatically with a ledger, Nixie replied, All right, let me break it down properly. Flipping to a marked page in the ledger, she traced numbers like an infatuated poet reciting love verses. We sold 300 bottles of Moonlit Mirage, rare vintage, raking in a staggering 6 billion gold coins. Why? Because nobles are absolutely obsessed with exclusivity. With only 1,000 bottles produced each year, it has become the ultimate status symbol. Nixie's eyes sparkled as she shared this exciting news. And that's not all, she continued enthusiastically. The Elven Starlight Rose flew off the shelves too, 800 bottles sold, generating an impressive 4.8 billion gold coins. The secret? Its incredible healing properties. Rich merchants and high-tier adventurers are stocking up for emergencies. Felix listened intently, a small smile playing on his lips as he absorbed Nixie's enthusiasm. Taking a deep breath and flipping through a ledger, Nixie added, Then we have the Maiden Blood Rose, which saw sales of 1,200 bottles, netting us another 3.6 billion gold coins. The name is scandalous, the bottle is stunning, and the taste? Absolutely addictive. Noble ladies are hoarding them like treasure. And let's not forget about the Rosewood Vintage, which sold an astonishing 2,700 bottles, bringing in a cool 2.7 billion gold coins. It's our most affordable luxury option, still pricey, but justifiable enough for nobles to buy 3 at once without guilt. Nixie looked up from her notes with excitement shining in her eyes. As for our other wines, they've also achieved remarkable sales, tens of billions in total. Felix nodded along, clearly impressed. And what about demand? With a wicked grin spreading across her face, Nixie replied, We're completely sold out in 70 districts, and the remaining 30 will be gone within a week. Nobles are practically battling over reservations for our next batch. However, as she flipped to another page in her ledger, annoyance creased her brow. But there's one issue. Some sneaky merchants are reselling our wines at double the price on the black market. Felix chuckled softly. Let them do their thing. It only makes our brand more desirable. Nixie pouted playfully. But that's cutting into our profits. No, Felix corrected gently while tapping her forehead playfully. That's free marketing. The more they inflate prices elsewhere, the more people will want to buy directly from us. Nixie's eyes widened in realization. You genius. This NTRNT is PRESNTD by Felix leaned forward, steepling his fingers with a glint of mischief in his eyes. All right, here's the game plan. We're cranking up the production of Elven Starlight Rose by 20%. Why? Because it's the ultimate blend of luxury and practicality. But that's not all. Let's unveil a limited edition Moonlit Mirage set featuring one exquisite bottle nestled in a diamond-encrusted case. And guess what? Only 10 will ever exist. The price tag? A staggering 100 million per bottle. Nixie's jaw dropped in disbelief. You evil genius. I absolutely love it. Felix waved his hand dismissively, continuing with excitement. And to top it off, we're opening 5 exclusive stores, one in each of Asteria's wealthiest districts. Access will be by invitation only. Nixie was practically buzzing with enthusiasm. We're gonna drown in gold, big bro. Drown. It did. Felix smirked knowingly. That's precisely the plan. With a playful twinkle in her eye, Nixie clasped her hands together and batted her eyelashes. So, since I've been such a stellar manager through all this chaos, can I get a raise? Felix sighed dramatically, feigning exasperation. How much are we talking? 5% equity in the wine business, she declared confidently. Absolutely not. Okay then, 3%. Nope. How about 1% and a lifetime supply of maiden blood rose, she offered with hopeful anticipation. Rubbing his temples as if bracing for impact, Felix relented slightly. Fine, but if I catch you selling your stash on the black market, I'm slashing your salary in half. Nixie gasped theatrically, clutching her chest as if he'd just delivered a fatal blow. I would never do such a thing. The grand office shimmered in the golden embrace of the setting sun, its rays streaming through expansive floor-to-ceiling windows and casting elongated shadows across a polished mahogany desk. Felix sat there, fingers steepled and lost in thought, a half-empty glass of moonlit mirage resting casually near his elbow. The wine sparkled softly, its celestial hues shifting from silver to pink as he swirled it absent-mindedly. Finally, that money-grabbing which is out of the picture. What a rare moment of peace. Felix leaned back in his plush chair, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. Just then, the door creaked open, and Claire glided inside, her footsteps barely making a sound against the soft carpet. Unlike Nixie's dramatic entrances, Claire moved like a shadow, smooth, deliberate, and unnoticed until she chose to reveal herself. Felix looked up, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. Claire, I assume you're here to report. With a slight bow that sent her raven black hair cascading over one shoulder, Claire replied, Yes, family head. Nixie has already briefed you on the wine stores. I'm here to update you on our restaurant expansion. Felix gestured toward the chair opposite him. Have a seat, let's hear what you've got. Claire settled into her chair with impeccable posture and neatly folded hands on her lap. She produced a ledger, thinner than Nixie's but just as detailed, and opened it with practiced efficiency. As of today, she began in her calm and measured tone, we have successfully launched 247 restaurant branches across Avalonia's major cities and towns. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. 247. That's faster than I expected. Claire nodded confidently. We've been operating in 3 phases, securing locations, hiring and training staff, and finalizing supply chains. Thanks to our allocated funds, around 12 billion gold coins so far, progress has been smooth sailing. Felix whistled lowly. 12 billion? That's quite an investment. Absolutely necessary, Claire replied firmly. We're not just opening eateries. We're building an entire network. Each branch is strategically placed in high-traffic areas while ensuring our supply lines remain untouched by local noble influence. Leaning back with newfound respect for their strategy, Felix asked, And how's our diversion plan holding up? Asutel smiled, curvé Claire's lips. Flawless. The nobles in Astheria are too busy trying to block our expansion attempts. They've been snapping up properties we showed interest in and even bribing officials, all while we quietly build elsewhere. Felix chuckled heartily. Beautiful. Let them waste their resources. Claire flipped a page, her keen eyes darting over the figures like a hawk on the hunt. So, here's the breakdown. Out of 247 branches, we have 150 rated as 1-star establishments, 80 at 2 stars, and just 17 shining at 3 stars, she reported with confidence. Felix drummed his fingers against the desk, deep in thought. What about our staffing situation? All trained off-site, Claire confirmed smoothly. We've been recruiting from smaller villages, bringing in folks with no ties to noble houses. They go through a month of intensive training before they hit the ground running. Good to hear. Any leaks? Felix asked, his brow furrowing slightly. None so far. We've been cautious, Claire replied, her tone steady. Felix let out a satisfied breath. By next month, we should have at least 500 branches operational. Claire nodded enthusiastically. Easily. At this pace, we'll surpass 600. But Felix's expression darkened just a touch. Are there any signs that the nobles are catching wind of our plans? Claire hesitated for only a heartbeat, a rarity for her, and then said, Not yet, but it's only a matter of time. Once our restaurants start gaining popularity outside Astheria, word will spread like wildfire. Fire Felix smirked confidently. By then, it'll be too late for them to act against us. We'll have established roots in too many places. Claire's gaze flickered with admiration for his strategic mind. You've really thought this through. We have, Felix corrected gently. This isn't just my doing. You and Nixie have played crucial roles in making this happen. Claire dipped her head in acknowledgement, a faint blush creeping on her cheeks. A rare moment of vulnerability as Felix stood and walked over to the window to take in the sprawling city below. He mused aloud. Once those restaurants are up and running, marketing will be our next focus. I want every branch to feel exclusive, even the 1 stars. Word of mouth is going to be our strongest ally. Megaphone Claire joined him by the window, hands clasped behind her back as she asked thoughtfully, "And if the nobles decide to retaliate?" Felix's smile turned razor-sharp as he replied confidently, "Let them try. By then we'll hold enough economic power to push back hard. Money talks louder than titles in some circles." Moneybag Claire nodded slowly but firmly. Understood. A comfortable silence settled between them as they absorbed their ambitious strategy, the weight of their plans hanging thickly in the air. Then Felix turned back toward her with a lighter tone that broke through the tension. "Oh, and Claire?" "Yes, family head," she responded. "This copy comes from content on MVL0EMPYR. Tell Nixie to stop sneaking maiden blood rose from the inventory. I know she's stockpiling." Claire coughed, hiding a laugh. "I'll relay the message." "Good." Felix nodded and then turned around and looked at Claire. "Is that all?" "Yes, family head." Claire responded with a simple smile. "Good, you can go." Felix smiled and waved his hand to dismiss her. Claire stood up from the chair and bowed slightly towards Felix, and then turned around and walked out of the office. Felix turned back, watching the bustling city below him. His eyes narrowed slightly as a cold glint flashed in them. "I have to find a way to get these greedy nobles out of my way, otherwise it will not be good to do business." Felix slipped his hands into his pockets as he stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, musing. A moment later, he let out a long breath and shook his head. "Let's take it one step at a time." With that, he walked back to THR plush chair and sat down, continuing to drink his wine with a relaxed and peaceful face in a dimly lit chamber, where shadows dance under the flickering glow of enchanted blue flame braziers. The air is thick with the rich scent of aged wine and polished oak, mingling with an unsettling metallic tang, perhaps from concealed daggers lurking in the corners. Gathered around sleek, circular obsidian table are 5 figures, low-ranking nobles from minor houses, each exuding an air of smug arrogance that only those who think themselves untouchable can muster. Their embroidered sigils mark them as vultures circling their prey. The crumbling Morningstar Empire, the head of this gathering, lounges Lord Cedric Drakemere, his oil-slick black hair framing a serpent-like smile that could charm or chill. His fingers tap rhythmically on the table, a sound echoing like a death knell in this den of intrigue. "So," he drawls with feigned nonchalance, "it seems we've been played for fools." Lady Isolde Montclair, all razor-sharp wit and silver-streaked hair, slams a rolled parchment onto the table with enough force to silence even the most arrogant among them. "Our spies confirmed it," she declares sharply. "While we've been blocking Felix Morningstar's expansion in Astheria, he's opened over 300 restaurants across Avalonia." A stunned silence blankets the room. Lord Alaric Duskbane, a bloated figure bedecked in gaudy, jeweled rings, turns purple with disbelief. 300? How? "By diverting us," sneers Baroness Vera Sablethorn, her grip tightening around her wineglass as if it were a lifeline. "We wasted gold buying up properties he never wanted. That upstart bastard led us by the nose." Cedric's smile remains unbroken, a mask hiding deeper intentions. "Oh, he's clever. I'll give him that." "This is absurd." Alaric sputters, sweat glistening on his brow like jewels on his fingers. "A nobody from the slums outmaneuvering noble blood? We should burn every last one of his filthy establishments to ashes." Isolde scoffs derisively, "and risk incurring the crown's wrath. Even you aren't that foolish, Alaric." "Then what do you propose?" Vera snaps back sharply. "Let him keep mocking us." Cedric leans forward slightly. His voice is smooth yet edged like a velvet-coated blade. "We don't need fire. We need finesse. Cut off his suppliers," he continues smoothly. "Pressure farmers, butchers. Anyone caught selling to Morningstar loses noble patronage." Isolde smirked, her eyes glinting with mischief. "Just a few accidents in his restaurants, food poisoning, rat infestations. The commoners will turn on him faster than you can say nobility." Lord Ormonhale, the quietest yet most dangerous of the group, leaned forward. "This chapter first appeared on MVLEMPYR. And let's not forget about bribing the magistrates," he added coolly. "We can have his permits reevaluated and delay him until he bleeds gold." Cedric's eyes sparkled with ambition. "And if all else fails, we simply remind Felix Morningstar why nobles rule and peasants kneel." A chill slithered down their spines at the implication. Even these cunning vipers sensed the unspoken threat. Someone far more powerful was lurking behind Cedric's words. As the nobles continued their scheming, a figure lingered in the darkest corner of the room. Hooded, motionless, and completely unnoticed. It wasn't until the meeting adjourned that the shadow stirred, whispering to Cedric, "Your master is impatient." For just half a heartbeat, Cedric's confident smirk faltered. "Tell him Felix will be broken before the next moon." With that declaration hanging in the air, the shadow vanished into thin air, leaving behind an eerie scent of frost mixed with something ancient, something far older than nobility itself. Morningstar Estate, Felix's office. The office was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the rhythmic ticking of an enchanted clock that Felix had acquired some time ago. Moonlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting elongated shadows over the sleek obsidian desk where he sat. Fingers steepled and eyes half-closed in deep contemplation. Before him lay a single sheet of parchment, its contents radiating urgency like a beacon in the night. Suddenly, the door swung open with a dramatic flourish. "Big bro, you better have a damn good reason for summoning us at this hour." Nixie burst into the room, her pink hair tousled from sleep and still clad in silk pajamas adorned with little gold coin patterns. She rubbed her eyes groggily and grumbled, "Do you know what time it is? Even the owls are asleep." Trailing behind her was Claire, who entered with her usual quiet grace. However, the faint crease between her brows revealed her concern. "Family head, this must be urgent." Felix didn't look up. Instead, he slid the parchment toward them with deliberate calmness. "Zephyr's report," he stated flatly. "The nobles have discovered our expansion." Nixie's drowsiness evaporated instantly as she snatched up the parchment, her eyes racing across its inked lines. Claire leaned over her shoulder to read along, her expression darkening. "They're planning to cut our supply chains," Nixie muttered incredulously. "Those greedy bastards." Claire's voice turned icy as she added, "And reputation attacks. They'll plant evidence of rotten food and vermin in our restaurants to turn public opinion against us." Finally lifting his gaze, Felix allowed a slow smile to spread across his face, a smile sharp enough to cut glass. "Good." Nixie's jaw dropped in disbelief. "Good. They're about to strangle our business." Felix leaned back in his chair, his golden cane glinting ominously in the moonlight. "No," he replied smoothly. "They're walking into a trap." Rising from his seat like a predator sizing up its prey, Felix began to circle his desk with purpose. "A few months ago," he continued confidently, "when we first clashed with these nobles, I anticipated this very move and made 3 strategic plays." He paused dramatically before revealing his plan. "Every supplier they think they're cutting off, they belong to us." His smile twisted into something more sinister as he elaborated. "I had Zephyr quietly purchase majority stakes in Astheria's largest farms, fisheries, and vineyards under shell companies. Now their threats jeopardize their own investments." Nixie's eyes lit up with understanding. "So when they pressure suppliers, they're just sabotaging themselves." Claire's eyes immediately cleared up as she immediately understood Felix's plan. A smile formed on the corner of her mouth. "Exactly. When their so-called loyal merchants refuse to break contracts with us, they'll be seen as defiant heroes," Claire said, her lips curling into a sly smile. "We're turning the nobles' own greed against them." Felix tapped his desk thoughtfully. "They want to tarnish our restaurants? Let them try it. We've already got agents embedded among their ranks." He pulled out a second document, a list of names. "These are their hired saboteurs. Half of them, our people. The moment they try to plant evidence, we'll expose them right in front of everyone." Nixie gasped, her eyes lighting up. "Wow, that's going to be amazing to watch." Felix nodded confidently. "Every Morningstar restaurant has our eyes and ears in place. The instant a rat or rotten steak mysteriously shows up, we'll catch them red-handed and force them to spill the truth along with the name of their noble paymaster in front of the entire dining room." Claire's breath caught in her throat. Public humiliation at its finest. "Worse than that," Felix corrected her, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "The crown might tolerate noble scheming, but blatant fraud that endangers commoners? That's a different story. They'll face hefty fines, revoked licenses, maybe even exile." He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper filled with intensity. "But the real prize isn't just the nobles. It's whoever is pulling their strings." With dramatic flair, he unfolded a map of Astheria dotted with red pins marking key locations. "Zephyr spies have noticed something strange. Every noble attacking us has met with the same mysterious merchant over the past month." He placed a black pin at the center of the map. "Here, the Obsidian Vale Tavern." Nixie frowned in confusion. "A middleman." "More than just that. Felix replied, his eyes shimmering faintly as his lightning magic stirred within him. This person moves like a ghost. No name, no face, but they're orchestrating these nobles like pieces on a chessboard. His gaze burned with determination as he continued. So here's our plan. We let the nobles attack us. We let them fall into their own traps. And when their master steps in to save them. Felix clenched his fist tightly. We crush them all. Nestled in the heart of Silver Peak, one of Asteria's most affluent commercial districts, the three-star Morningstar restaurant is nothing short of a hidden gem. The streets, paved with shimmering marble dust, and air filled with the delicate fragrance of enchanted blossoms. The restaurant itself is a breathtaking masterpiece. Its facade intricately carved from white jade and laced with veins of gold that sparkle under the soft glow of floating manna lanterns. Step inside, and you'll find an atmosphere that feels downright regal. The ceiling arches high above, adorned with a stunning mural depicting celestial phoenixes soaring through a starlit sky. Their wings glisten with embedded luminescent gems that cast a warm, golden light throughout the room. Each table is crafted from duskwood, polished to perfection and set with verdant empire porcelain so fine it's nearly translucent, truly fit for royalty. Chandeliers made from frost crystal hang gracefully overhead, their light refracting through cut gemstones to scatter rainbows across every corner. This is a sample from my virtual library empire. Read the rest on Emvlemper. A gentle melody plays in the background, an enchanting harp that strums itself, infused with calming mana to soothe every patron's spirit. And at the center of this luxurious setting, a magnificent three-tiered fountain flowing not with water, but with liquid moonlight wine, its surface twinkling like captured starlight. This is where Silver Peak's elite come to see and be seen, where merchants seal fortunes over glasses of elven starlight and nobles whisper secrets behind privacy wards. Tonight, however, the restaurant buzzes more than usual. It's packed. While a wiry man whose face resembles that of a weasel and whose fingers move faster than any pickpockets, he slips through the kitchen's back entrance wearing a red-tier meat supplier uniform. A clever disguise granting him access to the ingredient stockrooms. His mission? Simple, yet sinister. Swap out fresh griffin steaks for spoiled ones. Just make sure it's obvious. Lord Duskbane had sneered earlier that day. I want those commoners vomiting in the streets by midnight. Lyle smirked as he unloaded tainted meat from his hidden compartment, while kitchen staff bustled around him, too preoccupied to notice another deliverman among them. But unbeknownst to him, eyes lurked in the shadows. Just as Lyle placed his last spoiled steak onto the shelf, a hand clamped down on his shoulder like an iron vice. Interesting meat you've got there. Lyle froze at the sound, a calm voice tinged with amusement. But that grip felt like being held by a mountain. He turned slowly to confront a towering figure clad in an immaculate chef's uniform. This man, with a beard trimmed to perfection and sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms rippling with muscle, exuded an undeniable aura of authority. But it was his eyes that sent chills down Lyle's spine, golden orbs with slitted pupils reminiscent of a dragon's gaze. Chef Gorin? One of the kitchen apprentices gasped, disbelief etched on their face. The head chef of the restaurant, a legend rumored to have once slain a Tier 6 magical beast with nothing but a butcher's cleaver, smiled, though there was no warmth in it. Let's take a walk, friend, he said smoothly. Before Lyle could voice his protests, Gorin seized him by the arm and dragged him out of the bustling kitchen and into the main dining hall. Suddenly, the music came to an abrupt halt. Every eye in the restaurant snapped toward them, curiosity mingling with concern. With a swift motion, Gorin forced Lyle to his knees at the center of the room and turned to face the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, his voice deep and resonant enough to command attention effortlessly. My sincerest apologies for this interruption. He paused dramatically. But it seems we have a special guest tonight. Lyle struggled to rise, panic coursing through him as Gorin pressed a single finger onto his forehead and released his cultivation pressure. The air shimmered ominously around them. Plates rattled violently. Wine glasses shattered under the weight of Gorin's overwhelming aura, Tier 5 high-level night energy that felt like an immovable force pressing down on Lyle. A scream tore from Lyle's throat as terror locked his body in place. Who sent you? Gorin asked softly yet menacingly. Against his will, Lyle's mouth moved. Lord Duskbane. He paid me to ruin your food, said he wanted your customers sick. A collective gasp swept through the room like wildfire. Then outrage erupted. A merchant stood up, face flushed crimson with fury. Duskbane, that miserly worm, tried to poison us. A noblewoman snapped her fan shut with an angry crack. How dare he endanger my daughter's name day feast? Gorin leaned closer, whispering so only Lyle could hear. Run back to your master. Tell him that the Morningstar restaurant doesn't take kindly to rats. With that, he kicked Lyle through the front door like yesterday's trash, sending him tumbling into the street outside. His diners erupted into furious chatter about Duskbane's treachery. A lone figure observed from above, the enigmatic Felix Morningstar disguised as a wealthy merchant. With a sly smile playing at the corners of his lips, he took a leisurely sip of his wine. Right on schedule, he mused to himself. Beside him, Nixie, clad in a maid's uniform for cover, couldn't contain her amusement. "Big bro, you're downright evil," she giggled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Felix swirled his glass thoughtfully before replying, "No, my dear sister. Evil would have let Gorin break his legs." The glint in his eyes hinted at deeper schemes. Claire, who was posing as Felix's bodyguard, leaned in and murmured softly, "Duskbane won't survive this scandal." Felix's gaze sharpened with anticipation. "Good," he replied with an air of satisfaction that suggested he had much more planned. Astheria Merchant Guild. High noon. In the bustling heart of Astheria's trade district, the Merchant Guild Hall loomed like a titan of commerce, its marble columns intricately carved with scenes of legendary merchants from ages past. The vaulted ceilings resonated with the delightful clink of gold coins and the rustle of parchment as deals were struck across polished mahogany tables. But today was different. A tempest brewed as 5 furious nobles stormed through the massive bronze doors. Their entourages trailing behind them like dark clouds on an ominous day. To the forefront marched Lord Alaric Duskbane, his jewel-encrusted rings glinting dangerously as he slammed his fist onto the reception desk. "Where is Guild Master Orlon? Summon him at once," he bellowed. The young clerk behind the desk turned pale, but stood resolutely in place. "And my lord, the Guild Master is in a private meeting. I don't care if he's in bed with the Queen." Duskbane roared, spittle flying from his lips. "Tell him that the Alliance of Trade Nobles demands an audience." From above, a calm voice floated down like a soothing balm amidst chaos. Now, Lord Duskbane, there's no need to terrorize my staff." All eyes turned upward to see Guild Master Orlon leaning casually against the gilded railing, his emerald green robes shimmering with protective enchantments. Adjusting his spectacles, he smiled warmly, silver streaks in his beard catching the light just so. "Though I must say," he continued as he descended the spiral staircase slowly and deliberately, "I'm flattered you'd visit in person. Usually, you just send threats by courier." Duskbane bristled at Orlon's nonchalance when they reached eye level. "Enough games, Guild Master. As of today, all your suppliers are to cease business with Morningstar Enterprises." Orlon blinked innocently. "Oh!" Baroness Vera Sablethorn stepped forward next, her venomous smile revealing sharpened canines that could rival any beast bite. "Every farmer, vintner, and butcher under guild contract will face noble sanctions if they continue supplying those upstart restaurants." The guild hall fell utterly silent. Apprentices froze mid-step while senior merchants clutched their ledger books tighter than ever before. Even enchanted accounting orbs hovering near the ceiling seemed to pause their calculations in disbelief. Orlon stroked his beard thoughtfully. "I see. And if we refuse?" Lord Cedric Drakemere chuckled darkly from somewhere in back. "Then your trade permits will be re-evaluated." He leaned forward slightly. There was menace in his tone. "Such a shame if your caravans kept getting delayed at city gates." A tense silence hung thick in the air until suddenly Orlon burst into laughter. The nobles exchanged bewildered glances as the guild master wiped tears of laughter from his eyes. To Regent, "Sur says, oh my, this is just too rich," Orlon exclaimed, reaching into his robes to produce a scroll sealed with the guild's insignia. "Tell me, my lords, do you recognize this little gem?" Duskbane snatched it from Orlon's hands, his beady eyes darting across the text until color drained from his face. This is the Silver Peak Agricultural Investment Pact," he stammered. Orlon nodded cheerfully, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Signed by you lovely nobles just 8 months ago. Such generous terms you offered the farmers. Guaranteed purchase quotas and penalty clauses for any contract breaches." His smile turned razor-sharp. "And most interestingly, Article 7. No signatory may interfere with guild-approved trade partners." The blood drained from 5 noble faces simultaneously. What had they done? Lady Isolde Montclair was the first to regain her composure. You tricked us," she accused. Orlon pressed a hand to his chest in mock offense. "Me, the humble guild master? No, my lady, you were simply so eager to profit from those grain tariffs that you didn't bother reading the fine print." He leaned in conspiratorially and added with a wink, Though I must confess, Lord Morningstar did suggest the wording. What happened next would echo through merchant taverns for decades. Lord Duskbane suffered an apoplectic fit and had to be carried out by his guards. Baroness Ablethorn accidentally shattered a 500-year-old vase with a poorly aimed fireball spell. Lord Hale simply turned and walked straight into a wall, too stunned to notice what was happening around him. The ensuing legal battle would later be dubbed the War of the Fine Print. As the nobles retreated in disgrace, Orlon turned to his head clerk, a young woman bearing Dawncrest family features who had been quietly observing everything unfold. "Send word to Lord Morningstar," he murmured with satisfaction. Phase 1 is complete. The clerk nodded vigorously as her quill danced across parchment. In Phase 2, she asked eagerly. Orlon's eyes gleamed like polished steel as he watched the last noble carriage disappear into a cloud of dust. Let the harvest begin. Obsidian Vale Tavern. Midnight, nestled deep within Astheria's Ironwheel district, lies the Obsidian Vale Tavern, a place where cobblestones are stained with secrets better left unexamined and shadows thrive like weeds in cracked pavement. Unlike Silver Peak District, where luxury reigned supreme, one establishment thrived in the shadows: the Obsidian Vale. Its crooked signboard creaked ominously in the wind, while soot-blackened windows hinted at secrets best left unspoken. This place was so obscure that it didn't even grace the pages of city maps. Inside, the air was thick with the stench of cheap ale and even cheaper blood. Mercenaries, clutching fresh bounty notices like prized possessions, hunched over sticky tables, their laughter mingling with hushed whispers from women draped in frayed silk, each word a venomous promise to men who wouldn't see dawn's light. Amidst this chaos, a hooded figure slipped silently up the back staircase. Cedric Drakemere paced like a trapped beast in what could only be described as the tavern's clean room, a cramped 10-foot square chamber that smelled of mildew and despair. His usual serpentine composure had shattered. Sweat clung to his expensive tunic as he wrestled with anxiety. Suddenly, the door burst open with a bang. "You incompetent worms!" The voice that followed was sharp as a blade wrapped in velvet, feminine yet furious, laced with an unsettling edge. She slammed the door shut behind her. Its lock clicked into place with an eerie finality. Cedric stumbled backward. "My lady, I can explain." "Explain what?" she shot back without raising her voice, a tactic more terrifying than any scream. "How you turned simple sabotage into a spectacle. How Duskbane's fool is currently singing to the city guard. Or how Morningstar now owns half your supply lines." As her hood shifted slightly, Cedric caught sight of her lower face, lips too red and teeth too sharp for comfort. His bladder betrayed him. Just then, boom! An explosion rocked the room, sending Cedric flying across it like a rag doll. The door flew off its hinges amid splintered wood raining down as Zephyr stepped through swirling smoke, twin daggers, silence, and solitude, dripping with blood from 6 guards who'd been stationed outside. The hooded woman remained unfazed. The attack dog arrives." Zephyr grinned coldly, his eyes glinting like ice shards. "Lady Nissa. Or should I call you the Duke's left hand?" A tense silence hung between them before chaos erupted. Nissa moved first. Her cloak billowed dramatically as she vanished only to reappear behind Zephyr, stiletto aimed precisely at his kidney. Zephyr pivoted just in time. Solitude screeched against her blade. "You're slower than your reputation," Nissa taunted, her dagger grazing dangerously close to his throat. "You're slower than your reputation," Nissa taunted, her dagger grazing dangerously close to his throat. "And you talk too much," Zephyr retorted sharply. They separated, circling each other like predators sizing up their prey. Cedric whimpered beneath the table, fear gripping him tightly. Nissa tilted her head, a smirk playing on her lips. "Why bother? Your master's already won this round." Zephyr flicked blood off his dagger with a casual air. "Big brother doesn't send me for business. He sends me for messages." In an instant, her smile vanished. With a swift motion, Zephyr tossed something onto the table, a severed finger adorned with a signet ring that made Cedric's heart race in recognition. That's Lord Hale's," he stammered, panic rising in his chest. "Tell your Duke," Zephyr replied coolly, "that the next gift will be his spymaster's tongue, unless he wants to meet Felix personally." Nissa's eyes glinted with an otherworldly light as she retorted, "You overreach, dog." "No," Zephyr said firmly as he turned to leave. "We're just getting started." As he melted into the swirling smoke, Nissa finally noticed the rune carved into the wall behind her. A Morningstar sigil pulsing ominously with latent energy. Bom. The tavern erupted in chaos. The Duke's study was a chilling masterpiece of calculated intimidation. Moonlight poured through the stained glass windows, casting fractured colors across walls lined with forbidden tomes and the mounted heads of creatures long thought extinct. A massive obsidian desk loomed in the center, its surface polished to a mirror sheen, reflecting only the faceless silhouette of the man who sat. Behind it, shrouded in shadow within his high-backed chair, the only sound was the rhythmic tap-tap-tap of a silver quill against parchment, echoing like a heartbeat in the oppressive silence then. BM. The door swung open with a force that shattered the stillness. Nissa staggered in, her hood torn and one arm hanging uselessly at her side. Blood dripped from a gash above her eyebrow, mingling with sweat and soot on her unnaturally pale skin. "My lord," she rasped, collapsing to one knee. The quill stilled abruptly. A voice emerged from the shadows, smooth as poisoned wine, cold as a grave's embrace. "You disappoint me." With her head bowed low, Nissa recounted her failures from the night. The botched restaurant sabotage and the exposed supply chain manipulations, and finally Zephyr Morningstar's message. She placed Hale's severed finger on the desk. The Duke's gloved hand reached out, turning over the gruesome trophy with an unsettling curiosity. "And what of the rune?" Nissa's breath hitched as she replied, "A proximity trigger. The tavern is gone." Silence enveloped them like a suffocating shroud. Then, a deafening crack. The desk split down the middle as an invisible force slammed into it. Nissa didn't flinch. Instead, her pupils dilated to slits in response to his fury. 3 years, whispered the Duke, his voice slithering through the room like smoke. 3 years cultivating those petty lords as pawns, and this upstart Morningstar who just arrived in Astheria unravels it all in 3 weeks. A wine glass floated effortlessly from a side table, filling itself with dark liquid as he mused aloud. "Tell me, Nissa, what did you observe about Felix Morningstar's forces?" Nissa licked her lips nervously. "His intelligence network is unprecedented for a businessman. Zephyr's operatives had already compromised Duskbane's household before we moved. And his combat assets," he pressed further. "The chef at Morningstar Restaurant in Silver Peak District is at least tier 5, she continued hesitantly. "There's Nixie. She wields wind magic that shouldn't be possible without elven blood. And another named Brixton has earth magic. Gwendolyn possesses ice magic." She paused before adding cautiously. "And then there's Trinity, a high-level knight with exceptional combat skills. She and Brixton lead the Morningstar adventurer team." The Duke paused mid-sip of his goblet, surprise flickering across his face. It's astonishing for newcomers to Astheria to possess such strength, especially a businessman. Suddenly, a parchment unfurled itself before Nissa, its ink glowing a faint red. Phase 2 begins at dawn. Her eyes widened as she read the ominous instructions. "Abandon the noble puppets. Let Morningstar have his hollow victory. Brought to you by MV6 Limpy 6, art that activate the Black Sigil operatives, sleepers planted in Morningstar businesses months ago. Secure the Pale Maiden." Just hearing that name made Nissa's hands tremble. "El Lord, do you truly want to abandon those nobles?" Nissa stammered as she regained her composure. Taking a deep breath, she added, "I believe they still hold some value." You make a good point," he mused thoughtfully. "Very well, we'll keep them useful for now." The Duke rose from his seat, his figure stretching unnaturally tall as he moved toward the window. "Felix plays chess," he declared with an enigmatic smile. "But I play with fates." Behind him, the stained glass shifted to reveal a crest unseen in Avalonia for centuries. Nissa dropped to her knees, forehead pressed against the cold stone floor. It will be done. Inside the secret chamber, midnight at Morningstar Family Estate, beneath Felix's opulent office, lay a hidden chamber that felt worlds apart. The stone walls were adorned with intricate maps of Astheria, and a massive obsidian table, etched with glowing runes, dominated the space. The air was thick with the scents of ink, steel, and a faint tang of ozone, evidence of magic recently spent. At the head of this mysterious table stood Felix, his usual white overcoat replaced by a sleek black ensemble that made him appear more shadow than man. Leaning against the table was his golden cane, its tip still faintly smoldering from recent spell work. Suddenly, the door clicked open. "You're late," Felix remarked without turning around. Zephyr slipped inside like a wraith, twin daggers sheathed at his sides. Blood crusted his knuckles, and a fresh burn marred his left cheekbone as he collapsed into a chair with all the grace of a falling tree. "Had to ensure my tail was clean. Your little fireworks show drew tension." Finally turning to face him, Felix's crimson eyes gleamed in the dim light. "The Duke's people, 3 Watchers Point 2, are currently swimming with the Dock District fishes." Zephyr grinned widely, sharp teeth glinting in the gloom. The third might live if he regrows his tongue. Felix poured 2 glasses of amber liquor and slid one across the table. Start from the top. Zephyr downed his drink in one swift motion. Lady Nissa is exactly what we thought, a personal knife for the Duke. Not human, not beastkin, something much older. He tapped at the burn on his face. Her blood burns like acid. Felix's grip tightened around his glass as he asked quietly, "And what about the Duke?" "Still a ghost," Zephyr replied thoughtfully before leaning forward conspiratorially. But she slipped up, called him Your Grace in an ancient tongue. Not Avalonian, not even Imperial. A heavy silence settled over them as runes on the table pulsed softly in response to their conversation. Felix exhaled slowly through his nose. That complicates things. With deft fingers, Zephyr produced a small velvet pouch and spilled its contents onto the table. A severed finger rolled out, its signet ring gleaming ominously. "Hale won't be troubling us again," he said coolly. Made sure his last words were instructive. Felix didn't blink as he asked flatly, "And Nissa?" "Oh, she got the message." Zephyr's grin turned feral as he continued. "Right before I vaporized her favorite hiding hole with a rune trap." Felix swirled his drink thoughtfully. "Did she survive?" "Unfortunately." "Good." Zephyr raised an eyebrow. Felix met his gaze. "I want her running back to her master. I want him to know exactly how badly he underestimated us." A map of Astheria unfurled across the table, certain locations pulsing red. "The Duke will retaliate one of 3 ways," Felix murmured. "Tracing routes, economic siege, starving their supply lines, shadow war, assassins and sabotage, political maneuvering, turning the crown against them." Zephyr snorted. "Let him try. Your little supply chain revelation already has half the noble council ready to gut each other." "That was just a small thing among ants to those at the top," Felix said as he pointed his finger upwards. Zephyr fell silent when he heard Felix. Felix's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Which is why he'll choose option 4. Which is the one thing we can't predict." The air grew heavy. Somewhere a clock ticked like a slowing heartbeat. Zephyr studied his friend closely. "You're holding something back." Felix turned to the largest map, a sprawling depiction of the entire Avalonia continent, in the far north. A single black pin marked a location unnamed on any official chart. "The Duke isn't just some noble playing games, Zeph." Felix's voice dropped to a whisper. "I think he's hunting or looking for something, and it seems we're in his way." Zephyr's dagger found its way into his hand without thought. "That's absurd. We just came to Astheria a few months ago, so how would we hindering what the Duke wants?" "I'm also confused too." Felix spread his arms and said helplessly, "So what do we do now?" Zephyr thought for a moment and asked. Felix finally smiled a sharp, dangerous thing. "We make sure he finds what he is looking for." The Diamond Vine, grand opening night nestled in the heart of Astheria's opulent emerald district. The Diamond Vine shimmered under the moonlight like a rare gem. Its facade was a breathtaking blend of enchanted white marble, intricately veined with threads of liquid gold. The building seemed alive, its arched windows pulsating with a soft glow, as if it had a heartbeat of its own. Above the grand double doors loomed the Morningstar crest, a stunning 9-pointed star crafted from platinum. But this was no ordinary wine store. This was Felix's most audacious venture yet, a sanctuary for the elite where vintages could rival the wealth of small nations. And tonight marked its grand debut. Carriages lined the street in an extravagant display of wealth. Gilded phaetons pulled by majestic Tier 4 Stormmane horses, ebony coaches adorned with stained glass depicting ancestral battles, and one particularly ostentatious vehicle encased in a shimmering bubble of floating water, its aquatic steeds flicking bioluminescent tails like living jewels. "Pathetic," Lord Cedric Vandross scoffed under his breath as he observed guests disembark. Not a single high house in sight. And he wasn't wrong. The crowd was a carefully curated mix. Low-level to mid-tier nobles desperate to ascend social ladders. Wealthy merchants whose gold outweighed their common blood, and young heirs sent by cautious patriarchs to scout this new player on the scene, plus one unexpected guest. From an unmarked carriage stepped a young man clad in deceptively simple silver robes. His face was partially obscured by an artfully crafted half-mask of frosted crystal, but his movements, like a stalking wolf disguised as a lamb, sent ripples of unease through the doorman. "Invitation?" the attendant asked. "Try not to gawk at the stranger's gloves woven from what appear to be dragonfly wings." The masked man produced a black card edged in gold. The doorman's breath hitched. "Ah, the ivory box suite. Right this way, my lord." As guests crossed the threshold into the Diamond Vine, reality itself seemed to shift around them. The entry hall resembled a living painting. Beneath their feet lay a single slab of transparent sapphire that revealed schools of jewel-scaled fish gliding through liquid moonlight. Panels lining the walls resonated with frozen music, the gentle hums creating an ethereal symphony when touched. But wait until they ventured further. A circular chamber awaited them, a spectacle beyond imagination. 12. Platforms surrounded a central fountain flowing with liquid gold. Each platform featured tables made from different precious materials, a luxurious feast for both eyes and soul. Above it all hung an enchanting chandelier that captured starlight and pulsed rhythmically with each guest's heartbeat. Even jaded nobles gasped in awe. Lord Cedric raised his glass of moonlit mirage, the shimmering liquid catching the light like captured starlight that he sipped with a practiced elegance, a facade, honed over years of pretending that wealth and luxury truly impressed him. The wine was undeniably exquisite, so rare that even his own estate couldn't procure it. But as it slid down his throat, all he could taste was bitterness. How dare this gutter-born merchant flaunt such extravagance, he thought, surveying the scene around him. The minor nobility and merchant elites of Asteria flitted about like dazzled children at a festival, their laughter ringing too loud and their compliments far too effusive. Need character sheets and glossaries? Visit NVLEMPR. Cedric's smile remained unyielding as he navigated through the throng, his emerald green robes, woven with actual wyvern scale thread, marking him as superior to these social climbers. Yet here he stood, forced to attend, forced to play nice, all because the Duke had commanded it. Lord Drakemere, a plump merchant's wife, approached him, her jowls quivering beneath a fortune in sapphires. Isn't this establishment simply divine? That floating chandelier, why, I heard it cost more than my husband's shipping fleet. Cedric chuckled softly, the sound smooth yet edged with steel. Quite so, though one might wonder if such novelties can truly compensate for pedigree. The woman blinked at him, too dense to grasp the insult hidden within his words. Nearby, young Lord Evran, a third-rate noble's heir, gawked at a table made from meteorite stone. Gods above! Is that true heartstone my grandfather told stories of peasants mistaking pretty rocks for treasures? Cedric interjected smoothly while swirling his wine. How charming. The boy flushed but fell silent, a good reminder for these upstarts about their place in society. Then came a silver-robed figure slicing through the crowd like a knife through water. Unnoticed until it was almost too late, Cedric felt an instinctual prickling at the back of his neck as recognition dawned upon him. The mask, those gloves. No, his grip tightened around his glass. Surely the Solaris boy wouldn't dare show himself here. Yet when a stranger passed by, Cedric caught an unfamiliar scent wafting through the air, a scent that stirred something deep within him. One he couldn't quite place, murmurs faded into silence. Felix descended the staircase with an air of confidence that made Cedric's jaw ache from how tightly he clenched it. Look at him, Cedric sneered inwardly, playing lord in cheap theatrics. But when Felix raised his glass, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Magic thickened the air, not the flashy parlor trick Cedric had braced himself for, but something ancient and profound. It sent a wave of warmth coursing through the wyvern scales woven into his robes, making him shift uncomfortably. Ladies and gentlemen, Felix began, his voice smooth yet commanding. I sincerely thank each of you for joining me at this intimate gathering that I won't take up much of your time. Please, drink and revel in the evening to your heart's content. As he toasted, his crimson eyes locked onto Cedric's for a fleeting moment that felt like an eternity. He knows. The thought slithered down Cedric's spine like a cold serpent. He knows why I'm here. The Diamond Vine, private tasting room. These walls draped in black velvet, absorbing every sound and flicker of light, creating a silence so profound that it seems the outside world has vanished entirely. The only source of illumination is a single floating orb, capturing the essence of moonlight and casting ethereal shadows across an elegant table where two men sit, Felix and a figure clad in shimmering silver. Meet Prince Lysander Solaris, the 18th in line for the Avalonian throne that he swirls. His untouched, moonlit mirage with an air of indifference, his striking violet eye, the legendary amethyst gaze, fixed on Felix's impassive expression. Let's cut through the theatrics, Lysander says smoothly, his voice flowing like fine wine. You didn't bring me here to chat about vintages. Felix leans back casually, his golden cane resting against the table. No, I invited you to discuss thrones. A beat of silence hangs in the air. Then Lysander lets out a sharp laugh devoid of humor. Thrones, my throne. His fingers tighten around the glass, as if it were a lifeline. You're either mad or suicidal. I'm the weakest son my father has had. Why kingdom is merely a drafty wing of the palace where even servants forget my name. Felix doesn't flinch. And yet you came. Lysander's smile fades into seriousness. Because your man mentioned the Maywraiths. Felix nods knowingly. House Maywraith commands the largest private army outside of crown control. Their trade networks stretch across 3 kingdoms and 1 empire, and they despise your eldest brother. Everyone hates Darius, Lysander mutters bitterly, but hatred alone doesn't win wars. True, Felix agrees with conviction. But this does. He slides a small obsidian box across the table, revealing a single parchment, a list brimming with names. Lysander scans it quickly. His pulse quickens with realization. These are nobles who've secretly funded rebel factions in the western provinces, Felix explains coolly. Enough proof to have them executed for treason, or leverage enough to turn them into your allies. The prince's breath catches in his throat. How did you? Irrelevant. Felix interrupts softly but firmly as he taps on the list again. Present this to the patriarch of the Maywraith noble family, and he'll support you, if only to spite Darius. Lysander leans forward now, eyes glinting with newfound ambition as he adopts a predatory gaze. And what does the great Felix Morningstar want? Gold. Titles. Felix smiles knowingly but enigmatically. Nothing so crude. Felix flashed a confident smile. Nothing so crude, he replied, producing a second document, a vibrant map of Astheria with specific districts boldly marked in red. I want these neighborhoods rezoned as free trade districts. No noble interference, no guild monopolies, just pure, unadulterated commerce. Lysander blinked in disbelief. You're asking me to dismantle centuries of feudal law. I'm urging you to modernize a decaying system, Felix countered, his eyes sparkling with ambition. Picture this. You secure the throne with the backing of merchants, and in return, you unleash true economic potential. The crown's coffers would overflow within a year. A log cracked in the fireplace, its warmth contrasting sharply with the tension in the room. Outside the velvet walls, a clock chimed midnight, a reminder that time was slipping away. Lysander exhaled sharply and downed his wine in one swift gulp. You're either a visionary or the most dangerous man in Avalonia, he said, rising to his feet and straightening his silver robes. I'll consider your proposal. But know this, if this is some elaborate trap, I won't be the only one who falls. Felix stood as well, extending his hand confidently. Then we understand each other. For what felt like an eternity, Lysander hesitated before finally clasping Felix's wrist, a gesture steeped in respect and equality rather than hierarchy. Morningstar family estate, secret room. Beneath the mansion, hidden sanctum beneath the Morningstar estate, a chamber steeped in mystery and secrets. Its walls are adorned with enchanted soundproofing runes that pulse softly in the flickering candlelight, creating an atmosphere thick with intrigue. At the center of this clandestine space stands a circular table made of polished blackwood, upon which a massive map of Avalonia sprawls like a treasure waiting to be uncovered. Felix, the mastermind of this gathering, stands at the head of the table with his white overcoat tossed aside and sleeves rolled up. His golden cane rests across the map, its tip ominously pointing toward Solaris Palace. Around him sat Jarvis and the others, Zephyr, lounging in his chair like a lazy panther, meticulously cleaning his daggers. Nixie perched on the edge of the table, swinging her legs with barely contained impatience. Gwendolyn, her ice-blue eyes inscrutable as she traces frost patterns on her glass. Brixton sat arms crossed and brow furrowed in thought. Jarvis was standing apart with sage-like calmness, his half-elven ears twitching slightly. And finally, Trinity, seated beside Felix with slender arms crossed tightly. Your support in the L8 Empire keeps Thesaries going. Felix taps on Solaris Palace on the map and declares, we have a new ally, Prince Lysander Solaris. A stunned silence blankets the room. But what now? Nixie nearly tumbles off the table in disbelief. Felix recounts his conversation with Prince Lysander, the leverage they could gain from him, the connection to the Maywraiths, and demands for free trade. As he speaks, reactions ripple through their ranks. Zephyr's smirk sharpens into something predatory, while Gwendolyn's frost patterns turn jagged. Brixton scratches his head in confusion. But he's 18th in line. That's like betting on a 3-legged horse. Exactly, Felix replies with a knowing smile. No one expects him to win. That's our advantage. Jarvis strokes his chin thoughtfully. And what about the Maywraiths? They've been tolerant so far, but an outright alliance. They'll agree, Felix asserts confidently. Patriarch Maywraith would swallow live scorpions just to spite Prince Darius. Trinity finally chimes in with a voice as cold as winter wind. This is reckless. We're merchants, not kingmakers. But think about it, Nixie exclaims excitedly. Imagine all those contracts if our prince wins. No more noble interference. Brixton's face clouds over with concern. One other prince has come after us. This is too risky. Trinity glances anxiously at Felix. Zephyr was grinning wildly, his excitement palpable. Let them try. I could use the exercise against those newly trained assassins. Jarvis, deep in thought, replied, but the real question is, what does Lysander truly want from us in the long run? Felix listened intently as the debate unfolded around him. This was precisely why he had gathered them. Each perspective would sharpen their plan like a well-honed blade. Finally, he raised a hand to bring order to the chaos. All right, here's how we proceed. Phase 1. Zephyr, you'll plant agents in the Maraith household to leak that treason list. Nixie, I need you to prepare some dummy financials illustrating just how much richer the nobles would be under our trade plan. He turned his gaze toward Gwendolyn and Brixton. You two will keep a close watch on Trinity. Make sure no one discovers her heritage, and if anyone does find out, no matter what time it is, act swiftly. Ice crystallized in Gwendolyn's glass as she nodded firmly. Understood. Brixton puffed out his chest with confidence and chimed in, Don't worry, big bro. I'll make sure big sis stays safe. As the meeting wrapped up, Jarvis lingered behind, concern etched on his face. You're playing a dangerous game here, Felix. Crown politics are far more treacherous than noble feuds. They're like children squabbling compared to this. Felix's eyes drifted to the map spread before him. The palace glimmered like a trapped star in darkness. We've always been part of this game, Jarvis. Now we're simply choosing our pieces wisely.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.